Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Teesside Karting for the opening round of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan. I'll be taking you through all of today's action. We've had a slightly delayed start as the track team have spent a good few minutes clearing some standing water off the circuit, and unsurprisingly, the last few weeks where the United Kingdom has been battered by Storm Kira and Storm Dennis, we have a wet circuit out for you here at Teesside Karting for the opening round of the 2020 season. As always, 6 classes on show here for you at Teesside: Bambinos, Junior Pro Karts, Cadets, then our mix of Junior and Senior Rotax, and then Senior Pro Kart. So Rotax split in two. Junior and Minimax run together. Senior Rotax will run on their own and will be out on the track very shortly for their opening practice session. Juniors just about finishing up with their session, then we'll have Senior Pro Kart for their practice session. We'll be underway with qualifying in just over 20 to 25 minutes after the driver briefing has taken place. As on screen we see the number 66 of the 2019 O-Plate title winner here at Teesside, Oliver Buckton. Also our 2019 cadet champion moves sideways and slightly up into a Minimax kart for the 2020 season. Alongside me in the interim in the commentary box is Luke Austin, one half of Alpha Live.
Hi, David.
Are you Alpha or are you live?
I think I'm Alpha.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
So Luke will be joining me for the first part of the day as we take us through the end of the practice sessions. Then he'll jump back onto his directorial duties for qualifying, and then we might see him jump back onto commentary later on in the day. Luke, welcome.
Good morning.
Certainly not your first time up here at Teesside, and also not your first time seeing wet conditions here
It's
either.
definitely. I don't remember the last time I saw sunny conditions here, if I'm perfectly honest, but I'm sure the sun does shine. It's just I'm obviously a bad omen. So
I think it's just one of those, isn't it? As soon as you see karts go out onto circuit, the rain starts, and it's just a natural combination of the two. Just want to ask you briefly, in the last couple of weeks, certainly big developments for Alpha Live on the motorsport front.
yes, yeah.
Care to tell me a little bit more about that, please?
Well, I'd love to, but I'd rather people go to the website and read about it.
Steady plug.
Yeah, so if people head over to Alpha Live and to our Facebook pages and stuff, you can hear a lot more about what we do as a company, all the streaming we've got provided across the year, and obviously we are confirmed to be streaming all but one round of the Teesside Sprint Series. So obviously if you're a Teesside fan, you'll be able to watch all rounds other than one, which is unfortunately the next one.
Yeah, the round in March, I think we're looking at ways to bring coverage to you of the March round. At the very least, I think we'll have an audio feed of that round, which I'll be bringing to you nonetheless. So at the very least, we'll have audio coverage. We might not have the pictures, but we'll certainly have audio commentary of round number 2 to bring you as the session comes to an end for our Junior and Minimax drivers. They'll come through, take the checkered flag, and depart stage left into the pit lane, which we rarely see the actual entrance to the pit lane. I think we've got a Weybridge cam, as always.
Yep.
Here at,
I'm sure Darren will switch to the Weybridge cam momentarily, so we can see everybody in the pit lane.
Let's make our first our Weybridge cam.
I'm still doing my directing thing while I'm the other
Well, got to pull double duties on some occasions. Reindeer on. We are hoping that the rain subsides later on in the day. The early forecast suggests that it will be around about midday, although the start line marshal's facial expressions through the newly introduced windows in the commentary box suggest that he's seen the weather forecast and that it might be lying to him. I do just want to say huge thanks to the team here at Teesside Karting for the improvements that they've made for us this season.
It is nice to be able to see the circuit now.
So it adds just that little bit extra to. Obviously, we'll always talk to you about what's on the camera and what's on the pictures that you're seeing at home, but it's also helpful to be able to pick up if somebody's stopped or out on the circuit, or a move has taken place that's off camera, just to give you that little bit of extra coverage as the senior Rotax drivers make their way out, and pleasing to see the 95 of Paul Swan has decided to keep that bright rain suit from last season. It's making its first outing in 2020. Referred to him last season as a commentator's dream.
These bright race suits are a director's dream as well. At the end of the day, I can see him, I can get the cameraman. It's the bright yellow guy around the circuit. Everyone's able to focus on him. So any hints out there, guys? Get some race suits that stands out, and you might find it a bit easier for us to get coverage for you during qualifying sessions and practice stuff like this.
We did see there on camera the number 31, Paul Morgan. His practice session has come to a very premature end. He's seen half a lap of action in the number 31, and he pulls off on the outside of hairpin number 2, and will roll his kart to safety, and will be recovered later on by the ever reliable recovery quad here at Teesside Karting. Trailer attached to the back of that for picking up karts that are stationary out on circuit.
I've got to ask you, David, during your time racing here, have you ever had to spend a trip coming back on that quad bike?
Never did I have to come back on the back of the recovery quad. I don't think I ever got into too much trouble here at Teesside. I think I finished every race that I started. It was other tracks that I had a problem with.
Oh. Were you fast enough to get into trouble though? That's the question. I've never seen you race, so I don't know.
Round the national part of the circuit, no, not at all. I'll be honest with you, not my favourite part of the track at all. The national. I always preferred the international loop, which, as we see two drivers go through the D-shaped chicane and then round to the national corner, the international circuit there in the background is where the international circuit starts, and you head off down the hill into a just beyond 90-degree right-hand corner, and then make your way up through a complex of corners, a right-left up the hill, and then what appears to be a 90-degree right until you get to the inside apex, and it turns into a hairpin, and you end up going down the back straight, and it rejoins the circuit at the other side of the national loop into the chicane. That's a track that is used here for the British 24-hour, which has been covered on a number of occasions by the team at Alpha Live Productions.
I've got to say that the international loop is one hell of a circuit to drive around in a kart, like, especially during the British 24 hours with like 80 to 100 karts going around. It's just phenomenal.
It is the drop down into, I always refer to it, even though it's about turn number 5 by the time you get there. It's the first corner after the pit lane exit.
Yeah.
So when you come out of that pit lane exit down, I've referred to it as turn number 1.
Yeah.
Which in a kart is amazing. There's this little bump just after the pit exit that if you brake before the little bump, the back end goes slightly, whereas you sat there and you're just waiting for the bump, hit the bump, then tap the brake slightly and just rotate the kart on the way in. It's a little bit different because with the 24-hour we run the owner-driver pro karts with the hire karts, and both of those have got slightly different characteristics. The hire karts weighing considerably more, around 30 to 40 kilos more with the wraparound on them.
Yeah.
And obviously being slightly less flexible compared to the rear end of a race prep pro kart. There's two different ways. The pro karts obviously rotate themselves a lot easier going into that right-hander at the bottom of that hill, whereas the higher karts require a little bit more persuasion to find their way around there. But it's entertaining, especially with the 24-hour, the mix of karts, the mixes of speed. I think already there's over 60 higher karts signed on for the British 24-hour here at Teesside, and that'll be supplemented by the usual smattering of owner karts. I think there's 20 on the grid last year, and a number of those drivers will be out on circuit for you in around about 5 minutes time as the opening practice session for senior pro kart gets underway.
I really want to see the British 24-hour hitting 100 teams this year. I really want to see it.
It's they've got to get it there at some point. I'm sure they'll.
It's not far away. It's been growing year on year over the past few years, and I'm sure it's got to hit 100 at some point. Like having 100 karts on the track at one go would be crazy. It was good enough when we were at Silverstone filming the Citroen C1's 24-hour when they had 99 Citroen C1s going around. If you can beat that kart race, and a much smaller venue like the circuit layout compared to Silverstone, it's just going to be karts everywhere. It'll be a great sight for everyone to see.
just having a quick look actually at the British 24-hour entry, 65 hire teams already booked in, including, I believe, the hire kart winners from the last 2 years. Honolulu making the trip over from Belgium, I believe. I'm sure I saw them on there previously. I'm just trying to find them now. But they've won the hire kart class for 2 years, and when I interviewed them at the end of the race last year, they said that they will be back to try and make it 3 out of 3.
Well, they've got some competition with Titan Motorsport, always one of the favourites that will be competing in the British 24. Every race they enter, they're a favourite. There's no questions asked.
Yeah, strong driver lineup in the Titan outfit. As always, we look forward to the British 24-hour here at Teesside. So always a strong grid.
Let's turn our attention back to the Sprint Series that we've got in front of us now. Obviously, having been a competitor in the past, how can people at home, if they're watching this, get involved?
We'll start with how many drivers find their way into karting here at Teesside. There's a higher sprint series which runs over 6 weekends of the year, which is the NRG Sprint Series. So have a look for that one on Facebook. That's a higher kart series, and it's a great entry, and many drivers have come through that and then made their way into the owner series. So first of all, have a look at that series. Also sponsored by NRG Cycles, who handily provide us with the live feed here at Teesside.
It is very nice to see these companies these days back in the grassroots of motorsport, like NRG, really putting their mind behind things here at Teesside and really putting it on and trying to help get the exposure and get more people racing.
No, it's wonderful, and I think it's many of these drivers out on circuit and the people that are watching them at home, family, friends and sponsors, wouldn't have potentially been able to see them compete in the past without the assistance of NRG Cycles. But moving back to the original question of how people can get themselves involved in the Owner Sprint Series, Facebook page Teesside Owner Sprint Series is where you need to be looking if you want to get yourself involved in the Owner Driver Sprint. Like I say, classes covering our youngest drivers from the age of 5 in Bambino all the way up to senior classes, which are covered by senior road tax and senior pro karts. In the middle of those junior pro karts cadets and the junior and mini road tax class, as we see the number 33, last year's junior champion Max Prentice moves into seniors this season in the number 33, and we'll see how he goes. Plenty of strong competition in that class. As he goes round the bottom corner, he'll be a lot of drivers competing in there. The number 89 of Daniel Kell will look to improve on his second place from last season. See whether he can take the title this year. He was awarded last night for his second place in the Northern Saloon Car Championship. And, I think he missed one round last year that could have potentially provided him with enough points to take the championship, but was away driving the Ford Sierra Saloon car. His attention returns to karting for the start of the NRG Cycles 2020 Sprint Series here at the Teesside Autodrome, running on the national circuit, as we always do for our Sprint Series. And as we follow Max Prentice going into hairpin number 3, if we can pick a driver up over the start line and do a full lap, we'll see if we can talk you round a lap of the Teesside National Circuit. And it will be with the 12 of James Lowther and the 95 of Paul Swan. They'll go through the D-shaped chicane, round the National Loop corner and through the chicane section, 2 chicanes together, and then into the left-hander of the first one of 4 tight hairpins here in the middle of the Teesside Autodrome circuit, out onto the back straight, and they will head then down towards the South Bank corner, which is a banked right-hand hairpin. You don't quite get the impression of the bank on the inside, but certainly as you go up onto the outside, it's quite a banked corner. Hairpin number 3 is followed very, very quickly by hairpin number 4. And they then run through the dogleg and over the start-finish line to complete a lap of the Teesside National Circuit. They're also met very shortly with the checkered flag. At least Paul Swan has popped into the pits, and we find that with many of our two-stroke drivers, they'll just go out and have a couple of laps in practice and then come straight back in. The checker is out. Sorry for the break in the audio coverage there. I've just had to run out of the commentary box and grab one of our drivers who was watching the junior class. And I'm pleased to be joined alongside me by the 2019 Junior Pro Kart Oakland winner Jack Morris. And certainly I don't want to put too much pressure on the young man, was certainly one of the favourites for the Junior Pro Kart Championship this season here at Teesside. Jack, you've been out on track for a practice session already. What are the conditions like out there for our drivers?
To be fair, it's not as bad as we've experienced in the past, but yeah, with the terrible conditions, it's still definitely a lot of fun. Plenty of places to cause trouble.
So you're out there on some wet tyres. We watch our senior Pro Kart drivers have just gone out, and just as a quick advance warning to our viewers, senior Pro Karts run on slicks only. How would you fancy? I think you were out in the wet on slicks last night in the higher kart endurance. How do you find driving in the wet on slick tyres?
To be fair, I've always enjoyed the wet and typically preferred on slicks because you get the chance to slide the kart around and you feel like you're in a lot more control. But with the safety regulations, we have to run on wet, it's still fun.
So as on the screen at the minute, we watched the last year's Junior Pro Kart champion, the 38 of Aaron Alexander, who moves up to Senior Pro Kart this season. Jack, you've raced against Aaron. How do you think he's going to fare in his move up to Senior Pro Kart?
He'll find it fun, I believe, but with him being out there now on slicks, I'm sure he'll sharp adapt because he's a really good driver, and I hope the best of luck to him.
Yeah, well, just a testament as to what it is like out there on slicks. The 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish has had a slight off through the dog leg and found himself beached on the grass up against the tyre wall. Just coming back to you for one final question, Jack. You, as mentioned earlier, you were certainly going to be one of the favourites for the championship this season, having won the O-Plate meeting here and had a very good weekend last weekend in the first event at Warden Law. Confident for your season is the first question. Who do you think is going to be the main challengers in the Junior Pro Kart class this season?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident following the O-Plate, but I think there'll be a few drivers such as like Kieran Lambert, Asher and Jake applying the pressure throughout today and the rest of the season.
Excellent. You better get yourself almost sorted. It won't be too long before you're out in qualifying. Jack, all the best for the season. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and join us at the start of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
Thank you.
Jack's going to go and get himself sorted. I think there's a driver briefing very shortly, and then Jack will be out in our second qualifying session of the day. Keep an eye out for him, sporting the newly awarded O-Plate on his kart. You'll remember from last season, normally had the number 24. This year will be wearing the O-Plate with pride, having won the meeting here in December, which was covered by Alpha Live. You remember the 43 going down the back straight. Connor Lucas, last year's champion, came very close to winning that, but in the end, in Senior Pro Kart, it went the way of Josh Volkus for a second time in consecutive years, 2018 and 19, and there he is, making his way round hairpin number 3. All our drivers out there pretty much wearing their protective rain suit. The rain continues to trickle down here at Teesside. I'll have a quick look at the forecast for later on in the day. Save the AccuWeather link to the phone earlier on to have a quick look throughout the day as to what the weather conditions are like. Hopefully it will dry out, because whilst the wet weather racing here at Teesside is great, when it goes dry it's phenomenal, especially in our Senior Pro Kart class, one of the largest classes we have here at Teesside, possibly only beaten on a regular occurrence by the cadet class, which as always continues to grow here at Teesside. Mix of 200 engines and 160s in the cadet class, with the Honda RPM sealed extreme engine. So progression from that front, cadets will have a single engine with a restrictor in. Then you go to junior pro kart, where you take 2 cadet engines, strap them to a senior pro kart chassis, go racing in our junior class. Then our senior class restrictors come out, and it's slick tyres only, as we see a completely different driving line when it is wet, going round the outside of the corner where most of the grip can be found in the dry. Possibly round here, with the exception of hairpin number 3, where you can see at the far end of the static camera, that corner used heavily for drifting here at the Teesside Autodrome, and so there's not the usual line of no rubber. The only one, and you can see the outside patch of hairpin number 4. There's about a metre strip right the way around the outside. We'll see if the 55 of David Brown finds it. Doesn't quite go as wide as some of the others that we've seen. The 23 of Anthony Burrell will go out there on hairpin number 4 and try and find the grip, as the 43 of Connor Lucas and the O-plate of Josh Volkus have found each other on track, as they often do over a race weekend. And those two will be ones to watch, as Connor Lucas in the 43 looks to defend the 2019 championship that he won in commanding fashion here at Teesside last season, winning the first 20 consecutive races before that came to a halt at the hands of Josh Volkus at the start of round number 6. Driver briefing is being called, so we'll have the end of this session, and then it will be 5 or 6 minutes of driver briefing. Bambinos often take their carts to the driver briefing, so it's a brief interlude before we are back out on track in the action. As you can see, the varying lines taken by at least 3 drivers round hairpin number 2 in these wet weather conditions on the slick tyres, all looking for grip. I've seen a number of drivers running off circuit because of these wet weather conditions. One of them was the 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish in the, as we were speaking to Jack Morris, our junior pro kart O-plate champion, a few moments ago.
Sorry, I disappeared for a little bit there.
Luke is back, having dealt with something on the camera front.
And I've got us a social feed of the comments on our YouTube channel.
And that'll be a segue. A segue, as I tell you, please do get in touch with us if you're watching us on YouTube. We are fully interactive here at Alpha Live, so please do get in touch with your comments. Let us know where you're watching the action from, whether you're in the paddock or whether you're in your living room, keeping warm and dry. And also, please do let us know which drivers you are following. Stephen Thompson's been on following Jack Thompson, one of our 160 cadet drivers. Also comments coming in, WOKT Racing asks whether Teesside owners used to be 2-stroke or used to be 4-stroke, and now there's some 2-stroke. Well, it's a mix of both for you. We've got our 3 2-stroke classes, Bambino, Rotax Junior and Rotax Senior, and then 3 4-stroke classes in Cadets Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart. The 2-strokes joined us at the start of 2019 and have been a welcome addition to the grid here at Teesside. So 6 classes on rotation here, so 3 heats and a final for each of our classes.
I'll tell you what I'd really love to see around here is a grid of KZs. KZ2s around here.
Around the National?
Yeah, around the National. It might be a bit ludicrous, like it'd be even better around the International, but full grid of KZ2s around here would be an amazing sight to see.
Well,
it's the perfect track for a gearbox car.
Well, one thing I was mentioning earlier to somebody that I was speaking to before we came on air is just how tiring this national circuit is here at Teesside. There's not really anywhere other than the short blast down the back straight, which lasts for around about 5 seconds before you find yourself going into South Bank, for you to actually have a break round the National.
Yeah.
The International for the 24-hour, you've got quite a run down the hill into the corner just past the pit exit, and then a huge break down the back straight for you to take your hands off the wheel, just find that circulation in your fingers once again. It's not something that you can on the national circuit. You've got a dog leg, which is about it, other than the little back straight, and even then you're trying to turn the wheel and find your way and get the line ready, especially in the wet conditions, for the bus stop chicane at the start of the circuit.
The only thing here is, like, obviously saying about KZ cars, I don't think people buy a KZ2 that want to take a break when they're on the circuit.
There is that. I've never had the luxury of a KZ.
Neither have I. I really want to drive one. I must be mental, but I do really want to have a go in one.
I know a couple of the drivers, senior prokart drivers, had the opportunity to go and test out some much more powerful machinery about 18 months ago at Fullbeck, and they thoroughly enjoyed that. But having said that, there was two-stroke drivers sampling some prokart action at Warden Law last weekend, and even by their own ambition, they were surprised at some of the talent at the front of our senior prokart grid here at Teesside Autodrome. At least the front 3 or 4 very evenly matched, as we see coming over the start-finish line, the 2019 Junior Pro-Kart champion and the 2019 Senior Pro-Kart champion together for the first time. The 38 of Aaron Alexander moves up to seniors for the first time, having taken the championship here last season. The practice Delta follow our drivers over the Weybridge camp. We'll have a short break for the driver briefing, which generally here at Teesside takes around 4 or 5 minutes. Very high level driver skill here at Teesside, and generally following the rules applied to them by the circuit. The weather conditions evening themselves out. As the 757 of Simon Doughty comes over the Weybridge.
One thing I do want to mention while we watch all these drivers get weighed on the Weybridge, I think it's one really good thing that sets the Teesside Sprint Series apart from other championships is every single driver seems to get weighed. As you come off a circuit, race, qualifying, practice, everybody gets weighed. There's so many other championships out there that will only weigh, like, say, the top 3 or anything, but at least with this method of weighing everybody, it's nice and quick and simple. It doesn't hold the meeting up at all. But it makes sure everyone's legal.
It does.
There's no chance to get away with being underweight.
Not at all. I think you have to give the credit to the team here at Teesside Karting. It's a very efficiently run meeting. Everybody is weighed. Everybody is off the circuit in as fast a possible time as they can. The next class is always out as quickly as possible, and they managed to turn around a very, very compact race meeting very efficiently in the time allocated. I think we'll certainly have a break in our on-track proceedings as the drivers make their way over to the driver briefing, which is held just as at the pit entrance area.
So is this where we get turned off on the PA then, so they can have their driver's briefing?
I imagine we'll be off. They'll turn us off on the PA. They don't like it when we talk over their driver briefing as they pass on the important messages to the drivers. I think we were joking earlier on how we interrupted their driver briefing last year with a microphone check. And, weren't a huge fan of that. So we've just been joined in the commentary box actually by Gordon Walsh. You've seen Gordon on the stream a couple of times throughout last season as our cameras pan round, and Gordon is the trusty photographer here of Teesside Karting. And if you are part of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Facebook group, you will no doubt have seen Gordon's superb work with the camera. Caught some superb pictures last year in the wet weather conditions as drivers made their way through the large puddle on that accumulates on the inside the corner as you exit the chicane and start the going round the national loop. Some drivers seem to find that puddle quite a magnet.
As Gordon just pointed out as well, quite rightly so, managed to get a nice photo of me almost getting flattened by about 40 karts at Le Mans as I was trying to vacate the grid with the roaming camera. But
you will stand 4 metres off the track on the grass in the path of karts at the start of a race for, I was about to say comedic purposes, but I imagine it's professional purposes in your mind, but it provided us with some great entertainment.
I'd love to say I was in that position because I was tired, being that sort of 24-hour race, but it was the start of the race, so I don't have that excuse. I had worked for the past 2 days getting everything ready, but that's all I've got as an excuse.
So it's Le Mans is not something that I've been privy to before, but it was rather warm last year, wasn't it, over there?
It was nice, yeah. It's I've got to say, it is one of those events on the calendar that you've got to do it at some point. I first went to Le Mans 24-hour karting, obviously, just to clarify. It was in 2009. So that was the first time I went out there, raced with a bunch of my friends from Wilton Mill and stuff that I used to race with. And yeah, we definitely were not endurance drivers, we were definitely sprint drivers. I think we pretty much set the brakes on fire several times. I do remember the Teesside team having to pour water over our brakes at most of the pit stops because they were just that hot. But that's the difference. Sprint racing to endurance racing, there's just a big difference in the mentality of what you've got to do when you're out on the circuit.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a test, especially for some of the sprint drivers who decide that they want to go, and some of them might not have spent an hour and a half in a kart before. And certainly when we've done a couple of 24 hours as a team here. The first time we tried it, we just put it on a rotation of drivers. The second time we did it, we paired up and did stint on, stint off, stint on, stint off, and then had quite a large break in the middle before going back to doing something similar, just to give the driver just a bit of a break, really, because it's difficult to switch off in the 24-hour race. The hour before you're getting yourself ready to go, because you don't know if they throw a full course yellow, it might be worth coming in if you're within a fuel window, just to save 20 seconds or so, because no matter where you are in the field, when you've got a grid of 80 karts, there's always a race going on somewhere.
Yep.
And nothing ever really settles down until the last pit stops have been dealt with. And I remember last year's 24, we had an intense battle between the MS Lucas and the Haas team, which went right down to the wire, and saw Dan Crosley do an immense 4.5-hour last stint. And here we are, you're talking about sprint drivers, I'm talking about taking a break after an hour and a half. Dan put in 4.5 hours at the end of a 24, not even the start when he was fresh. He'd already done stints before then, did 4.5 hours. And
it is amazing, these 24-hour races, just how close it can be at the end of the race. Like, you've got teams, like, one point in the middle of the race, there could be like 3 laps in the lead, but then at the end of the race, it all just comes down to a few tenths of a second half the time. It is just a crazy 24 hours of racing whenever it happens.
Yeah, one of our senior pro kart drivers was telling me how they were well into the lead with 23 hours gone, and then found a mechanical issue and wrote the kart off in the final hour. So it's certainly not over until it's over here at the British 24-hour race at Middlesbrough. And it's certainly an event that brings every weather condition with it. I think I've been, even in the middle of summer with the sun out during the day, it's been around about 2 degrees at night time, and then that first glimpse of sun at around about 4:30, 4:45, you've never felt sun so warm at that time in the morning, when you've been trying to sleep in a camping chair for 4 hours.
I've never, personally, although I've done the 124 hour, I've been to Teesside loads of times, I've never actually raced in the British 24 hour. I've obviously filmed it for about 3 years. Is it 3 or 4? I can't remember. But one of my best memories of that first filming event that I did here was a cameraman down at South Bank. He hadn't put on a coat or anything like that, and then also out of nowhere the heavens just opened and I'm running down there to help for another situation to cover the camera up, and get there, and he's just in like shorts and a t-shirt and shivering in the rain, and I'm like, got my big snowboarding jacket on. So me being me, I was nice and kind, gave him my jacket, and I walked back in short and t-shirt instead, and we're both soaked instead.
Oh, Gordon's just showing us one of the pictures, and that's one of the offline karts, the 770 kart, and that's we had one of the offline drivers as part of our commentary team last season. He did a couple of stints early on in the day, and then joined the commentary team, Tom Butterworth, and
I'm sure at some point he'll be popping up on the comments to chat to us. If he's listening now, he'll no doubt be commenting on the YouTube stream.
He was there to provide us with some in-depth knowledge of what it was like being out on there on the circuit. I think he'd finished his stint at 6:30, and he was on the comms with the headset on by 8 o'clock, having been refreshed and ready to go for the night stint.
Yeah, I think Tom's the only person I know that will be willingly racing and then get off the track and then straight in the comms booth. I don't think there's many people that will do that, especially through a whole 24-hour stint.
No, superb effort from Tom there. And to be fair, even when you finished on comms, I was dispatched down into the paddock to find some meaty information
just
out.
Showing us some more photos of the lovely puddles that we get at Teesside with karts going through them. I'm sure you might be able to get some more of those photos today, Gordon.
Yeah, I think anybody. I think we discussed earlier in the season. Tom did a round on commentary with me last season on the Sprint Series, and I think we pretty much pointed out that you're not a kart driver until you've had your picture taken by Gordon Walsh here at Teesside.
Going through a puddle as well. That's the definitive thing.
I think one of our cadets got stopped by that puddle last year in a practice session. I think is it the 42 of Leon Barlow went through, and it was that deep. I think it pretty much just stopped him dead. They normally put a cone out there and everybody goes out. I think Leon just thought he'd see how deep it was, as you often see these pictures when weather forecasts are bad and there's flooding under a bridge and somebody's got their car stuck. Leon tried that in the number 42 cadet kart.
As we see on screen, the Teesside team still working to just get some of the water away from the apexes of the corners, just to help the drivers a little bit. I think I'm looking at the puddle out the window, David. It doesn't look like it's raining too much, although I might be wrong.
Certainly not as heavy as it was during the middle of that practice session. I think the thing here at Teesside, as long as this kart's circulating, especially on the inside of that corner, unless it is absolutely hammering it down, it does enough to keep the puddle away. It's when the sessions end and then all the water just runs back in there from halfway around the national loop and down the D-shaped chicane. The D-shaped chicane, I don't think the cameras do it justice quite how much that rises up in the middle of that corner. There must be, from going into it on the right-hander where you just about clip the curb on the inside, there must be about a metre to just over a metre's elevation change in around about a 7 or 8 metre going, and then it just shoots you out of the other side. And quite a difficult corner actually to hug the inside as the kart wants to push itself wide. That corner is made for the international circuit really. It lines you up really nicely to send you off and away down the international loop. Not quite as easy keeping it in place to get round the right-hander, round the national, which in itself just looks like quite a looping corner, but there's no curb to the inside. There's like a channel on the inside, and if you can get your wheel on that, it's handy.
Yeah.
Keeps the kart to the inside. Similar premise around the South Bank corner at the bottom. On the inside, the camera doesn't particularly do that justice as to how much bank.
Yeah, South Bank's always confused me as a corner in the wet. Like, I can never fully fathom whether I want to be on the inside, the middle, the outside, because obviously what a lot of people may not realise is how many car events actually go on here with the drifting and stuff around South Bank. It's a very, very wide corner. You could probably fit about 6 karts wide through there if you really wanted to. That would be one hell of a shot if we could get that around the corners. But,
yeah, like I say, there's a lot of like car sensation sort of driving experience days done here at Teesside, along with drifting as well that's done at the Teesside Autodrome circuit. Just
is that a delivery for you, David?
It is. I'm just doing a business deal, actually, which is timely that we can talk about it, and I'll talk about it once again later on in the day. I've done a deal on the purchase of well, I would say something that a lot of drivers here at Teesside swear by, but it's a helmet, visor and goggle cleaner.
Ah, okay, yep.
So I purchased a bottle for myself, for my lads' karting equipment, and at the same time I've taken delivery of 9 further bottles, 1 per round here for the Teesside Championship, and they will be distributed out throughout the season at 1 per round to driver that might not have particularly had the best day, either mechanically or they might have just had a couple of offs throughout the day and might need that to clean themselves up for the following round. So everything isn't lost here if you've not had the best day here at the Teesside Autodrome. So
if you go through a giant puddle, David might give you some off.
I will encourage some of our younger drivers not to go in search of that. I don't think your parents will be overly impressed if you decide to take to the grass throughout the day in search of a bottle of the muck-off helmet, visor and goggle cleaner, but there will be 1 per round available. And we will give that out during the day. So
just to recap, everyone that's watching at home, we will be underway with our qualifying sessions shortly. We're just waiting for the driver's briefing to be completed because we're just on a little bit of a delay due to the weather at the moment.
Yeah, driver briefing I think will be underway shortly, and we continue with the circuit clean-up, the pump working away in the background on the inside, and that cleared the puddle on the inside there before practice within 5 or 10 minutes or so earlier on. The more traditional approach of cleaning water, though, is the large sweeping brush, as we see a couple of our team members there, brush in hand, just sweeping the puddles away off the inside of the curbs through the double chicane section that follows the national loop. Left right section. It gets progressively tighter at the end. You can pretty much go through the first as you come into the first right and then the left and then the following right quite straightforward, apart from off the start line where everybody is concertinaed together, and then the final one is a little bit of a flick, but it does line you up quite nicely onto the outside for the first hairpin.
So as we can see on the screen, the rain is definitely still coming down. We can see a few spots of rain on the puddles. It doesn't look too bad though. I mean, I got here yesterday, got all of our equipment into the comms box, and the heavens just opened. I've never seen rain like it out of the window. It wasn't the nicest of bits to go by, but at least we'd got all of our equipment inside at that point, so we didn't have to walk through the rain.
The trusty online app AccuWeather suggests a break in the rain in around about half an hour's time. Sure, that will be welcomed.
Well, if you go with AccuWeather, I'm going to go with rain today and find out what that's saying.
Certainly not. The 2 other options, Met Office said it was going to be dry, and BBC Weather went for the it's going to hammer it down all day option. So we are...
Well, my rain today app says it's going to stop raining in 18 minutes.
So AccuWeather and rain today are working pretty much on a similar vein. So half an hour's time we should hopefully see the rain subside.
I'm just going to point this out now. This rain today app I've got has very rarely let me down. It basically just forecasts the next hour and tells you whether it's going to start raining or not raining, and it gives you a few minutes in the radar and stuff. So if anyone wants to have that, like for me, I download it when I've been sat in the office and I go out for a walk at lunch, and I just check to see if it's going to rain on me when I go out, if I need my jacket. It's a great app, and obviously at a race circuit like this, if you're trying to work out what tyres you need on or anything like that before you go to grid, it is a fantastic app. It's free to use, just called Rain Today.
Yeah, certainly some of the classes other than our Bambino class, which run the grooved LeConte tyre in all weather conditions, and our senior Pro Kart class that run slick tyres in no matter what weather conditions. The 4 classes in the middle, junior pros, cadets, junior Rotax and senior Rotax, will have an option if the meeting is called as an open meeting to run either a wet or a dry, and we saw last season in some races in the middle of the season. The mix in tyre choice played quite a part in some of our racing, although we did have some meetings that were just torrential rain and it was no other option other than wet tyres. Towards round 7 and 8 were terrible by all accounts. 7 it came to an abrupt end, and then we started that again at the start of round number 8.
On YouTube we just got Mason Barker wishing everyone a good luck for today.
So Mason, one of our junior pro kart runner-up from last season.
Thank you for tuning in and watching.
Made an appearance at the Oak meeting in the senior pro kart class aboard the number 41, and I'm sure we'll see him again later on this season.
As we get zoomed in on.
I don't know which way to move to hide behind that pillar from. I don't know how it works here, but yeah, as you can see here in the commentary box, you can see us for the first time through the recently updated windows installed here by the team at Teesside Karting. Thank you very much for that. Allows us to see all of the circuits and not just what everybody can see at home. We can pick up what everybody else can see on the camera. So I'm just going to Luke, give us a quick wave so everybody can see which one you are. There you are. And by the powers of deduction, that leaves me, David Sullivan. I'll be with you throughout the season here at Teesside Karting, bringing you all the action from the NRG Cycles Owner-Driver Sprint Series, brought to you by Alpha Live Productions via both their Facebook page through Teesside Karting and the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. If you are watching us on that YouTube channel, as always, press the subscribe button. Give me a thumbs up as well, that would be greatly appreciated. And just before you go, remember to slam the brakes on the bell icon so that every time an Alpha Live video goes up, you will be notified via email, so you won't miss anything. Not just karting action as well, covered by the team at Alpha Live. There's circuit racing. Luke mentioned earlier on about the Citroen C1 Championship, something that's grown massively in the last couple of seasons.
We can't talk about that. We can't talk about that anymore. We haven't been asked back. So.
Cheers for the heads up, Luke. Appreciate it.
No, in all fairness, it's
that production meeting went well.
No, that, to be fair, that was all through Scruffy Bear Pictures when we filmed Citroen C1s. So he's all in negotiations with them, but unfortunately we're fully booked the weekend of that event. So I don't know whether they've got live streaming or not, but I'm sure they'll sort something out so you can all tune in.
I only went down that route so I could work it back to my own racing career, which my circuit racing career started in a Citroen 2CV. Which
okay.
Still, they still race throughout the country, and it's a wonderfully close championship. Once people get over the notion that Citroen 2CVs race, they too have a 24-hour race, which is run at Snetterton. Having spent a couple of years away at the circuit at Anglesey, they are now back at Snetterton, running their 24-hour race.
I was going to say, those Citroen 2CVs are definitely a lot more difficult to drive than a Citroen C1, though, aren't they?
Without a doubt. The gear shift is very different, especially if you want to find fourth gear, as you have to twist the gear, pull it out, twist it, and push it back in. So yeah, very, very different.
Tiny little air-cooled engines as well, aren't they?
602cc air-cooled engine. I've seen one of those changed in 8 minutes by my team. The Tech Rouge team from Gampston near Retford in Nottinghamshire.
Takes me far longer than that to change an engine on a kart.
8 minutes. The team that I was working for at the time, I raced all the Sprint Series that season and then worked for the team for the 24-hour race on the pit wall. Raining as well, surprisingly.
Well, if we're going to talk about your circuit racing background, then maybe we can talk about my circuit racing background too.
Luke, please tell me about your circuit racing background.
Sorry, I just cue you up there, you know. Yeah, so obviously back in the day I was so I used to race karts. I did 2 rounds of Super 1, failed miserably. So unfortunately I entered Super 1 off the back of a club racing season that I'd done really well at and thought I can do it. Unfortunately I didn't have the budget and I ate too much over Christmas, so I was about 10 kilograms overweight and it went appallingly, so I dropped out after 2 rounds. And at that point I realised that the budget for Super 1 married up quite nicely to race Toyota MR2s. I was on a low budget for Super 1 as well, so it just shows what some people at the top end of Super 1 and other championships there can be spending in a year. Obviously, if you want to get to Formula 1, you'd like to have that sort of thing on your CV. But for me, I was like, I just want to have fun. So I went off and raced a Toyota MR2 for a bit. And that was probably the highlight of my racing career. Just it went back to lad and dad. Me and my dad just working on the car all the time, and just enjoying ourselves. Obviously, there's a few moments where we had disagreements, but naturally as you do. But it was just a great time. It was just great fun. So yeah, I enjoyed myself. Got a couple of podiums, and went from there. So.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there when you discuss budget, because in the end. Karting, certainly entry-level karting, is all about fun and just getting the drivers out there, and that's certainly something that is apparent here at the grid at Teesside. The growing grid of cadets, as always, the growing grid of Bambinos, especially with the sealed engine as well, because it's a cheap unit. You know, I mean, racing in general isn't cheap. Let's be brutally honest about it. It's not, but having a sealed engine that's in the region of around 600, 650 pounds for an engine, compared to some series where it's into four figures and it's not the first part of them four figures. It's great that it allows drivers an opportunity on a level playing field to get themselves out on circuit.
Well, it's championships like this one that brings karting back to its roots, where people just rock up. It's just the son, daughter, whatever, and the parents mechanicking for them, and that's just a great sight to see, because that's what karting started out to be. And in my opinion, that's pure karting. Obviously, people turn around and say like F100 and all that's pure karting. I don't care. It's just if it's a lad and dad or daughter and whatnot, or anyone, parents and children working together as a team to get that kart on the track and race it, that's karting to me.
Yeah, definitely. As we see our opening qualifying session of the day underway, and if you would like to just follow in a little bit more detail, you can also pick up a timing feed as well, and that'll be available at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP today.
There is actually a new updated system that we've now done. I'm pretty sure James got this set up for us for this weekend. If you go to the Alpha Live website, go to motorsport at the top, go to events, go to motorsport, go to Teesside Sprints. You can actually watch the live stream with the full list of live timing down the right hand side, as well as what we overlay on the screen.
Oh, that's wonderful, because I remember during the 24-hour race here we had that as well up next to the live stream, and it just provided us with that extra little bit of information that can be seen as we see a new camera position for this season at the top of the South Bank corner. You see the drivers going down the back straight, and that has been positioned, and we can see the drivers going down there. Quite a wide part of the circuit, part of the track that uses for the car circuit down here. So that goes down the back straight just before the national loop.
Possible the live timing link on that web page I've just plugged is the wrong one. Yeah, I will get my business partner to update that for us.
So you can just click on there and just change the final part of that after the / just delete that and just put SGP if you want to watch quickly, but we'll work as very quickly just to sort that link out for you, and you'll be able to follow us the live timing at the same time and see how the driver that you are following is progressing throughout the day as the weather conditions. The puddles are flat, so the rain has stopped out here on the Teesside Autodrome circuit. We start with Bambino qualifying as always, and it's the O plate of Edward Haynes, having won the December meeting here to take the O plate, and he sets the benchmark time at the moment of a 1:12.894. Behind him, 4/10, the 9 of Riley Buckton Young, the 88 of Ollie Carter, the 66 of Edward Rye. Then we have the 4 of Ryan White, the 13 of Lewis Smith, and the 46 of Maximus Lewis, who at the age of 6 from Stoke-on-Trent, enters his first outdoor karting championship here at Teesside, and we welcome Lewis and all of our drivers to the Teesside Autodrome circuit for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. 4 minutes of qualifying remaining. It's the 88 of Carter and the 9 of Buckton Young. Go through the chicane section. Spray coming off the grooved LeConte all-weather tyre here on the Comma Bambino 2-stroke engined carts. And they will make their way down the back straight as the number 4 of Ryan White and the 13 of Lewis Smith run together, and the two will go out onto the back straight. Just having a quick look at our live stream social feed, and please do get in touch with us via the comment section, the live comment section of the YouTube feed here, along with the Facebook page as well, and we will check throughout the day for your comments. Mike Holden's been on, wishing Tom Holden luck. Tom, one of our cadet drivers, will be out in around about 20 minutes time for his qualifying session. There'll be junior pro karts following our cadets as always, so it's Bambinos, junior pro karts, cadets, then it's our junior and minimax as a mixed class, senior Rotax and senior pro karts. It's 6 classes on a rotation. Each of our classes will have a qualifying session, 3 heats and a final. Bambinos will race for the season for the first time, having trialled racing throughout the winter series here run by Teesside Karting, which had a round at Warden Law and a round at PFI, sandwiching the O-Plate meeting here at Teesside, which a couple of our drivers today will be sporting O-Plates, and they won those here at their December meetings. A couple of drivers electing not to run the O-Plates, but they will still point them out during the day. One of those, a 66 of Oliver Buckton in the junior Rotax class, keeps the number 66 rather than opting for an O-Plate here at Teesside. 2.5 minutes remaining. The time still to beat is that of Edward Haynes, a 1 minute 10. 6:07 is the time to beat in the wet conditions here. Edward Rye in the 66 up to second, 2.2 seconds behind though, closely followed by the 9 of Riley Buckton Young. He's got to find 3/10. Comes over the line, doesn't find them on this lap though. Ollie Carter is 4th, Ryan White 5th, Lewis Smith in 6th, Maximus Lewis 7th. As we see Ryan White, number 4, going round the national loop through the chicanes. Driver joining us from a couple of drivers actually this weekend joining us from Scotland, hails from Peter Coulter in Aberdeen, and got his kart for his 7th birthday. He's been practicing over the winter period, and his first race was last weekend at Warden Law, so very quickly into the groove of racing. Number 4 of Ryan White, and finished 3rd last weekend. Also wet weather conditions last weekend, so he should be well versed now for the weather conditions as he splashes through the puddle of hairpin number 3. We are inside a minute, so drivers coming over the line now will have one more opportunity as the fastest lap is lowered once again. 1 minute 10, 3:85 by Edward Haynes. Buckton Young though with a faster lap goes into second, finds a second, goes to a 1:11.354. So it's Haynes, Buckton Young in second, Edward Rye 3rd, Ollie Carter with a personal best. The same for Lewis Smith, they're in 4th and 6th respectively. We've got 25 seconds remaining. The 46th of Maximus Lewis might just get over the line to have one more opportunity at improving his time. I think he will, as he's going to come through the dogleg section. I think he's going to beat the checkered flag, and he will have one more opportunity to post a lap time. He will come over. I think the checker though might come out just before the O-plate of Edward Haynes comes through. Let's see if he can beat his time of a 1 minute 10. 3:85. This new camera view down the back straight is going to be amazing on the opening lap as we see drivers go 3 and 4 wide into the south bank. The checker is out, and the first qualifying session of 2020 comes to an end, and the time to beat will be a 1:10.357 by Edward Haynes. Edward Rye comes through, no improvement, he will remain in third place. Buckton Young comes through, no improvement, but he will start on the front row for the first time in the number 9. So it's going to be a front row of Edward Haynes and Riley Buckton Young. Row number 2 will be Edward Rye and Ryan White. Row number 3, Ollie Carter and Lewis Smith. And then Max Shields in the number 46. Unless he can find, it's going to be a second, just over a second. We'll start in 7th place in our seven Bambinos. Junior Pro Kart will be out very, very shortly for their qualifying session, and we have actually had a spin coming out of hairpin number 4 for Max Lewis, so he will not be able to improve on his time in our Bambino class. So it's going to be Haynes, Buckton Young, Rye, White, Carter, Smith and Lewis. There is our pole sitter, the O plate, all black of Edward Haynes. I must say a superb lap to join him on the front row by Riley Buckton Young, finding some additional pace in the last couple of rounds over the Winter Series, and finds himself jumping up onto the front row of our Bambino class. The last few drivers will make their way off the circuit. I think we're just waiting for the 46. He was the last one over through the checkered flag, so he'll be the last one through over the weighbridge. All of our drivers weighed to ensure they meet the minimum weight limit for Bambino. And unless we've had any changes in that, and it's 69 kilos. So for our Bambino drivers, the kart themselves weigh around about 40 kilos with the small C50 two-stroke engine strapped to the right-hand side of them. Drivers in our Bambino class can start racing from the age of 5. And it's a steady introduction into motorsport. We time trialled the Bambinos last season and we moved to a race format this season. And I think it will certainly aid the development of our younger drivers going to a race format. And I think that they proved that throughout the Winter Series with some superb racing, and no sooner has the 46 of Maximus Lewis departed down the pit lane and Junior Pro Kart are out onto the circuit for their qualifying session. The rain has stopped and remains that way. Puddles though still out on the circuit, and our Junior Pro Kart drivers, the first drivers out there on fully grooved wet tyres. And it is their job to go out there and clear every inch of that water off this Teesside circuit in preparation for our racing, which will start in just under an hour's time with heats numbers 1 and 2. And then, all being well, if the rain stays away, we'll have a short break then between heats number 2. We'll try and get some interviews in with some of our drivers. We've already spoke to Jack Morris, our own plate for Junior Pro Kart in 2019. Drivers coming over the line for the first time, so they will start their first fastest competitive lap. Our drivers are, Morris was the first one out of the pit lane. He's been followed by the 9 of Jake Richardson. Junior Pro Kart was a new class last season, brought in to bridge the gap in the extreme classes between the cadets and the seniors, and provided us with some great entertainment with the 38 of Aaron Alexander taking the championship towards the end of the season. And he will move up, as will the runner-up from last season, Mason Barker. So there will be a new name on the Junior Pro Kart Championship trophy come the final round here in September. We have 9 rounds of the Teesside NRG Sprint Series, and they will be carried out over 7 weekends. We have 2 double headers throughout the season, racing on Saturday and Sundays. So, as always, please do get in touch with us on the live streams. We do like to hear from you. We also like to know who you're supporting. I know that a lot of people will just be tuning in to watch the excellent race coverage here on Alpha Live and also via the Teesside Karting Facebook page. But if you are following a specific driver, please mention it in the live stream comments, and also please do let me know, as always, where you are watching from. I know we, especially in Junior Pro Kart last year, the champion Aaron Alexander had viewers from pretty much all over the world. Not just here in the UK, we had viewers from America, Russia, Malta and Greece following the progress of our 2019 Junior Pro Kart champion. We'll see him in a few moments. In around about half an hour's time, actually, when the qualifying session for our Senior Pro Kart gets underway. There we go. Time to beat so far is a 55.656 of Jack Morris. Kieran Lambert follows quite closely behind, 2/10 back, as does Jake Richardson. And there's a gap of around about 8/10 back to Asher Blythe in the 15. And those 4 drivers, the other 3 other than Jack Morris, were the 3 that Jack said that he felt could take the battle to him this season for the Junior Pro Kart crown. The 99 there we see of Alex Mallard, followed by the 8 of Bella Franklin. 2 new drivers moving up from the cadet class last season. Alex finished the season prematurely in order to change his focus to Junior Pro Kart and spent some time practicing, and now enters the all-red number 99 kart. And the 8 of Bella Franklin behind, 4th in cadets here at Teesside last season, but also winning the Shennington Championship in the cadet class, moves up aboard the number 8 Junior Pro Kart. And assess her progress throughout the season, currently running in 6th place. So it's Morris, Lambert, Blythe, Richardson, Mallard and Franklin, the top 6. Ballesteros 7th, Joe Burrell in the 23, makes his first appearance in the Junior Pro Kart class here at Teesside, qualifying provisionally in 8th at the moment. Brandon Jennings 9th, Jacob O'Connor 10th, Ben Hogarth 11th, Caitlin Frame 12th, Sebastian Pereira 13th and Owen Spears in 14th, as we've had changes towards the top end of the field. Alex Mallard and Bella Franklin running together on track, and both of them move up into the top 4. Mallard 3rd, Franklin 4th. Asher Blythe's improved as well, he goes 5th. Richardson drops from 2nd down into, or from 3rd, sorry, down into 6th place. We are halfway through our qualifying session here for Junior Pro Kart, as we see the 18 of Caitlin Frame going round, a driver that has shown great progression since joining the grid partway through last season, aboard the number 18 kart. She got herself into driving following a driving experience here at Teesside aboard a Mini Cooper, and progresses into motorsport racing by way of karting aboard the number 18, currently running in 13th in the wet weather conditions. The circuit drying in places, certainly over the start-finish line, as the drivers have a fairly single line of running naturally out of the dogleg and lining themselves up for the first chicane, which some of our drivers will take on the opening laps, and the cadets, they go straight through that section at the go straight down the straight at the start, as we have a spinner at the outside of the chicane, although that's been dealt with very quickly. The 89 is back on track. Not entirely sure who the 89 is. He's not coming up on the timing screen down the left-hand side, so maybe just a driver running a different number to what's been registered at the start of the event. But we'll endeavour to find out who is aboard the number 89 kart throughout the day, and we'll be able to add that thing as Mallard and Franklin continue to circulate together on circuit, and it's doing them no harm at all. Mallard remains 3rd. Blythe, though, has split the pairing and goes up into 4th. Franklin down to 5th. So Morris, Lambert, Mallard, Blythe, Franklin, Richardson, Ballesteros, Jennings, Burrell and Hogarth, the top 10. As Jack Morris beats his own time and goes to a 54.824. Personal best as well for Kieran Lambert as the circuit continues to dry and everybody improves with 2.5 minutes remaining. Asher Blythe as well improves. He's still 9/10 off the pole position time. Drivers are going to have to try and find half a second if they want to beat Jack Morris in the O-plate. The driver who's shown a very quick progression, as we see the 18 of Caitlin Frame. It looks like she's got stuck on the outside of hairpin number 2. Rear wheels spinning for traction as our marshal makes his way over to offer his assistance. And she'll be back on track very shortly. 2 carts coming through that complex of corners. And there she's set on her way as we see the 14 of Kieran Lambert throwing that cart round hairpin number 4. Showing very little sympathy to those wet tyres, and he'll be scrubbing much of that tread off as the circuit will continue to dry here at Teesside. And if it stays as it is, I think by the time we come to heat number 1, there'll be some difficult decisions being made by parents and drivers alike out on circuit to figure out which is the course of action and when is the right time to switch to dry tyres. You saw there on the as Jack Morris came through, he's got number boards that were attached to the front of that Honda engine. It's a technique that's often used by drivers in the Honda class when the weather conditions are wet, to stop water getting into where the ignition is, and you get a little bit of water in there, and it doesn't do the engine many favours. So a couple of drivers covering up the front of the engine with number boards. As you can see there, Alex Mallard has a similar setup on his number 99. Him and Franklin have swapped around on circuit, and now it's Bella's turn in the number 8 to push the hole through the air, and Mallard will follow. 30 seconds remaining, so 2 drivers will come through over the line, Sandro Ballesteros and Jacob O'Connor. They're going to get enough time to get another lap in. Could be the same for Caitlin Frame. There's a couple of drivers coming out of hairpin number 4. They might just run out of time. 10 seconds remaining. They're all going to come through, so they've just beat the time, and they're going to get one more opportunity to set a lap that's going to have to try and beat the 54.691 of Jack Morris. He's come through and he's going to taken the checkered flag just after the time, so he's not going to be able to improve. The time is there for everybody to beat, and drivers are going to have to find huge chunks of time, or it's going to be a commanding pole position. Franklin will come through and over the line. Improves greatly, as does Mallard, so it's Morris and Franklin on the front row as it stands. Mallard jumps up to 3rd. Pushes Kieran Lambert off the front row from 2nd place all the way down to 4th. Sandro Ballesteros in 7th. Comes through and over the line, and doesn't look like we're going to get improvements, and it's going to take 2.5 seconds from the likes of Brandon Jennings and Jacob O'Connor. They're all going to come through within the space of a couple of seconds, as Owen Spears will come over the line in a few moments. Not particularly enjoying the wet weather conditions. Here's the number 17 of Spears. Does improve slightly though, and up to 12. So it's Jack Morris on pole position, and alongside him will be Bella Franklin in the number 8, adjusting very quickly to life in a junior pro kart, and finds herself on the outside of the front row for the opening race of the 2020 NRG Cycles Sprint Series here at Teesside Autodrome. So that is 2 of 6 qualifying sessions out of the way for our junior pro kart class. Junior pro karts, we're getting support in for one of our drivers, Asher Blythe, in the number 15. Support's coming in from Carol, wishing him good luck, and I too would like to wish Asher good luck, because Asher's sporting the number 15 on his kart. The number 15 was the number that I always ran when I was karting. So any driver that decides that they want to get into motorsport, that is being covered not only by Alpha Live, but with me on commentary. If you stick the number 15 on your car, I will ensure that you get preferable coverage, and I will speak about you all the time throughout the day, solely because you've decided to take the number 15 number, and that was the number that I used during my karting career. all of our junior pro kart drivers are off the class, and it will be in a few moments our cadet class will be out, and it will be our largest grid of the day. And cadets often exceeding 25. At times last year we got over 30 drivers for our cadet class, and as you can imagine, with a circuit with a lap time of around about 50 seconds when it's dry for our cadet drivers, it is a lot of on-track action. First one out onto the circuit, 11 of Gracie Mitchell. And Gracie aboard that number 11. No other driver in the second half of last season scored as many points on average per round as the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell. Started the season quite slowly, although the results were still there. There was just one or two hiccups during the heats, but towards the back end of the season, her average per round higher than any other driver, and she will start the 2020 season along with a couple of other drivers with her eye firmly on the championship trophy here in our cadet class. And I think the challenge will come by the way of the 23 of Charlie Wyatt, not also forgetting the 20 of Catherine Potter and the 16 of David Mack. All four drivers heat winners here at Teesside, a couple of finals between them as well. David Mack still chasing the elusive final win. So we have a spin on the outside of the national loop. Looks like it's an all-red kart, so that could be Leon Barlow. Now he runs a predominantly red livery. Let's have a quick look as the number comes through the chicane. Nope, apologies to Leon. It's the 27 of, I believe that's William Howard, struggling round the national loop. He will, though, be followed round there by the number 20 of Charlie White. You see those two karts coming into shot in the background there. And Wyatt aboard the number 23. Joined the championship from round number 4 last year and made an almost immediate impact by putting the kart on pole position at his first opportunity, and then followed that up with poles at rounds 5 and round number 6, taking a number of wins on the way. So the first time everybody's going to come through will allow the final 2 drivers to come over the line to set times. But at the moment, the time to beat will be a 55.177 set by the 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Catherine Potter closely behind, though. She was at the top of the timesheets until Wyatt came through. So it's Wyatt, Potter, Fox, Whiteley, Girling, Thomas Potter in the 38. Last year's Bambino champion is in 5th. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 6th. Lizzie Mentier 8th. Oliver Watson in 9th. Tom Holden in 10th, as Fox, Whiteley and Potter both come through, improve on their times as they get familiar with the weather conditions. So that was Fox, Whiteley going through. That's Potter, so that's your top 2 as it stands. Gracie Mitchell, having gone out first, now finds herself back in the pack following the 8 of Ethan Girling and the 50 of Lizzie Mentier. So it's Potter, Wyatt, Fox, Whiteley, Girling, Mentier. Oliver Watson in the 33, running as high as 6th. And next weekend, when the O-Plate meeting for the Higher Kart Series makes its appearance here for the first time in 2020, and then following that will be the 6 rounds of the Higher Kart Championship. It will be the turn of Oliver's dad to get himself helmet on and behind the steering wheel as he enters the O-Plate meeting for the Higher Kart Championship. That's something that is open to anybody that wants to, for adult classes, running in both lightweight and heavyweight classes for the NRG Sprint Series. The Higher Kart class here, which is held as well round the Teesside National Circuit, as the 8 of Ethan Girling slides it down the inside of hairpin number 1. Down the inside of the 93 of Cody Lamb. So we have just under 6 minutes remaining. Cadet qualifying is well underway, and it's Catherine Potter at the head of the field with the time to beat, as Gracie Mitchell takes the wet line. It goes right round the outside of the 50 of Lizzie Mentier, round the south bank at the far end of the circuit. And she will set off now in chase of the number 8 of Ethan Girling as she looks to improve on her current 6th place. Over the line, no improvement, but it's to be expected as she did have to go right the way around the outside in overtaking the 50 of Mentia. Big improvement though from the 87 of Tom Holden. Jumps up into 5th place. He's still 7/10 off what is a very impressive time in the wet so far by Catherine Potter. 54.6 the time to beat. The top 3 split by under 2/10, not much further back to Ethan Girling, and then there's half a second to Tom Holden in the 87. Lizzie Mentia, and then Thomas Potter, younger brother of current provisional pole sitter Catherine Potter and last year's Bambino champion, is in 7th. Gracie Mitchell 8th, Oliver Watson 9th, Isabella Stansmore Wilson 10th. There's Jack Thompson in the 37. Has come off and goes into the pit lane. Ethan Girling, though, jumps up onto provisional pole with a 54.528, a superb lap. Finds himself a couple of tenths, and now Catherine Potter's going to have some work to do if she wants to retake that pole position. David Mack comes over the line, no improvement for him, and I'm not actually seeing, he's down there in 12th. Mack usually runs a lot higher up than that, so I'm not sure whether he's just not a fan of the wet weather conditions. It's certainly a condition that some drivers like and some certainly don't, and out there on their wet weather Dunlop tyres. We have 4 minutes remaining though of cadet qualifying as Ethan Girling, the one to beat there, in the number 8. He's going to follow Catherine Potter over the line, so Potter's going to come through, see if her time is quick enough to beat Ethan Girling. No improvement for either of those drivers. Slight improvements though down the field. Personal bests for Gracie Mitchell and Lizzie Mentia, but Mitchell's is a slightly better personal best, so she will go up to 7th. Mentia drops down to 8th, and you will notice from having a look on the names down the side of the screen for our cadet qualifying session, heavy presence of female drivers, as always with our cadet class here at Teesside. No, they will once again be at the head of the field. We had 3 female winners last year out on track with Catherine Potter, Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell. And this year we look to add to that as well with some more, and I see absolutely no reason why one of our female drivers cannot take the top step from the championship, especially having already mentioned about the form that Gracie Mitchell was in towards the back end of last season. 2.5 minutes remaining though of our cadet session. It's Ethan Girling at the head of the field aboard the number 8 kart from Catherine Potter. So it's Girling and Potter on the provisional front row as we see the 38 of Thomas Potter, 8 years old, from Beauburn County, Durham, last year's Bambino champion. No, one of our youngest drivers here at Teesside in the cadet class. Neil will come through very shortly and see if he can improve. Currently a superb and what will be a cadet high of 5th place if he stays where he is, but with 2 minutes remaining there is plenty of time for things to change as the circuit continues at the moment to dry out, the rain staying away. So improvements for Oliver Watson in the 33 and Ethan Charles in the 46th. Watson is 9th, Charles 17th. And there is Mitchell. She's almost now onto the back of a pack as Charlie Wyatt improves and finds himself on the outside of the front row provisionally. Still needs 2.5 tenths though to dispose Ethan Girling. We'll watch what will be a maiden pole position certainly here at Teesside for the driver of the number 8 if he can hold on for the remaining minute of our cadet qualifying session. So the 37 of Jack Thompson is back out on track, having been shown in the pit lane earlier on. So not sure what the problem for Jack was, but he's back out and circulating in 15th place overall. Improvements for Gracie Mitchell. She goes up to 6th. Holden will drop back down to 7th. Stansmore Wilson as well improves, goes into the top 10. She'll provisionally start on the outside of the 5th row, dropping Max Shields down into 11th. We are 30 seconds away from checkered flag here in our cadet qualifying session, and as it stands, it's Ethan Girling and Charlie Wyatt on the front row. Gracie Mitchell, though, will go down the back straight, goes down the inside, and she's now got some clear track in front of her, at least for a few corners. Followed by the 50 of Lizzie Mentier, working together to try and go as fast as they can. The checkered flag is out, though, just as Ethan Girling comes through. Catherine Potter, though, improves to go to the front row. So Charlie Wyatt's going to have a little bit of work to do if he wants to retake the front row berth. Checkers out, and no improvements down the field so far, as we now await the second row to come through of Charlie Wyatt and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Wyatt comes through. No improvement on the final lap, so it's all down to Fox-Whiteley in the number 22. He's still out there on circuit. I think he's got a bit of time before we see him come through, along with, not actually sure where he is out on track. Everybody else is coming through, and I think he's going to have to, we've got a couple more coming through. The 27 and the 3 of Josh Cook cross the line. There is the 22 of Fox-Whiteley. I think the arm is up, and I think he's coming into the pits already. So it's going to be a front row of Ethan Girling on pole position for the first time, alongside Catherine Potter, with Charlie Wyatt on the inside of row number 3 in the 23. So early spoils for the number 8 of Ethan Girling, and he will start on pole position alongside another of our championship favourites, Catherine Potter, in the 20. There we've got Girling and Potter going over the weighbridge. The 18 of Max Shields as well, followed by the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell. So whilst we watch our cadet drivers going over the weighbridge, we'll have a quick look at our social media feed, and this time we'll have a quick look at our Facebook feed rather than the YouTube one. And we'll do that just as we come back from a slight word from our sponsors. And welcome back to the coverage here on Alpha Live and on the Teesside Karting Facebook page of the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. We are just over halfway through our qualifying session. It's the first time we'll see our junior road tax drivers, and the number 22, William Young, throwing a smoke screen up in that number 22 for the drivers behind him, so that'll come in handy later on in the day in the race situations. That's something akin to Mario Kart, as we see the 22 of William Young continuing to smoke his way through the chicane. So we will, as mentioned, as the session gets itself underway and the drivers set their benchmark times, we will have a quick look towards our social feed. So Tyler Lambert asks, how many races are there today? So once the qualifying session is out of the way, we will have 18 heats and 6 finals, so it's 3 heats per class, and then we will have finals for each of those, trophies to the top 3 for the classes in all of those finals. Nicola McLeod is on following Chris Key, and he's racing number 54 in the cadet class. We will have a somebody's mentioned it looks a little bit wet, and they wish Paul Swan all the very best, and we'll see Paul out in the senior class, but track continues to dry out there, and as always, please do get in touch, as Gareth Penniston, who his son Reese normally races in our cadet class, and I'm sure we'll see him later on in the season. And we welcome him back, as always, to Teesside Karting as the 22 of William Young continues with that smoke screen. And, luckily, there's nobody behind him at the moment, but that kart continues to smoke round the South Bank corner. Oliver Buckton, the O-Plate winner from the December meeting, currently sixth at the head of the field with a 52.245. Jude Cole in the 77 is second. Alfie Lindsay third. Joe Slamman fourth. William Young in that smoking number 22 is fifth. Ben Ficini in fourth. Rocco Baker is number 14 is in seventh. Does that look a little bit like sun out there? Not entirely sure it is, but it's certainly looking a little bit brighter at the moment, and I think we are due to put the dampener on any of the marshals and the camera crew that are out there, but I think we are due a little bit more rain very shortly, in around about 20 minutes, and hopefully after that, that'll clear it up for the rest of the day, and we can have some dry racing towards the end. Drivers still out there on wet tyres. They continue to splash through. Cut a little bit of standing water on the inside of the dogleg, but the rest of the circuit pretty clear of standing water, bar the inside of hairpin number 1 as the 22 of William Young is brought into the pits under a mechanical flag to get that kart looked at, and unless we can get him back out in the remaining 6 minutes, he's going to start in 6th place. So we've got Ben Ficini and Jude Cole, Oliver Buckton and Alfie Lindsay, the top 4. Joe Slamman, Rocco Baker out there on track. William Young in the pit lane. And Alfie Lindsay in the number 86 throws that kart right round the outside of hairpin number 4, trying to find some grip in that junior Rotax number 86. As we watch him go right round the outside of the national loop and through the chicane. New provisional pole sitter though in the way of Jude Cole. Slices 2 seconds off the personal best of any driver out there and sets a time of 50.719, and between him and Ben Ficini in the number 4, very little between them, 1.5 tenths. Then Oliver Buckton is a further second back, but he's going to come through and over the line. He's not had an opportunity to improve since Cole went through, and he does indeed improve, but it's only by 3 or 4 tenths, and he remains in 3rd place, 8 tenths back he's going to need to find now from Jude Cole in that number 77, who last season when we were running our junior and senior classes together in the wet weather conditions, really plays into these junior karts, and he took a couple of outright victories, beating all of the other seniors that were out there on track as well. So number 77 of Jude Cole, certainly one to watch, and he finds himself on provisional pole position with 4.5 minutes remaining of our junior Rotax session, as 2 drivers get themselves caught up with each other a little bit as they enter the back straight. That's not going to and one of those was Jude Cole in the 77. He's going to drop back and find some free space on the circuit in order to push his way through and try and improve his lap time. An already impressive 50.7 as Alfie Lindsay improves as well, goes in 4th with a 51.810. So a personal best for him, but no change in his position. The 14 of Rocco Baker makes his way onto the back straight. So Lindsay has, Cole has dropped off the back of the number 10 of Joe Slamman. I think he's going to take a couple of slow laps and get himself going for one final stab at it. He certainly wants to find himself in clear track, having got caught up on the outside of hairpin number 2, and I think that ruined a couple of drivers' laps. So they've spread themselves out now. You see 14 of Rocco Baker returning to the circuit, having had an excursion across the grass, and that allows me to segue back into something that we were talking about earlier. We've taken delivery this morning of 9 bottles of the superb muck-off helmet, visor and goggle cleaner, and there will be one of those distributed at each of the 9 rounds here at the Teesside NRG Cycle Sprint for a driver that might have had a difficult day out there on track, either with excursions across the grass or mechanical problems. So all will not be lost, and we'll be handing one out at every round throughout the season as part of the ongoing relationship with NRG Cycles here, sponsoring the Teesside Sprint Series. We have 2 minutes remaining of the junior and mini Rotax session, as Joe Slamman in the number 10. A little bit of opposite lock coming out of hairpin number 4. And now we'll go through the chicane. Looks like he went a little bit wide through a D. And, that may have compromised him for the lap that's upcoming, as Jude Cole improves to a 50.378. Ben Ficini in second in the number 4 is going to require half a second if it's going to do anything around about that number 77 of Jude Cole. As we see Slamman and Baker going down the back straight and into the south bank. Alfie Lindsay doing a superb bit for housekeeping, going straight through the puddle, right through the middle of it at the end of the dog leg, as well. These 2 drivers will be coming up to in a few moments, and still a few puddles around this Teesside National Circuit, but as the drivers go round with their wet weather tyres on, it continues to clear it off, and in a few moments we'll have our senior Rotax drivers doing exactly the same. 50 seconds remaining of this session, and then it will be down to the senior pro karts on their slicks to get the final bit of this circuit dry, hopefully, and the rain will stay away. Just having a quick look again at the YouTube live stream comments. Andy Barlow has been on wishing the 42 of Leon Barlow, one of our cadet drivers, all the best for the 2020 season. And Julie Redhead on as well. The endeavours of Josh and Paul throughout the 2020 season. The session is about to come to an end. The start line marshal has the checkered flag in hand, and Joe Slamman will be the first one to see it. He comes over, improves his time, but not in position. Our pole sitter already at the moment in the pit, so it's down to Ben Ficini in the number 4. Rocco Baker backs out of his final lap and will not improve on 7th. Oliver Buckton about to come through and take the checkered flag in the number 66. Won the O plate here in December and will start in 3rd place. Alfie Lindsay and Ben Ficini, the only 2 that can do anything about Jude Cole, but there's going to need a huge jump. Ficini needs 4 tenths. Alfie Lindsay needs another second on top of that. Doesn't improve though. Ficini will come through, take the checkered flag, but it will be Jude Cole on pole position for our junior Rotax class alongside Ben Ficini. Oliver Buckton and Alfie Lindsay occupy row 2. Joe Slamman and William Young, if you can get that number 22, back out of the pit lane. And without the smoke screen, will start in 6th. Rocco Baker will start 7th. We've got 1 or 2 more drivers to exit the circuit as so Alfie Lindsay will be the last one off the circuit, having taken a leisurely lap round on the way off. He'll come through and can but hope that he goes through that puddle like he has every other lap to try and clear it off the inside. I'm sure the senior pro kart lads will go through that very much later on with their slicks on, but now we await the arrival of our fastest class of the day, the senior Rotax class. And as the final 2 juniors go over, Ben Ficini will start on the front row for the 86 of Alfie Lindsay will start directly behind him in 4th place. So we await the rumble of two-stroke engine with our senior Rotax class joining us out on the circuit here at the Teesside Autodrome. Slight delay on their arrival, but I think we could be about to get underway and get them out onto the circuit. So normally we'd have them out straight away as soon as the juniors were off, but there's a delay on getting our senior Rotax class out onto the circuit. So we'll just have a quick look through their driver list, and I'll let you know of some of the drivers to look out for in our senior Rotax class. Certainly one of those to keep an eye out for, the 89 of Daniel Kell, second in last year's championship, and he will be looking to go one better in 2020. The silence on track though, however, broken very quickly, and the seniors do join us. The first one out on track, the number 12 of James Lowther, goes out onto the back straight, and our senior Rotax drivers will get themselves ready for their opening attempt. And circuit's considerably drier than what it was for their practice session earlier on. Cloud though still overhanging, although breaks in it, and there's smatterings of blue sky, and we can but hope that we see a little bit more of that throughout the day as Lowther will come through, crosses the line for the first time, and he will be the first one to set us a time in around about 48 seconds time. Takes a huge chunk of curb going through the chicanes and going up into the first of 4 hairpins in the middle of the Teesside circuit here. So we'll see him, and not too far back is the 89 of Daniel Kell, who we spoke about earlier, and he will be looking to go for a full assault on the title, as will the number 33 of Max Prentice, last year's junior champion. So thank you very much for joining me here on the Teesside Karting Facebook page and the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. As always, thank you for joining myself, David Sullivan. Throughout the day we'll hopefully be speaking to a number of drivers, especially interviews later on, and we'll have a couple of guests coming in hopefully throughout the day to speak to. We already had a chat with Jack Morris earlier on during the practice sessions. He came down to watch a session and ended up watching it from the commentary box as I commandeered him for a chat, and he spoke to us about our seasons. We've got a driver stationary on the outside of the national loop. Looks like he's in some sort of trouble. He's on the grass and climbing out of the car. I think that's the number 41 of Zach Bowker, and his qualifying session will come to a very premature end, having only had one opportunity to set a time. At the moment it's Lowther with a 49.102 from Prentice, Chris Gibbon, Paul Swan, and that is the 41 of Zach Bowker. From what I can see, he's still got all 4 wheels on the wagon, which can rule that out as being a problem for him, but yeah, he stood against the barrier with his head down, so disappointment for the number 41 of Bowker. First qualifying session of 2020 comes to an end, and there, as mentioned earlier, is the Trusty Recovery Quad working efficiently as always here at the Teesside Autodrome, and that cart will be loaded quickly. That cart will be back on. They might even have it fixed and back out by the end of the session. They've recovered it that quickly. But the time to beat will be a 49.102 of James Lowther if they do manage to get that cart back out and onto the track. So it's Lowther, Max Prentice, Chris Gibbon, Paul Swan, Tom Reeve in the 22. Celebrated his 28th birthday yesterday, a local lad from Middlesbrough. Happy birthday to Tom in the number 22. And we've got Josh Redhead in the number 9. He goes in up into 6th. Stephen Kell is 7th. Zach Bowker 8th. Paul Morgan is 9th. So we've certainly got the 8. We've had the 89 out on track of Daniel Kell. I've not seen no time set for him. So Louder comes through there and improves with a 49.014. So he's got 1.2 seconds worth of time that he's going to have to make up as the 31 of Morgan goes through the chicane. Max Prentice is going to try and go right round the outside of him. Morgan realises he's there, backs out and allows the 33 of Prentice to go right round the outside of the chicane, but having gone all the way round the outside of Paul Morgan, it's going to be very unlikely Max is going to improve on this lap, and he's going to line himself up for another opportunity of improving his time, which he's going to need to find 1.2 seconds if he wants to challenge the pole position of James Lowther. Just having a quick look out onto the circuit of our refurbished commentary box to see if I can spot the 89 of Daniel Kell. He was out at the start of the session, but he doesn't look to be out there now, and he's going to do one of the championship favourites. Will start the opening race of 2020 from the back of the grid, unless he can get himself out onto circuit in the remaining 5 minutes. We're already missing the 41 of Zach Bowker, who ground to a halt on the outside of the national loop, having set himself a time though, so he will start at the moment in 8th, unless Paul Morgan can find himself a 10th and move up and take that place. At the moment it's Lowther, Prentice, Gibbon, Swan, Reeve, both Kell and Redhead in 6th and 7th, setting personal best, the 90 and the 9 respectively. That is the 33 of Max Prentice. A little bit of opposite lock, sliding through the dogleg again on the way into the D chicane. He will pretty much follow that opposite lock mentality all the way around the national loop. It's an autograss style of driving, somewhat, with the following opposite lock all the way around the corner whilst on the power, but it's working for him at the moment. He's improved his time as the 31 of Paul Morgan comes to a halt on the inside of hairpin number 4, and he's stationary and the yellow flags are out, so drivers will be slowing down for that waved yellow flag, so we're unlikely to see any improvements until that kart is moved off the circuit under yellow flag conditions, although Lowther comes through and improves his time with a 49.010, although it's likely he was possibly past that before the yellow came out. We'll have to see what race control think of that improved time, with the yellow flags being out at hairpin number 4 to recover the kart of Paul Morgan. So that's 2 down in the way of running machinery here in the senior Rotax class, with Morgan joining Zach Bowker on the sidelines. 3 if we count that of Daniel Kell, although he's off the track and it's unsure as to why. So we've got Lowther and Prentice at the head of the field, with Chris Gibbon and Paul Swan provisionally on row 2. Tom Reeve and Stephen Kell, I was going to say, is on row 3, but Josh Redhead improves the time, goes up to 6th, Kell down to 7th. So they are the runners that we've got at the moment. So 7 runners out on track, as James Lowther feels he might have done enough and pops into the pit. So Lowther into the pit, so the time to beat will be a 49.010. He's not going to be able to improve that. So Lowther. Prentice though needs to find 7 tenths. Lowther, Prentice and Gibbon the top 3. Swan in the number 95 is 4th. Tom Reed 5th, Josh Redhead 6th, Stephen Kell in 7th. That is the 22 of Reeve in the Intrepid livery, followed by the bright yellow and blue kart with number 9 of Josh Redhead. And they're running just behind Stephen Kell. Black oversuit and white helmet in front of them. And Stephen in the 90, driver that has also shown great improvement in the last couple of rounds from his first appearance here in the mid-part of the 2019 season. We have a minute and a half remaining of this session. Chris Gibbon comes over, improves with a 51.11, as does Paul Swan as the circuit continues to dry. Certainly more blue than there was in the sky a few minutes ago. And that is welcomed by everybody here at the Teesside Autodrome, using the national circuit for round number 1 of 9 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. So we'll have 9 rounds of this championship run over 7 weekends. That is the number 89 of Daniel Kell, parked up stationary. I'm not sure whereabouts on circuit, but it's he's come back out, and that car is parked up on the outside of hairpin number 4. So we've got Morgan on the inside and Kell on the outside of hairpin number 4. So difficult start for one of our championship favourites. Hopefully he's going to have around about 50 minutes to get that kart sorted and back out for the opening heat for our Rotax class. So you will, when we come to racing, you will notice that our junior and senior Rotax classes have a rolling start, and the session, the checkered flag is out for the session, but the 33 apprentice will pit early. No improvement for him, so unless Chris Gibbons can find himself 2 seconds on his final lap, it's going to be James Lowther on pole position alongside Max Prentice on the outside of row number 1. Chris Gibbon will start 3rd alongside Paul Swan on row 2. Josh Redhead and Tom Reeve will be on row number 3, with Reeve in 5th, Redhead in 6th. Kell will be 7th unless he can find an improvement. He's going to come round over the circuit still under yellow flag at that bottom corner. Paul Morgan is away and running again though. He'll come round and at least he'll be able to get the number 31 car back to the pit lane under its own steam. Stephen Kell comes through with improves in terms of his own lap time, but not in position. He will start in 7th place. All of our drivers over. It's Lowther and Prentice on the front row, with Gibbon and Swan on row 2. Redhead starts 6th, Reeve in 5th. Sorry, so Reeve and Redhead on row number 3. Stephen Kell and Zach Bowker, row 4. Paul Morgan and Daniel Kell, if you can get that number 89 kart running, will start on row number 5. So difficult morning for Dan Kell. And that number 89 kart, he's down at the bottom of the circuit being recovered by the quad, and that will get him back into the pit lane very shortly, and he will have a little bit of work to do to get that number 89 kart out for the first heat of our Rotax class. So Steve Kell, the last one off the circuit under his own steam, and then Daniel will join him in the pit lane for the Calamity Motorsport pairing. And then it will be our time for our final qualifying session of the day, which will be our senior pro karts, and as soon as the 89 of Daniel Kell is off the circuit, they will be out and underway. They'll have the customary 10 minutes of qualifying. As the quad makes its way through the barrier, and it will rejoin the start straight, so the 89 of Dan Kell will come past the commentary box. Let's see if he's in the mood for a wave. He is in the mood for a wave. So morale is still high for the 89 of Daniel Kell, and he will go off and into the pit lane. And we'll be underway very shortly for our final qualifying session of the day, the senior pro kart class on their slick tyres. We'll see how they go in this wet weather conditions, see whether the circuit dries out any. I think we'll have, as long as the weather stays as it is, I think we're going to have some difficult decisions for some of our drivers that have the opportunity to put slicks on later on in the day, as to when that decision is the correct one. We are underway, the unmistakable rumble of 4-stroke engine as our senior pro kart class get themselves out onto circuit. Drivers will battle for track position. We'll the opening qualifying session of the 2020 season. We've got the 43 out on circuit, the last year's champion Connor Lucas, having commanded the final round of the Winter Series, ran by Teesside Karting by one of the atrocious conditions at the end of the day. Three drivers coming over the line for the first time, and they're going to try and get themselves in a position to set some times. We've got 9 minutes remaining, so 10-minute session. It takes around about a minute in the wet weather conditions to get these senior pro kart drivers round. So we'll have a look what their first time is, and then see as drivers continue to improve throughout the session as the circuit dries. Yellow flag though, and quite a heavy impact into the barrier of the 115. Goes backwards, but luckily he went in with the bumper directly into the barrier and just stopped abruptly rather than getting spun round. But that's a 1 lap out of the way for the 115. So we're not going to see that kart appearing towards the head of the timesheets, certainly for the next couple of moments. First driver over the line to set a time, though, will be the O-plate of Josh Folkus, and he does what every good pro kart driver should do, and that's go straight through the puddle at the dog leg to clear that circuit away of any standing water. So the time to beat so far, we'll let everybody come through. 4 more drivers to come through, and then once they've all come through, we'll have a quick rundown of the opening laps for our drivers. You'll see the 115 of Rob Stanway dropping all the way to the bottom of the timesheet, having his excursion across the grass. The time to beat, though, 1 minute .873 of Josh Folkus in the O-plate from Connor Lucas. Jessica Alexander in the 21 is third. Scott Tate fourth. Aaron Alexander, last year's junior pro kart champion, adapting very quickly to running on slick tyres in the wet weather conditions. There he is. Orange, white and grey livery. Number 38, jumping in fifth. Brandon Truman Reddish is sixth in the 151. There he is, sliding through with the orange helmet, followed by Simon Doughty. So the drivers now come through for the second of their time. Folkus improved slightly, as does Lucas, but it's status quo with Folkus on the provisional pole. From Lucas in second, Alexander third. Brandon Truman Reddish fourth, Scott Tate fifth, Aaron Alexander in sixth, Mark Tate seventh, Nigel Richardson in eighth, Connor White and David Brown round out the top 10, Simon Doughty and Rob Stanway in 12th. Then we've got Thomas Lowther, Rob Lowe, Emma Brown, Alban Dowell and Anthony Burrell. 17 drivers out on circuit as Nigel Richardson goes for a spin at hairpin number 1. We see this camera angle of down the back straight. I can't wait to see this camera angle under race situations, especially with our cadet drivers on the opening lap, as they'll come out of hairpin number 2 and then blast down that back straight towards the South Bank loop, and we'll see how many wide we can get down that back straight. But I think especially later on with the cadets, as Jessica Alexander jumps onto the front row. Josh Folkus, though, remains on the provisional pole with 5.5 minutes remaining of the first senior pro kart qualifying session of the season. The 31 of Scott Tate is out there on track. Connor Lucas, though, goes down the inside, and he follows Aaron Alexander in the number 38. Those two at the moment lining up on the second row as it stands. Aaron Alexander, last year's junior pro kart champion from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, will almost certainly be our youngest driver out there today, and certainly throughout the season. Both himself and Mason Barker still in their middle teenage years. As a younger driver, they almost dominated the junior pro kart class for much of last season, as Josh Folkus improves once again. Still not dropped it below a minute though with the wet weather conditions. It's a 1 minute 3:71, but it's still a provisional pole position. Scott Tate improves, as does David Brown. Connor White as well over the line. So plenty of improvements from the drivers in the upper midfield section. Good jump as well from Brandon Truman Reddish to go up into fourth. So drivers acclimatising themselves with the wet weather conditions. Some of these drivers not out for practice earlier on, choosing to conserve tyres in what was atrocious conditions come the end of practice, but certainly drying and staying dry at the moment. So 4 minutes remaining. It is Josh Volkus at the head of the field. He needs 3/10 to drop it below a minute, as does Jessica Alexander to take the pole position. Now the 43 of Conor Lucas has a bit of space, and now he's going to try and break away. He's got a lot of track in front of him, and now there he goes, a 1:2:52, jumps to the head of the timesheet, so it's Conor Lucas now. Provisional pole from Josh Volkus and Jessica Alexander and Aaron Alexander on the second row. Though that is disturbed by the jump of Brandon Truman Reddish. He goes up to 4th, Alexander 5th, Tate in 6th, and we've got White, Brown, Mark Tate in the 81, and Nigel Richardson rounding out the 10. Rob Stanway jumps up to 11th after his earlier excursion across the grass, and not the only driver we've seen off on the entry to the first hairpin. We've just had another driver retrieved from there as well. So drivers finding where the braking limit is as the circuit dries into that first hairpin. There, chicane to quite a bit of speed before hammering the brake to the floor before you throw the car into the left-hander. Improvements down the field for the 186 of Thomas Lauder. He goes up to 14th. Emma Brown down to 15th. So just under 3 minutes remaining as we follow the uncompromising driving style of Aaron Alexander. And that steering wheel, even when he's down the straight, I don't think he's ever straight. He's working the wheel, and as he does, and especially in the dry, he throws that car around like a rag doll. He's going to have to deal, though, with an extra 20 kilos of weight from the increase from junior pro kart to seniors, so that will negate the extra little bit of power he'll have by the removal of the engine restrictors from the 2 cadet engines that the junior pro kart class use. So restrictors out, but 20 kilos of additional weight on for the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. He's currently carrying very well, though, in 4th place. 2 minutes remaining, and we've got a new provisional pole sitter, and he's gone under a minute. It's Josh Volkus with a 59.920. Conor Lucas comes through and over the line, but he still stays just beyond a minute. So it's Lucas and Volkus on the front row, as it was for a lot of 2019. And it looks like their battle will resume here in 2020 at the head of the senior pro kart class. It's an all Alexander second row as it stands. Jessica in the number 21, 3rd. Aaron Alexander 4th. Scott Tate 5th. Then we've got Brandon Truman Reddish. And that is Aaron Alexander going down the back straight. He's got himself some space in front of him to try and improve. He's going to have at least one more go at it before the checkered flag comes out. So he's going to get this lap and one more, as the number 21 of Jessica Alexander rolls very slowly down the start straight and into the pit lane. So her qualifying session is over. That 57.811 you see will be discounted completely because she's come through the barrier and missed out the bottom end of the circuit. So that's not a superb lap in the wet weather conditions. That's because we've had she's come through the corner having lost power. So it will remain Josh Volkus on the pole position so far. So that time of a 57.811 by Jessica Alexander, not a realistic time from what we've seen, and she drops back down into the 3rd place that she was occupying before. So it remains a 59.920, the time to beat by Josh Volkus. He's coming out of hairpin number 4, and he will be met by the sight of the checkered flag to bring the qualifying session to an end, I believe. Comes through, checkered flag appears next to his name, so he's the first one over, and no improvements for him. So we see whether Aaron Alexander in the 38 can improve, but it looks like he might have been held up coming outside of hairpin number 4. He's going to come through, no improvement in front of him either for Conor Lucas, so it looks like it's going to be Josh Volkus taking the opening pole position of the season. in Senior Pro Kart with Connor Lucas alongside in the number 43. Jessica Alexander in the 21 will line up third with Aaron Alexander alongside. Scott Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish will be row 3. Connor White, David Brown on row 4. And Nigel Richardson and Mark Tate on row number 5. Everybody else coming through. We've got one final driver to set a time. I believe Simon Doughty will come through in the 757 for no improvement, although we do await Thomas Lowther sliding the 186 out of hairpin number 4. And he will take the checkered flag, and he's backed out of his lap. Rolls into the pits, and he will start in 15th place. So thank you very much for joining me on all of the platforms that we are streaming on today, on Alpha Live Productions on YouTube and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. As always, please do get in touch on all of those platforms. Let me know who you're following and where you are following us from today. As we get ourselves ready for the opening race of the 2020 season here at Teesside, and it will, as always, be our youngest drivers, the drivers from the ages of 5 to 8 years old in our Bambino class. They will line up on the grid, and they will, under race conditions for the first time in a full summer season here at Teesside Karting. And on pole position will be the O plate of Edward Haynes. So as our Bambinos make their way down the back straight, it will be the O-plate of Edward Haynes on pole position. And alongside him with the first front row start will be Riley Buckton-Young in the number 9. Edward Rye and Ryan White occupy the second row with Ollie Carter and Lewis Smith on row 3. Maximus Lewis will start in 7th on row number 4. So our Bambino drivers will make their way up to the grid. So on the inside will be Edward Haynes. On the outside of him will be the number 9 of Riley Buckton-Young. So drivers just getting themselves positioned where they should be. You'll just about to catch the number 4 in a moment of Ryan White rolling himself into position in the number 4. So Bambino's being gridded up on the outside of the circuit, as slightly different to what you're used to be seeing here at Teesside, where the Bambinos have in the past been gridded up towards the inside and then gone through the chicane. Today they are being gridded up. Certainly at the start of the day, I think it might be because there's quite a large puddle to the inside of the circuit, but we are almost ready to go racing for the first time in the 2020 season. Start line marshal, green flag is in hand, and for the first time in 2020 we are underway in Bambino. It's a good start by Riley Buckton-Young as Edward Haynes bogs down, but he gets going eventually and slots straight into the lead position. So it's Haynes from Buckton-Young. Ryan White is up to 3rd. We've got Edward Rye off the second row, drops back, and he goes all the way back to 6th. So it's Haynes from Buckton-Young. Then we've got Ryan White, Lewis Smith, Ollie Carter, Edward Rye, and Maximus Lewis, who spins into hairpin number 1 on the opening lap. As Ryan White comes under pressure from the 13 of Lewis Smith. Down the back straight they'll go. And tries to get to the inside, does Lewis Smith, and Ryan White's going to come to defend. Lewis Smith picks up a contact warning as Ryan White runs in very close to the inside of the circuit in order to hold on to P3. And Lewis Smith has to back out and settle back in to 4th place, and then we'll see how it goes. Looks like he's got the straight line speed on Ryan White. Ryan White very defensive on the opening lap in order to hold his position. It's Edward Haynes, though, comes through, goes over the line, and Riley Buckton-Young has stayed with him throughout the opening lap. Those two very closely in the number 9, Riley Buckton-Young, following Edward Haynes in the O-plate. And, Riley, a driver who will certainly be looking forward to race conditions this season rather than time trials last season, certainly goes a lot better in the race format rather than the time trial last season, where they set drivers off at 2-second intervals, and he seems to be going very well with the wet weather conditions, staying with Edward Haynes down the back straight. Haynes away as they go down that back straight. That battle for the lead has broken away from Ryan White and Lewis Smith, and Ollie Carter now injecting himself into that battle for 3rd place as they go down the back straight and into the south bank. Still Ryan White, though, holds firm in that 3rd place. Edward Ryan not too far behind, and then we did have Maximus Lewis spinning away on the opening lap, which was an unfortunate start for him in the number 46 as he begins his motorsport career at the wheel of a Bambino at the age of 6 years old. So Bambinos can race here at Teesside from 5 years old. So pretty much as soon as your child can walk, find them a steering wheel and get them into a Bambino and bring them down to Teesside. It's a wonderful venue for Bambinos. It's a nice wide circuit for them to get to grips with motorsport at a very, very young age. Battle for 3rd continues. It's still Ryan White, so you'll notice at the top of the screen if you're watching, it's still a time format in terms of race length rather than laps for our Bambinos. So whilst we've moved away from time trial, there's going to be a change of place for 4th as Ollie Carter gets a great run out of hairpin number 2, dives down the inside and gets the move done on Lewis Smith, and will now head off and try and see whether he can get past the number 4 of Ryan White. So, although we've got a spin though, and that is Ollie Carter spinning out of that hard-earned 4th place. So he had all the work done on the back straight, and now he's goes all the way back down. He's going to go to 6th place. So unfortunate there for Ollie Carter, having made a great overtake down that back straight on Lewis Smith and moving himself up to 4th. Finds himself spinning away and down to 6th. So out at the front though, it's Edward Haynes remains there, but Riley Buckton-Young only 2 seconds behind. So Riley showing a great improvement in speed, and he's going to keep Edward Haynes honest, at least in the first heat, which has just over 3.5 minutes remaining. So the time will remain at the top, and our Bambino racers will race to that time limit, and then with an additional lap added on, so they get, or at the very least they'll be notified that there will be their last lap. There's a board at the start-finish line that is held out for our drivers, and they will be provided with the courtesy of being told that it's the last lap as they head round. So we've got 3 minutes remaining, so we are away with the time trial format, although it remains at the top rather than with our other classes, which will have a countdown of the number of laps on the top of the screen. So Haynes has come over the line. Improvements towards the down the field with Edward Rye coming through, and a superb lap of a 1:10.5 for Ollie Carter as he now looks to try and get back onto that pack and battle his way back up at the very least to see if he can get back up onto the back of Lewis Smith, as Ryan White continues to hold 3rd in 4th place. So a driver who took a podium last week in his maiden karting outing, having practiced throughout the winter in cold climates in Scotland, makes his way to Teesside and will look to add another podium to his glistening early race career aboard the number 4. Haynes will come through in the O-plate over the line. Riley Buckton-Young is still with him, although Haynes is pulling the gap out ever so slightly. It's found a second on that lap. Before that, it was around about half a second a lap for the Bambinos. The Ryan White's over. The battle for third, though, is where the action is at the moment. Haynes is out at the front and is comfortable as it stands. And there he is, the all-black outfit with his dark blue oversuit on. He's going to come round. I think he's going to go down the back straight and put a lap on Max Lewis, who did spin earlier on. So unfortunate for the 46 of Max Lewis. We've got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining of the first race of the opening round of the NRG Cycles Sprint Series here at Teesside. And it's Edward Haynes in the pole position for the checkered flag, and he looks like he's well on his way to taking the first victory of the 2020 season. He's got just under 2 minutes to hold on. Riley Buckton-Young is still there in second place. Ryan White looks to still be holding a comfortable third, although I think Ollie Carter has got past Edward Rye. The last lap board is out, so Carter has got past Rye, and now he's right on the back of Lewis Smith. So he's got 1 lap to try and make amends for his spin earlier on. I think without that spin, he'd have had every opportunity of getting up into the top 3 and pressuring Ryan White in the number 4. Riley Buckton-Young comes around in the number 9. He's comfortably in second. He's got a 10-second gap back to Ryan White aboard that number 9. That is the gap between the leader and second place. The battle for third, though, is still there in the background. Ryan White has got a good gap and looks like he's going to win, but Ollie Carter's got a great run out of that back corner, and he's going to go to the inside round that bottom corner, but it's going to be Edward Haynes. He's going to come through in a few moments to take the checkered flag, and the first win of 2020 does indeed go the way of the O-Plate, Edward Haynes. And he comes through with the fastest lap to boot. It will be Riley Buckton-Young with a superb second. And then we look back to see whether Ryan White's done enough to hold on to his third. He has. He's going to come through. Unless he eases off a little bit too quickly. No, Ryan White comes through. Ollie Carter did, in fact, get past Lewis Smith on the final lap for fourth. Edward Rye will come through in sixth, and Max Lewis came across in the middle of that pack in seventh place. So Edward Haynes with the opening win of the season here for the 2020 season in our Bambino class. Junior Pro Kart will be on track in a few moments' time. There we see the 88 of Ollie Carter, possibly the standout performer in all of that opening heat. He did more overtakes than any other driver and then had to do them all over again, having had an unfortunate spin at the bottom end of the circuit. But certainly sets himself up for the remainder of the day. Knows he's got the pace, and I think he's should be very confident that he can get himself in a battle with the number 4 of Ryan White and the 13 of Lewis Smith for a position on the podium come the end of the day. Remember, 3 heats for each of our classes, followed by a final. If the weather conditions play ball, we will have a short break between heats number 2 and heat number 3, which will provide all of our drivers the opportunity to get some dinner. And if you're at the circuit and you've left your dinner at home like I have, then feel free to pop up into the cafe. There's Sunday dinner on the go, and it's a very reasonable £5.99. So get yourself up there, get yourself some dinner in that 1 hour interval. Or if you're at home, feel free to stick around. Hopefully we'll have some interviews from some of our drivers later on in the day. Junior Pro Kart are out on the circuit. Run through a grid in a few moments. So as you see the grid make their way down the back straight, on the left-hand side, Jack Morris, pole position. Bella Franklin, for the first time in a Junior Pro Kart, finds herself on the front row. So a slightly different format to gridding up this year as well. Rather than going all the way around the circuit, the drivers are sent through after the end of the South Bank in pairs. I think that will certainly speed up getting drivers to the grid. And to be fair, it was already fairly quick getting everybody sorted out here at Teesside Karting, a very efficient team. Getting everything sorted and drivers being gridded up on the outside once again. It's Jack Morris on pole position alongside Bella Franklin. Alex Mallard third with Kieran Lambert in fourth. Row number 3, Jake Richardson and Asher Blythe with Sandro Ballesteros in the number 19. Lining up behind him in 7th. 8th is a 71 of Brandon Jennings. Then we've got Jacob O'Connor lining up, and then we've got the 89. I think the 89 is actually it's not Ben Hogarth because he's behind him in the 69. I still don't know who the number 89 is. Then we've got Owen Spears, Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame rounding out a strong junior pro kart grid. Start line marshal is making his way to the front, and we will be underway and racing in no time in junior pro kart. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we are underway and racing. A couple of drivers at the front bogged down, but it's been a great start from the number 14 of Kieran Lambert from the second row, and we've got spinners on the opening lap. Bella Franklin's off, so is Kieran Lambert across the grass. The qualifying session for Bella all undone within 3 corners of junior pro kart action here in heat number 1. Everybody though is back on track, and we are racing in junior pro kart. Out in the front though, it's Jack Morris. He's just looked over his shoulder and looked back. I think he's wondering where everybody else has gone following that first corner excursion, and he is well on his way down the road. Following him is the number 99 of Alex Mallard in his first summer season appearance, having done a couple of rounds of the winter series aboard his junior pro kart. And I think, in all honesty, I think they struggled to last time they came to Teesside, they struggled to get a handle on the setup of that number 99. Looks to be much more favourable today as he comes through in the second place. Joined back in the commentary box by Luke Austin of Alpha Live. Luke, welcome back.
Hello. I've left Darren to do the directing now, so I can join you and keep you comfortable.
You joined me just at the right time as for that opening lap, as very tough for some of our drivers as their qualifying session, and both of those. Kieran Lambert made a great start from the second row to get all the way into second, and then an unfortunate incident involving himself and the Bella Franklin. Kieran's back and running in 8th, Franklin down in 11th. Both of those two know that they've got the pace to bring him back towards the field. There is Bella Franklin making her way. The 89 is Joe Burrell. Bella Franklin picks up a contact warning, I believe, probably for that first lap. Although it's tough on the opening laps, and we saw last year in cadets, Bella's got quite an aggressive driving style, especially when she's got work to do, having had an opening lap excursion down the pack, as we've got another one of our drivers off at the top.
I think that's actually a cone in the track down the turn 1 there.
Somebody's
just picked up a cone, so he's walking off.
I think Joe Burrell made friends with that cone in the 89. Caitlin Frame spins at hairpin 1 as well, so
it's a shame that turn 1 incident, it's all the hard work in qualifying's just gone out the window. It's like now we've got to fight back and get back to the front.
Plenty of time for our drivers. They get 3 heats, and they will be gridded up at the end for each of the heats from their finishing positions of the heat before.
Do they get championship points in the heats?
They do.
They do.
So it's 50 points for a win in the heats, I believe, and then that goes. Then there's additional points for the final.
So that it's important to try and be consistent across the day and finish as high as possible through the day then.
Consistency is certainly key. I mean, you look at last season's cadet championship, and the early part of the season was dominated by Oliver Buckton and Alex Mallard, and then from the middle part of the season, both of those two dropped away slightly, and they were still there or thereabouts in the top 5, but Oliver Buckton, as an example, finished all but 1 race last season on his way to the championship, and the race that he didn't finish was the final race of the season when the championship had already been wrapped up. So consistency certainly the key when drivers are picking up points for heats as well as finals. So 10-lap races for our junior pro karts. We are 4 of those are in the bag, and out at the front it's Jack Morris leading the way, 2.6 seconds, and most of that gap was created on the opening lap as everybody else behind him got themselves caught up. Then we've got Alex Mallard, Jake Richardson and Asher Blythe. Richardson and Blythe there. Asher Blythe in the number 15. Brand new liveried number 15 car on that. And there's been joking in the last couple of days how long that sticker kit is going to stay nice and shiny. It's always a risk when you put a new sticker kit on a car at the
They
start
don't
of a
tend
season.
to last long these days, do they? But
Certainly not with open wheel karts, and the especially when the back is about 5 or 6 inches wider than the front.
I do love it when everyone's like, people put their effort in and you got a nice car and it looks well presented, like it is right now. It looks perfect, like nice and shiny outside our window. So
No, it's great. I think he's similar colour scheme to last season. He's carried on the red, black and yellow colour scheme aboard that number 15, but he's got a new one on there, and he currently runs in 4th place, chasing down Jake Richardson in the number 9. You can see the drivers, even though they've got wet tyres on, they've got still jacking the wheel in, and it's still sliding ever so slightly, even though the circuit does continue to dry. And I can see a shadow, so there's definitely some sun out there somewhere.
we've got definite dry lines out there now, haven't we, as well? But we've also got plenty of water standing on the circuit.
Yeah, I think the senior pro kart lads did a great job of going through the puddle, through the dogleg section and clearing most of that away. Even with their slick tyres, they did a great job of going through. That's the corner that we were talking about where there was a puddle, and it's Jake Richardson followed by Asher Blythe going through that corner. Richardson with a personal best, the 54.422.
I say these sort of conditions that are going on the circuit now is very much where bravery is rewarded. As the circuit's slowly drying, you push a little bit harder each lap, you get that little bit more grip. It's whoever's going to try and find that line and gets it, they're going to be the ones that start closing in. So that gap, 3-second gap could be nothing if one person finds something different to what Jack's currently doing out in front.
Yeah, certainly. It's the same as well. If the rain does come down at some point and drivers then go too tentative early on or push too quickly once it's stopped, and certainly with the we were speaking to Jack earlier what it was like out there. He said there was very little grip earlier on in the day, but he's well on his way now, working that wheel very hard at the in that O-plate kart, which we mentioned a few times. He won here in December. As we've got a spin, that's out of 3rd place. It's Jake Richardson, catches the puddle on the inside, spins round, and now he's going to have to wait as the whole field goes past. Asher Blythe inherits 3rd place, having put pressure on Jake Richardson for a number of laps. Jake makes a mistake, skims the puddle on the inside and spins all the way down the field.
As I was saying about rewards bravery, bravery can also backfire on you just as
And he's now down, sandwiched between the 14 of Kieran Lambert and the 42 of Jacob O'Connor. So Lambert is in, well, he was shown as 6th, but O'Connor is shown as 14th. And so has Lambert had a spin as well? He's certainly behind Ballesteros and Franklin. Franklin overtakes down the inside of Ballesteros. Ballesteros is going to try and run it all the way around the outside. Bella Franklin's recovery drive now sees her move back all the way up to 4th place. So she will start heat number 2 from where she finishes heat number 1. So damage limitation, certainly the case, and she's all the way back up to 4. So she'll be starting heat number 2 from the right end of the grid if she
back to where she should be.
Yeah, really. I think the wet weather conditions as well, certainly she likes driving in the wet weather conditions, and I think the jump from cadets into junior pro kart is quite a big one in terms of the weight that a driver has to throw round the circuit in terms of kart-wise. As we start the opening lap, cadets run last season to a weight limit of 105 kilos. Junior pro kart, with the additional engine, which weighs around 16 kilos, the weight limit is 165 kilos. So there's 60 kilos difference in frame and additional ballast. So for the younger drivers that are coming through, bearing in mind Bella is at the younger end of the junior pro kart class at 12 years old,
They're on the last lap now.
It's still got a lot of weight to move round, and the wet weather condition makes it a lot easier, as our leader is already round South Bank and entering hairpin number 3. The battle for 5th continues between Ballesteros and Spears, but the leader is out of hairpin number 4.
It's coming on the run to the line then. So he's
comes through the dog leg. And it's an opening win of the season for the O-Plate of Jack Morris, followed by the 99 of Alexander Mallard. And Asher Blythe rounds out the top 3 in what was a fairly boring last couple of laps for Asher after Jake Richardson span out of 3rd place. Franklin comes through in 4th, Ballesteros 5th, Spears in 6th, Lambert 7th, Richardson recovers to 8th place. Bit of work for him to do now in the remaining 2 heats, and then when it comes to the final time, the points that have been amalgamated for the 3 heats decide the positions, as Joe Burrell comes through on the final lap and moves up to 10th. Jennings and Pereira do the same. Caitlin Frame drops down to 13th on the final lap. So yeah, on the drivers, they will pick up points for the heats, and then those points are added together for the start positions for the final. So drivers will get points for the heats and points for the finals, then we dish out the trophies at the business end of the day. But Jack Morris wins the opening race of our junior pro kart class, and after the opening lap incident, in which we saw him look behind and wonder where everybody else had gone, it was just a case of keeping the front end facing in the right direction for Jack Morris. So a little bit of track work going on as the barriers for the first chicane are moved. Our cadet drivers go straight down the grid and round the national loop, and then for the second lap the chicane is reintroduced. That was something that was brought in the middle part of last season. So just having a quick look at the live stream comments. It's Sharpie's been on. Sharpie's got a lot of homework to do, and Sharpie needs to put the homework down and concentrate on the important things, such as watching the excellent racing here at the Teesside Karting at the Teesside Autodrome, as our cadet class go out in the background. So, message to Sharpie: put your homework away. Try and teach the dog ate it, or that you were watching some karting or something. That'll work for all of us. And keep your eyes on the screen. Thank you for joining us, as always, across multiple platforms on Facebook and on YouTube. There is the grid for our cadet class, and it will be Ethan Girling on pole position with Catherine Potter alongside. Charlie Wyatt and Jared Fox-Whiteley share row number 2. Thomas Potter and Gracie Mitchell on row 3. Oliver Watson 9th. Isabella Stanmore-Wilson 10th. Max Shields and David Mack, Kian McLeod. And then now we've got Ethan Charles, William George Howard and Cody Lamb. Drivers coming round the south bank, so as they come down, they'll come down 2 by 2, and we'll just confirm where they are on the grid. But on pole position, it will be Ethan Girling for the first time here at Teesside in the number 8, and he lines up alongside the number 20 of Catherine Potter. Row number 2 will be Charlie Wyatt on the inside, and Jared Fox-Whiteley in the number 22 lines up alongside on the outside of row number 2. Thomas Potter, a best qualifying position in a cadet here at Teesside, lines up in 5th. Gracie Mitchell is 6th. And then we have the 87. Just can't remember who the 87 is, actually. Tom Holden lines up in 7th with Lizzie Mentier alongside. Then we've got Oliver Watson, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Max Shields and David Mack. That's 12th. Kian McLeod 13th. Josh Cook is alongside him as the grid is just pushed back slightly. I think they've spaced the grid out a little bit more here compared to how they were last season, when they were far more condensed on the inside.
So the cadets go straight through then? They
Straight
don't go
down,
through chicane?
no, straight down and round the national corner on the opening lap, and the chicane will be reinserted on the as they come round to start lap number 2.
Who's your money on then, David?
Well, whoever I say will win won't win, because we know how the commentator's curse works. So I will reserve judgment until they're all round the first corner, Luke.
Okay, okay.
But we are almost about to go racing. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we are underway and racing. And it's a great start from the outside of the front row.
Very good start from the outside
by
of the front
Catherine
row.
Potter. Tom Holden has been called, but Holden's off. I think no, Girling's off, at least Girling's off. I think Thomas Potter's off as well. I saw that green helmet fly off to the left-hand side, but Catherine Potter leading away with Jared Fox-Whiteley and Charlie Wyatt, the top three. Certainly a couple of drivers off, and I've not seen them join back on again just yet.
No, I haven't seen them.
So a tough start for the morning. A couple of those drivers got together. I think the slow starting Ethan Girling backed up into the pack, and then as the second and third row got themselves up onto the back of that, everybody got themselves involved, and they went off to the left-hand side. So as they come through for the opening lap, it's going to be Catherine Potter with quite a healthy lead as it stands at the moment from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lizzie Menti has come all the way up to third. It's Charlie Wyatt, who was up there, I think has come into a little bit of trouble, and he's dropped down into fourth place. So it's Potter, Fox-Whiteley, Menti and Wyatt. Holden, Girling is still up there running in sixth, so he certainly wasn't one of the few that got caught up at the start. I thought he was in the middle, and I definitely saw him get some contact of some sort in the middle. Then we've got David Max Shields. Gracie Mitchell has dropped away from 6th down to 10th. McLeod, Thompson, Cook. Potter is back and running up in 14th. Barlow, Watson and Charles. So Watson and Potter were certainly two, as that's Tom Holden going for a spin at hairpin 3.
Oh, there's two of them off.
That's Charlie Wyatt. Charlie Wyatt's off in the 23. Distinctive helmet of Charlie Wyatt. He's off on the outside. I think he's probably tried to go all the way around the outside, and he's found himself in the tyres. So one of the early favourites for the Cadet Championship this season is going to have a lot of work to do to get himself up and onto the back of the pack and try and find a reasonable grid position for heat number 2, as Gracie Mitchell decides to take a chunk of water on the inside of the hairpin in order to get past the number 18 of Max Shields for 7th. As our leader, Catherine Potter's got quite a gap as they go down that back straight. There's Charlie Wyatt picking up a contact warning, so I think that explains why Tom Holden was facing the wrong way at the very least. Wyatt now running down in 16th. As Mitchell looks to recover from a tough first lap, and it's David Mack that's in front of her in the number 16. So Gracie Mitchell had a celebrates her birthday on Wednesday of this coming week, and celebrated it as well yesterday with a cake which was a replica of her race helmet.
Oh, that's a cracking cake to have.
So it is, because it's a beautiful helmet. Mine would just be like a white ball, because I've just got a standard white helmet. So
well, if my fiance or my parents are listening, that's what I want for my birthday now. It is going to be my 30th as well, so you know they've got to put effort in.
Well, you might have to chip a couple of quid in yourself, but I'm sure we can sort something out. Plus, it's not too difficult either, because it's just going to have Alpha Live just all over it. So we are just beyond half race distance as Gracie Mitchell attacks Isabella Stansmore-Wilson for 5th place in front of her. Can't go to the inside and through the puddle this time. Stansmore-Wilson defends to the inside of hairpin 1, does the same at hairpin 2, but Mitchell's going to come to the inside, and Mitchell will go alongside. Stansmore-Wilson, similar power in these carts down the back, and she's going to try and stick it out right the way round the outside of the South Bank corner. Mitchell will cut to the inside, but Stansmore-Wilson has held firm and gone right the way round the outside and remains in 5th. Superb from the driver of the number 88 and one of our youngest drivers in the cadet class here. quite a range of drivers in terms of age limit. They go from the year of their 8th birthday, so there's a slight crossover from a Bambino age limit all the way up to the year of their 13th birthday, so quite a broad gap of driver ages for our cadet drivers. There's a little bit of contact going through the chicanes between the 88 and the 11 of Stansmore, Wilson and Mitchell, but Stansmore Wilson is still there in 5th. Mack and Shields behind them joining in the fun as well.
And if anyone at home's watching cadet kart racing for the first time, this is exactly what it's like all the time, just nose to tail racing. The low power of the kart just keeps them nice and close with the aerodynamic benefit.
Yeah, non-stop entertainment, especially, well, they use the same engine that the junior pro karts are using, but it's a single engine, and the weight limit is 60 kilos less, as Mitchell finally does get past. I think the assistance of the back marker in front of them has allowed her to find the way past Isabella Stansmore Wilson as the quartet make their way round the 93 of Cody Lamb, making his racing debut here at Teesside this season in the number 93. We are a lap and a half away from the checker, and it's Catherine Potter still out at the front, whereas Charlie White still only managed to recover up to 15th.
That gap between the top two seems to be holding fairly well, doesn't it? It doesn't seem to be getting any closer, so Catherine's lead's definitely not getting challenged too much at the moment.
No, Catherine putting in steady laps, and I think, to be fair to Jared Fox-Whiteley in second, I think he'd rather start heat number 2 from the front row than try and push for a win and then end up possibly...
If you're on that front row, you're out of the carnage at turn 1 if it happens.
Yeah, exactly.
You're out of danger, you're ahead of everybody else, aren't
exactly. As the battle for third, though, is an interesting one, as Lizzie Mentier in the 50 and Ethan Gerling, the pole sitter, battle it out for third place.
We're now on the last lap, so this is where everyone tries to make their moves.
Contact a little bit from Gerling there. Mentier puts the hand up, not overly impressed, and then pushes Gerling to the inside of the circuit, but she'll remain in third place. So, but now Gerling has gone to the inside of hairpin number 3, and Gerling is through. So Gerling through to third.
So Catherine's just crossed the finish line, so has won the race.
Potter comes through, and then consistent laps. That's the fastest lap for her over the line. So Potter wins from Fox-Whiteley. Mentier battles all the way to the line, but it will be Ethan Gerling over the line in third. Lizzie Mentier in 4th. Gracie Mitchell 5th. Stansmore Wilson 6th. Then we've got Max Shields. Thomas Potter battles back from that first lap. Contact on the opening corner to finish inside the top 10 in 9th. Kian McLeod is 10th. Oliver Watson, Jack Thompson, Leon Barlow. Charlie Wyatt comes back to 14th, having had a spin off into the tyres. Then we have Tom Holden, Josh Cook, Ethan Charles, William George Howard and Cody Lamb. So as always, support coming in on the live stream from Maisie Mentier, supporting Lizzie in the 50, and she came ever so close to finishing in the top 3 there until the last couple of corners. So Lizzie starts her second season of karting with a 4th place as she continues the search for a final podium, which I'm sure at some point during this season will come as she continues to improve in the number 50. Parts of this Teesside circuit are drying. Certainly there's parts of the odd dry patch, even though there's still puddles every now and then. There's certain parts of the circuit that are drying a little bit, and I certainly think by the time we come to the second heats, there's going to be a gamble to be taken by some drivers if they decide that slicks are the way forward.
I think it's time for another quick weather update, isn't it? See what my app says.
So we're going to bring you a short weather update, sponsored by Luke Austin and his weather app.
Currently it says no rain expected within the next hour.
I've never told you how much I like you.
Well, I've just put the commentator's curse on it now, haven't I? So it's probably going to rain. But looking at the radar, there doesn't look like there's too much around now, so hopefully, fingers crossed, nice and clear for the rest of the day.
That's where we want to be. As mentioned earlier, the wet weather racing here is good, but the dry weather racing is sensational at times. And,
We've just had a comment coming in asking if the senior Rotax grids are big.
to be fair, they're about what they normally are here at Teesside. They normally get into double figures. We got quite a big grid. I think some people just wanted to get their car out, and some people wanted to get it ready for the start of the season. But we normally get double figure grids here for senior Rotax at Teesside. I think last year we were getting around double figure with a mixed grid of juniors and seniors. Now it's split, and the juniors have a grid of 7. I think there's around about 12 on the grid for our seniors. So it's growing, and it's growing slowly, but it's growing here at Teesside, and it's a welcome addition to the established 4-stroke classes. That the 2-strokes joiners, and on pole position for the junior Rotax will be Jude Cole. He lines up in the 77 alongside Ben Ficini on the front row. Alfie Lindsay, Joe Slamman share row number 2 with William Young and Rocco Baker on row number 3.
I've got a feeling we're going to be going for a false start on this one whilst one driver's still catching up. We'll see.
Oliver Buckton was shown on the thing, and I think
So
we're going round again.
We're
Going round. We've got William Young coming through right at the end of the lap, and he's going to come through and catch up onto the back of the grid, and we're going to give this one another go. So we'll see whereabouts he slots in, or whether because he's come through at the end of the thing, he's just going to have to line up on the back of the grid, but he's going to join on to the number 66 of Oliver Buckton, who did win the O-Plate here in December, but is elected to carry on running the number 66 on his kart.
I like drivers that like to keep their own number. It's like in Formula 1 now, Lewis Hamilton keeping the number 44 instead of taking his designate number.
You'll be telling me you like NASCAR next.
I do.
To be fair, I love it, but that's just the NASCAR thing, isn't it, where they keep the same number for the entirety of their life.
Yes. Well, actually, the number in NASCAR is actually assigned to the team.
Yes, it is. As we are underway and racing, the green flag has flown and into the first corner, first time round the national loop, and we've got number 4 of Ben Ficini going right the way around the outside and into the lead on the opening lap. Jude Cole drops a second, and Jude Cole spins at hairpin number 1, tags the back of Ficini, and the pole sitter will drop all the way to the back, and he can't spin it round.
Against the tyres too.
He is on the inside, and he's going to drop about half a lap to everybody. So pretty much everybody that's been on the front row so far today, barring the Bambinos, has come into some form of trouble on the opening lap here, and he's going to have half a lap to make up just to get onto the back of the field. Ben Ficini, though, once again in a similar vein to Jack Morris and Catherine Potter in the 2 prior heats, has got around about a 2-second gap out and away at the front as Alfie Lindsay challenges Joe Slamman for second. Slamman goes wide into the national loop. Alfie Lindsay will go to the inside, but Slamman will have more grip round the outside. Will he? No, and Lindsay pops through into second, and it's now he's up to second from starting in 4th place, and he sets off in sight of the number 4 of Ben Ficini down the back straight. The gap between the leader and the chasing pack, 3 seconds caused by the spin on the opening lap by Jude Cole. Jude, having been overtaken round the outside by Ben Ficini, tagged the back end of the number 4 into hairpin number 1, and then got caught up against the tyres, and he continues his recovery drive to try and catch up onto the back of this junior Rotax class. So the leaders are through, and Alfie Lindsay, having had to get past Joe Slamman, has dropped another second behind Ben Ficini, but he has picked up a contact warning, so all isn't lost.
So David, I'm going to test you now. What is the difference between a junior max and a mini max?
Pass. I've come from a 4-stroke background, Luke. I've absolutely no idea. I will endeavour to find out, as I always do.
Well, my understanding is that like mini max is kind of the first step between cadet and junior Rotax, and it's slightly different age gap and restrictor plates and weights is the general gist of it.
So not much different in terms of the way that they move up from cadets. They've got in the 4-stroke class with the restrictors in, and then they go to 2 engines but with the restrictors in, and then take them out for the seniors. So similar, and it's just a standard progression. I just think with it is all down to restrictors with most classes rather than needing new engines all the way through. I mean, if you've like with the cadets, or you could go from the age of 8 all the way into seniors using the same engine with just a little bit of work to it in terms of having it refreshed every now and then, and just take the restrictor out when you get into seniors. It's
you don't tend to find there's too much of a difference in lap time pace, because obviously the weights and everything balances it out quite a lot. So.
No, not at all. I mean, we used to do, well, if you have a look in the drive between the cadets and the seniors and the pro karts, the additional weight in the senior, there's only about a second to a second and a half difference from the cadets due to the seniors, because there's a weight difference of just under 80 kilos. So cadets this year running...
oh, what's that on the start line?
That is a chain guard.
Who have we lost the chain guard from?
So the 22 still got one, the 14 still got one as we play spot the chain guard out of the commentary box window.
I've got my eyes right up against the screen trying to work this one out now.
If you look out the window, they're bigger, Luke. Much bigger.
The 66 got one.
It's like a 24-inch screen.
One on the 10. I'm looking at the 10 and I'm not too sure.
We'll keep an eye out as they come through, but one of them is certainly missing a chain guard. So the 4 of the leader of Ben Ficini has certainly got one as we play chain guard bingo over the start-finish line. Alfie Lindsay has one, as does the 22 of William Young, who's made his way up.
10's got one, so that's okay.
So if the team of Joe Slamman would like to make their way down to the start line to recover.
I think he might have it still.
Oh, I'm making people run for the sake of it. We are, though, mid-distance in this one, and there's the 77 of Jude Cole has made his way back up through the pack. He's back past the 10 of Slamman and the 66 of Buckton. So Jude Cole back up into 3rd place as our leader comes over the line. It's a commanding lead now for the number 4 of Ben Ficini. Alfie Lindsay, though, in a few moments will have his rear bumper full of number 22 of William Young, and coming in behind them very quickly with 4 remaining is Jude Cole, who after that opening lap spin has got the bit between his teeth. He is away, and I think he's got every intention of at least getting up to 3rd, and I think 2nd is within his sights as well, as he continues to take chunks out of 2nd and 3rd as they enter the back straight. Head down to try and reduce a little bit of the air hitting the front of the helmet, trying to hide behind the Nauseo panel of that number 77. So it's Ficini with Lindsay and William
We've
Young.
got another one off at the 3rd hairpin. It just got going again. Don't know what number that is. The white helmet guy that's coming to us now. That chap.
Oh, so the 77. So Jude Cole has been off for a 2nd time. So his charge towards the top 3, halted by another spin. So behind him, Oliver Buckton is all over the back of Joe Slamman, and Joe's throwing that cart through the chicane, wrestling control of that number 10. Leader is now into double figures in terms of the speed. He's got himself out in front, kept his head down, and he's just driving superbly at the wheel of the number 4. So 2 laps remaining for the leader, Ben Ficini. The battle for 2nd, though, is less than a second between Alfie Lindsay and William Young. Jude Cole remains 4th, although could be a lot closer if he hadn't have spun on the opening lap. I think he'd have been battling Ficini for the lead, although Ficini did get a wonderful start and go right round the outside of him on the opening lap. So Ficini will come through in a few moments and will be met by the last lap board. Just having a look behind for the battle for second. William Young getting closer with every corner to Alfie Lindsay, certainly down the bottom of the circuit. Very quick round South Bank and hairpins 2 and 3 as our leader comes up to lap the 14 of Rocco Baker on his last lap.
This is always a really nervous moment when you're leading by a long way and then you've got to go past the back marker. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think with 12 seconds, I think he's going to be quite comfortable there as he goes out match. Still have a little bit of spray coming off those, more than we thought down there, coming off those wet tyres, so maybe not time for dries just yet, but it's an expensive time for parents watching.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, when you've got the wet tyres on, the track's dry and it's wearing them out, you know you've got to buy new wets next time. So
as the checkered flag is out for Ben Ficini, and he takes the win in Junior Rotax over the line. As we await the battle for second place, it's still Alfie Lindsay at the minute, but he gets the back end out, coming out of the final corner. William Young all over the back of him, but it's going to be a race to the line, and it is Alfie Lindsay who does come through in second with William Young third. Jude Cole, though, fastest lap of the race on the final lap round. And as we were speaking about regarding it being an expensive time, it certainly is. When the circuit dries, the wet weather tyres are great when it's really wet, but when the circuit starts to dry out, it just sort of rips the top off them, and within, running them in the dry, within 10 laps, they're basically slick.
Yes. Sadly, not as grippy as a slick.
No, nowhere near either. So, expensive times for drivers at this stage where the circuit starts to dry itself out. So but luckily it is remaining dry at the moment. The last few of our drivers make their way off. There is your winner going over the weighbridge, the number 4 of Ben Ficini, followed by the 14 of Rocco Baker, and the runner-up in that heat, Alfie Lindsay. William Young, though, pushed him all the way to the end, and Jude Cole coming in the background, who had a lot of work to do, some of which was down to his own doing, but nonetheless put in a stellar performance when that number 77 was facing in the right direction. And as we mentioned earlier, in testament to how quickly we get things turned around here at the Teesside Autodrome, the seniors are out already in the background for their opening race of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here, brought to you by Alpha Live Productions via YouTube and the Facebook page. And as always, please do get in touch. While you get in touch, to subscribe to the Alpha Live page for not only karting action but circuit racing as well, and rugby as well, I believe, from the last couple of. Although that's more. Is that more on the Facebook platform as well as the YouTube? But it's still.
Well, it's actually not on our YouTube or our Facebook. You can pick
Bye,
it
Luke.
up.
I'm going home, Luke.
You can pick that up on our website if you want to watch some rugby from the Northampton Saints, or rather the Northampton Wanderers, the B team. One day we'll be filming the pro team.
So we are
got the race starting now.
Seniors are out and they're underway, and it's going to be James Lowther off the front row with Max Prentice, Chris Gibbon, Paul Swan and Tom Reeve behind them. Dan Kell in the 89 though starts slowly, and Paul Morgan has a spin on the outside. Daniel Kell has come straight off and back into the paddock, so his race has lasted little more than 50 metres. He is off and back in, so a difficult qualifying session. We can now add a difficult heat number 1 to that, as Josh Redhead in the 9 and Max Prentice get themselves involved down that back straight. So we are one driver down already, which is unfortunate for the 89 of Daniel Kell, as our seniors now out on the circuit that was considerably drier than what they qualified in earlier on today. So it will be James Lowther over the line, and it's Paul Swan up into second place. rain might have stopped, but the wind has certainly got itself up, and I wonder how that's going to affect some of our drivers out there. Certainly a lot windier than what it was earlier on. It's affecting the barrier as well, at the chicane that's getting held in place.
When I was here yesterday getting set up, those barriers were going everywhere when it started getting really windy, so hopefully we don't see wind that high.
So obviously, like as with most circuits, quite open area, and the wind does have an effect, even with the drivers being quite low down. James Lowther, though, our early leader, is away and over the line. He's going to be followed by Paul Swan and Max Prentice up to third. Chris Gibbon is down to fourth, and Prentice there all over the back of Paul Swan. Prentice is going to try and go right round the outside. Great move by the 33 of Prentice, got the run, went all the way round the outside of the national loop and up into second place.
Fantastic move, fantastic move.
Prentice up to third, Swan will go down to fourth.
And that's just showing there's definitely some grip on the outside there now, though.
Well, yeah, we saw it from the start of the juniors with Ficini going right the way round the outside and cutting it in. And as you mentioned earlier, Luke, it's just favouring the bravery of some of the drivers. And Prentice, having won the junior championship here last year,
he's already put a gap on the second and third place on Swan. So
the gap that Swan had to the leader was 1.8. It's now out to 2 seconds with Prentice, but Prentice had to do an overtake during that last lap, so he's going to come through now and take the challenge to our leader James Lowther in the number 12.
I'm pretty sure that gap that we're seeing out our window now is not 2 seconds.
No, Prentice has appears to have closed that gap, and they'll go down the back straight into the South Bank loop. That's Prentice just disappearing out of shot to the left-hand side.
I think in a couple of laps we're going to have a good battle for the lead.
So we have 10 laps of action for all of our heats, barring the Bambinos, as a 31 Paul Morgan has a second off of the heat.
So what's the gap now for the lead?
Lap, so 1.5 seconds. And
out.
Despite James Lowther putting in a personal best, Max Prentice has found half a second. And
I think he's doing it all through the first couple of corners. Like, as we said, like straight away, we've got another chain guard on the start line.
Well, we're collecting them today, and that is a note to all of our drivers. Tighten your bolts up.
Yep.
Check your nuts, that sort of thing. Make sure everything is securely fastened to your kart as we are shedding chain guards. And we'll go back to the action. That's Prentice in the 33, taking quite a middle line down the hairpins number 3 and 4.
Oh, the gap's grown this lap, so it's gone up by 0.2 of a second.
So he's still using quite a wide line round that corner as the circuit continues to dry, and with no rain forecast for the rest of the day, or for at least the foreseeable future.
We've got to change to third place outside of our window.
Oh, we do. That's Paul Swan drops back down into fourth. Chris Gibbon up into third. Swan tried to return the favour as they went down the back straight, but couldn't get it done. And now Chris Gibbon up into third as our leaders will come through and over the line. It was 1.7 seconds last time. We'll see what it is this time. It's dropped back down, 1.5, but with 4 laps remaining, he's going to need 0.3 a lap, as there's confirmation of the change for third with Chris Gibbon up to third, Paul Swan in fourth. Josh Redhead with a personal best though, with a 50.677.
Don't think Swan's going to give up on third place that easily.
No, not at all. He's been there from, well, I think he was in second for off the line, wasn't he? And then Prentice managed to get past, and with that superb move right round the outside. And looks like Gibbon is already going slightly defensive out of hairpin number 2 for the long run down to South Bank, and Swan has gone to the inside, gets the door firmly closed though by Gibbon, and decides that with 3 laps remaining there's still time to go. Right, contrasting lines though around hairpin 4. Thought Gibbon was going to get the run, but he doesn't, and that Swan back up into third place, and this one's going to run, all being well, to the end of this race. 3 laps remaining. So we've just quick look to the live stream, and Tatsuya Shima is pointing out that it still looks fairly wet out there, but I would suggest that there's certainly parts of this track that are drying, certainly bits where there's only one line through the corner into the D-shaped chicane at the start of the lap. There's certainly dry patches appearing there on the racing line.
If you were out there, would you be going wets or slicks now if you've had a choice?
I'd be going across the grass, Luke, because 2 strokes certainly are going to need the wets on, but I think that there's going to be, there'll at least be somebody in that paddock, especially I think maybe on the cadet grid, because they've got another half an hour or so yet. Maybe even at Junior Pro Kart, somebody that's maybe not had the first heat that they wanted to, might be willing to risk putting a slick tyres on and seeing how it pans out. I mean, if you've not had, you know, a superb first heat, you've got very little to lose in terms of position to just
You tend to find those towards the back of the grid will be the ones that take that gamble, because if you're at the front you want to hold on and get the win. But I think just looking out the window, the lead gap's come down a considerable amount. It's around 1 second now as we enter the final lap of the race.
Yeah, just enough for James Lowther to be worried, and I think if he has a quick look over his shoulder going down the back straight, there's a back marker coming up, and whether that's going to play into it, but well, let's see whether he has a quick look.
Well, it
doesn't, just has a...
It may not get him too worried in this last lap. He's still got a healthy gap there, really, to hold on to it. But it might get him worried for the next couple of races coming up.
Yeah,
well, Max is definitely a contender for the win.
Max has certainly shown that he's got the speed, and that, at the very least, that'll give him the confidence as they come through. Paul Morgan will take the last lap board just in front of our leader and winner, James Lowther.
As
Max Prentice, fastest lap of the race, just almost drops it into the 48s for the first time with a 49.088. So we await the battle for third place, and it will go the way of Paul Swan, just with Chris Gibbon in fourth. Zach Bowker and Josh Redhead, though, got right on the back end of that battle towards the end. Tom Reeve gets a 7th. And then we await the 31 of Paul Morgan, although we did see him pop through. And one driver that we were missing is the number 90 of Stephen Kell. Didn't make the start. So not an easy day for either of the Kells so far early on. Issues with Daniel Kell and with Stephen Kell early on. Daniel not making it much past the not much past the start line at the start of the day. So we are having our the stray chain guard belonged to the number 95 of Paul Swan. He's collected that from the start line. So he is away with that chain guard, and he'll be off in search of some bolts. So that is the end of Heat 1 two-stroke action. And that leaves us with one remaining heat for the opening round of races, and it will be Senior Pro Karts, and they will be out very shortly. And we've got Bambinos and Junior Pro Karts. We will run straight then into the second heat, and then we'll have a short break. So heat number 3 and the final. Senior Pro Kart Heat 1, though, is out on track, and on the front row it will be the O-plate of Josh Volkers lining up alongside the 43 of Connor Lucas. Then we'll have Jessica Alexander in the 21 and Aaron Alexander in the 38. Scott Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish will be 6th. Then we've got Connor White and David Brown on row number 4. Row 5 will be shared by Nigel Richardson and Mark Tate, with Rob Stanway and Simon Doughty in 12th. Rob Lowe will line up alongside Emma Brown, with Thomas Lowther and Alban Dowell on row 8. The remaining drivers will be Anthony Burrell, lines up in 17th in the number 23. And then we'll come through. Some confusion at the start with where they're going to go, but it'll be Josh Folkers on pole position as our drivers get themselves up, and they'll be sent through. I think some of our senior drivers were going all the way around the track rather than the new procedure of coming through the barriers at hairpin number 3 and lining up on the grid. So at the moment, Josh Folkers waits patiently by himself on pole position, joined very shortly by the number 43 of Connor Lucas. Row number 2, Jessica Alexander on the inside of Aaron Alexander. In the number 38, 2 Alexanders of no relation, I don't believe. So then we've got row 3 of Scott Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish, with Connor White and David Brown on row 4. Final few rows are getting themselves in position.
I'm pretty excited about this one, David. I don't know about you.
I mean, if anything like last season is anything to go by, Senior Pro Kart is just a superbly competitive class, and
Yeah.
the front 2 especially of Josh Folkers and Connor Lucas very, very evenly matched towards the back end of the last season. I think Connor had the march early on, taking the first 20 races out of 36 for the season, but then it got a lot closer as Josh Folkers found that little bit of something. To be fair, Josh Folkers got quicker when he got a new helmet, and I think that's certainly something that I think is what we're saying there is, get a new helmet, it's worth 2/10.
Yeah, a nice shiny painted helmet is worth 2/10.
Yeah, I mean, just in your head it's worth 2/10, but we are underway and racing in Senior Pro Kart for the first time in 2020, and it's a great start from the second row by Jessica Alexander. Got up alongside Connor Lucas, but then has to drop away, but she'll battle back to the inside. That's Aaron Alexander coming through. Aaron Alexander from the second row takes the lead very briefly, but it's Connor Lucas now. Josh Folkers has dropped all the way back to 5th, having led round the national loop on the opening lap. Got caught up with Aaron Alexander coming down the inside, but it's Connor Lucas away at the front. Jessica Alexander slots into second after a great start that then got held up. So they go down the back straight. Looks like Scott Tate got a good run. Josh Folkers goes to the inside of Aaron Alexander for 4th place. And will also go down the inside of, looks like Connor White, who made a great move up all the way from the 4th row. So these will come, everybody's through though round the opening lap for the first time, and it's Connor Lucas away and in the lead from Jessica Alexander, Josh Folkers, Connor White up from the 4th row into 4th place. Contact warnings are plenty though for that first lap, with both Aaron Alexander with quite an aggressive move for a young driver, showing that he won't be bullied by the older drivers. So the youngster from Kings Lynn takes a hearty chunk of curb as well, going through the chicanes with the uncompromising driving style. And if you're wondering why, we've got a spin at hairpin 1 and 2, we've got Anthony Burrell at hairpin 1 and Nigel Richardson at hairpin 2. There's comments coming in on the live stream, because I mentioned earlier that painted helmets were for quick drivers, and I have a white helmet, and that's the reason why I'm in the commentary box and not racing, because I wasn't quick enough at driving. But,
or was that all you were missing out? You just needed that painted helmet and you would have been there. You would have been at the front.
I'd have been in Formula 3 if somebody had just come along with a Sharpie and just drawn on it a bit. I'd have been a different class. It's the head of the field has spread itself out a little bit, but Josh Folkers closes in on the back of Jessica Alexander for second, round hairpin number 2.
Good battle for 5th place now. Is that Connor White and Scott Tate?
Yeah, I think, to be fair, Brandon Truman Reddish is getting himself going to get himself involved in that very quickly as well, as will David Brown behind him in 8th place. That's Brandon coming in to shot with the orange flick on the 151's helmet. No. The battle for 5th place of Connor White, who was up to 4th, but Aaron Alexander got himself back, so the 38 of Alexander acclimatising himself very quickly to only racing on slicks in wet weather conditions, having raced Junior Pro last year where they were allowed to run wet. That's Brandon Truman Reddish going through the chicanes. The only driver out there with aboard a 7 kart in the 151. There he is with the orange. You see still the different lines going through the corners. Drivers on slick tyres only into hairpin number 2. Drivers, some will go tight to the inside, some will run almost off the track on the outside and then turn the kart and then maximise the straight line speed. The gap for the lead remains at 2 seconds at the moment. They'll come over the line and it's almost 3 now. Connor Lucas starting 2020 as he started 2019 in formidable form, as he looks to retain his senior Pro Kart championship here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit. So it's Lucas at the head of the field from Alexander, Folkus in 3rd, Aaron Alexander in 4th, Connor White 5th, Scott Tate in 6th, Brandon Truman Reddish 7th, David Brown 8th, Rob Lowe in 9th, and Rob Stanway in 10th. In the 151, he had quite a tough qualifying session in that 151, off on the grass at the start, and he's got much better since then. The 52 of Connor White's got quite a bump on that nose cone. I'm not sure whether that was off an opening lap excursion or whether he started with his nose looking like that, but we will...
Maybe he's come up with a new aerodynamic design.
So, if he's come up with a new aerodynamic design for that, then he needs to go and have a chat with his boss at work. And to segue into that, his boss at work is Toto Wolff, because Connor White in the 52 works for Mercedes F1.
That's funny, that, because my dad does too.
Friends.
Mercedes friends.
Mercedes friends. So if that's a new aerodynamic, he needs to jump himself out his cart.
Well, Mercedes are the innovators at the moment, aren't they? I wonder if he's got a DAS system on, so he's altering the toe as well while he's out there.
The only way that he's got a DAS system on a Pro Kart is if the bolt for his steering wheel comes undone, and it just starts wobbling up and down on the top mount. But as Aaron Alexander slides the 34 sideways in the drying conditions into that thing, and he's a supremely confident young driver in that 38. Smashes it over the 3rd curb of the 4, going through the chicane section as we follow the 31 of Scott Tate, chasing the 52 of Connor White for 5th place. Tate getting ever closer, differing lines though as they go around there, and they're not close enough to get alongside down the back straight. As he goes right the way round the outside, Tate goes to the inside, so White will stay though on the outside. Stays there, drivers cutting back in, see the inside rear wheel jacking up as the drivers try to maximise the turn in and get that front wheel lifted, using the rear wheel to turn them around the corner as well as the front two. As White slides slightly wide, and now he's going to be compromised going round that corner. I think if there wasn't so much of a puddle there, I think Scott Tate might have thrown that one down the inside, but Connor White survives. Coming under pressure though from the 31 of Tate. 2.5 laps remaining. Tate gets alongside, but he's going to have to go round the outside or try a different line. Slots back inside, and he's got a much better run though out of that corner, in 5th place is up for grabs, but Connor White's going to try and drive it all the way round the outside, and the side-by-side round the South Bank loop. Scott Tate though backs out. 2.5 laps remaining though for him to try and get the job done. Those two though have broken a gap away though from Truman Reddish and David Brown behind them. So it's a two-kart battle. Scott Tate now trying to go right the way around the outside over the start line. He's pretty much tried and overtaken every corner, but Connor White's off. Connor White spins under pressure from Scott Tate, goes backwards and will drop down the field. I think he's going to get back just in front of Rob Stanway, so I think he's only dropped 3 places, but disappointment for the 52 of Connor White under pressure from Scott Tate. And that was the corner that I think he'd struggled on the lap before to get the line right, coming over the crest as the corner becomes slightly off cambered and drops down. I think he'd struggled the lap before, and I've mentioned about Tate having to try and maybe have a move down the inside if there wasn't so much of a puddle, and that time came under too much pressure and wrapped the back end round the front, unfortunately. So 52, Connor White will drop down the field. I think he's going to recover too. I think he'll stay inside the top 10. There he is coming through and over the line. The last lap board is out and he will come through in 8th place behind the 55 of David Brown. Our leader though is already on the back straight with a comfortable lead. And it's always testament to how far somebody is out in front when we haven't seen them for the previous 9 laps. But Connor Lucas in the 43. And pick him up, he'll come round. Hairpin number 4, there he is, round there, and he will be clear and away through the dogleg section. The checkered flag awaits the number 43, as it has many times before. Connor Lucas wins the first race of Senior Pro Kart 2020 here for the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series at Teesside Karting. Jessica Alexander with a superb second, and Josh Volkus rounds out the top 3. Aaron Alexander will come through in 4th, Scott Tate in 5th. And then we await Brandon Truman Reddish, David Brown, and the unlucky Connor White for the top 8. Rob Stanley and Rob Lowe will come through. I think that's a typing error for Rob Stanley. It's Rob Stanway in the number 9. Final lap change as well for Nigel Richardson. Moves up to 13th. Simon Doughty 14th. Then we've got Emma Brown and Alban Dowell. Anthony Burrell already through 1 lap down to take the checkered flag. So we await Alban Dowell to come through in the number 16. And that brings a close to the first round of races. We have 6 more before our lunchtime interval here at Teesside Karting. We'll be back in a few seconds for the start of heat number 2 with our Bambino class. Welcome back. We are ready and waiting for heat number 2 and the start of our second round of heats with our Bambino class. The sun has made a timely appearance for the arrival of our youngest racers here at Teesside Karting for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. The pole sitter Edward Haynes in the O-plate, who qualified on pole and won the first heat. He's going to come through and will start on the inside of the front row. Alongside him will be the 9 of Riley Buckton Young, who had a superb qualifying session and then backed that up in heat number 1 in the number 9. Ryan White and Ollie Carter occupy row 2. Lewis Smith and Edward Rye on row 3, and then Maximus Shields will be up on row 4. Our Bambinos make their way around. And they will just be set up on the grid. And 7 drivers for our Bambino class for the introduction into motorsport for our youngest drivers. Now our pole sitter will roll into place in the all-black kart for the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Alongside him, the 9 of Riley Buckton-Young. Ryan White on the inside of row 3, Ollie Carter alongside him. Then we have the 13 of Lewis Smith, the 66 of Edward Rye, and then Max Lewis in the number 46. Entering his first outdoor championship, joins the back of the grid in the number 46. Parents come down just to make sure everybody, all their children are positioned correctly, and then make their way off. And we are about to go racing in heat number 2 for our Bambino class. Thumbs up from the back of the grid. The start line marshal has his green flag in hand, and we are underway and racing for heat number 2. Buckton-Young comes across to try and block off the fast starting Ryan White from the second row, but he can't do enough. Buckton-Young goes all the way back to 4th. So Ryan White from the second row and Ollie Carter move up into 2nd and 3rd respectively. And now Riley Buckton-Young has got a little bit of work to do as our leader has broken away at the front with the midfield battle, starting with the fast-starting Ryan White in the 4. Riley Buckton-Young, though, now looking behind him, occupied with the number 13 of Lewis Smith as they go out onto the back straight for the first time. And Ollie Carter, as we mentioned earlier, gets a great run down that back straight and goes to the inside. And Ollie Carter moves through into 2nd place in the number 88. And it looks like Riley Buckton-Young has done the same as well. So Ryan White gets shuffled back, but Ollie Carter has spun at hairpin 3, as he did in the first heat. He had an overtaken, then spun straight away after it. So Ryan White back up to 3rd place. Riley Buckton-Young had to go right the way round the outside of the spin and loses out. Lewis Smith is going to get past him as well unless he sticks it out round the outside of the chicane. Riley does, and Buckton-Young does in the 9, but now he's going to compromise his exit, is he? Manages to hold on as the Commerce C50 engine Bambinos make their way round the national corner. So disappointment again for the number 88 of Ollie Carter, having made a great overtake down the back straight to put himself up into 2nd place. Finds himself spinning away, and now he's got a little bit of work to do to try and catch up onto the back of the 66 of Edward Rye. As it looks like we're about to go 3 wide down the back straight. Riley Buckton-Young's going to try and go right the way round the outside of the national loop. He's, I think, around South Bank. I think he's already found his way past Ryan White. He has right the way round the outside. A superb move by the number 9 of Riley Buckton-Young, and now he's going to have his sights set on the 13 of Lewis Smith, running up in 2nd place as Ryan White comes back to overtake Riley Buckton-Young. So it looked like Buckton-Young had got that move done and was going to be away, but he's going to run wide. He's going to try and run right the way round the outside of White. He does, into the D-shaped chicane. Riley Buckton-Young makes a superb overtake, and now he's just got to keep his head down for a few corners, hold that position, keep his body upright rather than leaning in, and then he's going to have to look straight in front of him at the number 13 of Lewis Smith. Looks behind him though at the number 4 of Ryan White, as Lewis Smith in the number 13 runs a superb 2nd, as Riley Buckton-Young defends down the back straight, weaving slightly to keep the number 4 of Ryan White behind him. As behind them, Ollie Carter has closed right up on the back of the 66 of Edward Rye. There he goes to the inside as they enter hairpin number 3 to try and get the move done. Rye closes the door on him. Can't get it done, although I'm sure Ollie Carter will try and get the run out of hairpin number 4. Lewis Smith, though, has broken a slight gap away from Riley Buckton-Young. Riley's going to have to try and close it because he's Ryan White has dropped away slightly behind, which means he can put all of his focus on the kart in front of him. As Ollie Carter continues to try and find a way past Edward Rye. Gets to the inside, there's contact between the two of them, but Ollie Carter gets the job done down the inside. Some side pod to side pod action there between the 66 of Rye and the 88 of Carter, but Carter in the end has got the job done and moves up into 5th place. An aggressive move there by the 88, but He is away and looking to catch up with Ryan White in front of him, as Lewis Smith continues to pull out a slight gap from the number 9 of Riley Buckton-Young. Out at the front, though, coming under a lot less pressure than he was in heat number 1, is our leader, Edward Haynes. He was kept honest in that first heat by Riley Buckton-Young, but after a poor start and having to go all the way around the outside of a spinning Ollie Carter, Riley now finds himself down in 3rd place in that number 9. As he tries to close down the gap to the kart in front, although he's pulling away, and he seems to be now falling back slightly into the clutches of the number 4 of Ryan White and a fast-charging Ollie Carter in that number 88 kart, trying to make amends for the spin in the early part of the race. He tries to take that smooth line out there onto the back straight, so they all go, and they're evenly spaced as they go down the back straight. Riley Buckton-Young has a quick look over his shoulder to the inside, see if there's anybody there. Ollie Carter has closed up right round that corner on Ryan White. I think he's going to try and see if he can run it right the way around the outside. Backs out of that move in the early part of the corners. Riley Buckton-Young opts to go through the puddle on the inside of hairpin number 4 rather than go around it, so he's going to have wet tyres to contend with until he can just dry them off on this straight bit. I think he'll be fine with that now, but certainly went through that puddle as Ollie Carter goes right the way round the outside of Ryan White and up into 4th place. Great move by the driver of the number 88 kart, and this great move. He gets a good run out of hairpin number 4 and runs all the way round the outside of Ryan White. So it's Haynes from Smith, Buckton-Young, Carter, White, Wright and Lewis. 3 laps remaining, as we've got a drive. Riley Buckton-Young is spawned on the outside of hairpin 1. I think the camera caught him there and he was stationary against the tyre wall on the outside. So Riley Buckton-Young in the 9 spins out of 3rd position, looks back, and that's the 66 of Edward Rye. So Riley Buckton-Young is down to 5th. Edward Rye now will put him under pressure for that 5th. So Ollie Carter finds himself up into 3rd place, with Riley Buckton-Young spinning out of that position. He now tries to close down Lewis Smith, although with 2 laps remaining at most, 1 minute on the timing, I think it's going to take quite a lot to try and get his position. But Ryan White comes through then in 4th place. Riley Buckton-Young stays in front of Edward Rye, but Rye trying to get past him. Now Ollie Carter has to negotiate getting down the inside of Max Lewis in the 46. He does, and goes through the chicanes. And as you can see, as the cameras pan round, certainly with the slower Bambino karts, you can certainly pick out the dry spots on this circuit. They're round hairpin number 3, although to be fair, hairpin number 3, even when it's dry and it has rained before, remains quite a slippy corner. Doesn't necessarily dry out quite as quick as some of the others here on the Teesside Autodrome circuit. 30 seconds remaining, and Edward Haynes comes through so quickly. I think that he's missed the last lap board, but he's set a personal best on the way anyway, and you'll pleasantly surprised to see the checkered flag when he comes round next time. Lewis Smith, a superb 2nd so far, has quite a comfortable gap back to Ollie Carter. The gap's extended ever so slightly. Ryan White remains 4th, Riley Buckton-Young in 5th, with Edward Wright and Max Lewis. Personal best though, all for White, Buckton-Young and Rye, as the circuit does continue to dry. Certainly over the start line, we've seen some drivers going right the way around the outside, so there's certainly enough grip for them to do that, as our leader goes round hairpin number 3, round hairpin number 4, and then he's just got to negotiate the dogleg section, and he will be greeted by the sight of a waving checkered flag for the 2nd time. And Bambino, heat number 2, goes the way of Edward Haynes in the O-plate. 2nd place looks like it will go the way of Lewis Smith, and that's a great result for him aboard the number 13. He's going to come through the dogleg section now and take the checkered flag. So it is Lewis Smith in second. Ollie Carter will come through in a third place, and a question there of what could have been if it hadn't have been for that opening lap spin. It's certainly been battling for second, and the leader would have been under a little bit more pressure than what he was, having managed to just drive off into the distance, as everybody else behind them either got themselves involved in an incident or spent half of the race overtaking each other. Certainly in the case of Riley Buckton Young, he's ended up finishing down the field, but probably put in more overtakes on than any other driver in that heat. So as our Bambinos will make their way off the circuit. We look forward to heat number 2 of our Junior Pro Kart class. Just having a quick look at the live stream comments. Request to ask whether any Rotax on track, and the answer to that question is yes, there is. They will be with us in around about 20 minutes time. So the running order, as always, is Bambino, Junior Pro Karts Cadets, then we have a mix of Junior and Mini Rotax, and then we have Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Karts. So two Rotax races for you today, and they'll be with you in around about 20 minutes. The final few of our Bambino drivers making their way off the track, as our Junior Pro Kart drivers will be out very, very shortly. Max Lewis exits stage left and down the pit lane, and no sooner has he gone, Junior Pro Kart are off out in the background, and they are led out by the 2019 O-Plate winner and the Heat 1 winner, Jack Morris, in the O-Plate. Alongside him, and a maiden front row start for the number 99 of Alexander's Mallard. Row number 2 will be Asher Blythe and Bella Franklin, who recovered superbly from a first lap incident in heat number 1 to get all the way back up to 4th. And she'll certainly be one to watch to take the challenge to that front row in heat number 2. So it looks like they're going rather slowly round South Bank, and they'll then be sent on their way 2 by 2 towards the front of the grid. 9th will be Bent Hogarth. Then we've got Joe Burrell, Brandon Jennings, Sebastian Pereira, Caitlin Frame and Jacob O'Connor on the grid. So as they come forward now to position themselves, it's Morris on the inside of the front row with Alex Mallard on the outside. Asher Blythe in the 15 on the inside of number 8, Bella Franklin. Then we've got Sandro Ballesteros and Owen Spears, who struggled in qualifying, but his race pace was there and it got him all the way up to 6th. Jake Richardson 7th, Kieran Lambert in 8th. We've got Ben Hogarth, Jacob O'Connor, we've got Joe Burrell, Brandon Jennings, Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame, just rounding out our grid. Just checking that everybody is in position and where they should be. Just waiting for one of the marshals to return to his post, and then we will be underway and racing in heat number 2 of our Junior Pro Kart class. The green flag is up. The green flag is not down. We've had a slight jump start, and some of our drivers will roll their way back in. Certainly the first 2 rows. Got a little bit too excited at the wave of the green flag, and they went a little bit too soon. They'll be rolled back into position, and we will try again in Junior Pro Kart. So heat number 2. The green flag is up, it's down, and we are underway and racing in heat number 2. Let's see if everybody can get through the first couple of corners this time. There's a hearty amount of curb by Kieran Lambert, but everybody has made it round the national loop this time. Through the chicanes, and it's Jack Morris in the lead from Alex Mallard. Bella Franklin's up into third at the expense of Asher Blythe, who is down to fourth, although it takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside to get the run down that back straight, and they'll go side by side into the South Bank loop for the first time. Franklin, though, doesn't yield, and she stays in third place. Owen Spears, though, will try to take advantage and head down the inside. But out at the front, it is Jack Morris in the O-plate, leading away from the 99 of Alex Mallard. So they'll come over the line, and we'll give you a full rundown of how we're looking. So it's Morris, Mallard, Franklin, Blythe, Lambert, Spears, Ballesteros, Richardson, Jacob O'Connor, Ben Hogarth, Brandon Jennings, Joe Burrell, Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame. So they go into hairpin number 1, and Bella Franklin's coming under pressure from Asher Blythe. Blythe has managed to get himself up. Great run by Blythe. He's going to get 2 in 2 corners. As he does, he goes up to second place at the expense of Mallard. Fourth to second in 2 corners. Mallard's going to battle back, though, for the inside. Mallard's not going to let him have that one easily enough. 2 drivers very familiar with each other from their practicing at their local track at Lockwell Hill in Mansfield. In fact, at least 3 or 4 of the drivers from this junior pro kart grid hailing from the Mansfield Nottingham area. So all very accustomed to each other, but this battle for second that runs all the way down to 7th is just playing into the hands of our leader Jack Morris. Morris away with Asher Blythe in second. Kieran Lambert goes up to third, Bella Franklin 4th, and Alex Mallard in general has had a terrible lap and has been shuffled all the way down to 6th place, 7th place now. Around that South Bank corner, he's behind Sandro Ballesteros in 6th. So our leader is away as Asher Blythe goes very wide outside hairpin number 4, cuts a huge amount of grass, takes all the turf with him, and will drop all the way back down to 7th place. So just ran wide, ran out of track over the curb, and gives 2nd place away, gives it to Kieran Lambert. And another driver who'd made superb progress over a couple of laps, and that has been thrown away by going wide and over the grass, as Sandro Ballesteros in the 19 will try to go to the inside of Owen Spears. Spears defends aggressively and pushes him to the inside of the circuit before they get to the South Bank loop, and he will stay in 4th place. So it's Morris with Lambert behind him, and Lambert is closing on our leader. The gap last time round was 1.9 seconds. Lambert will come through, and it's sub 1 second. He's found 9/10 in 1 lap with 6 remaining. So it's Morris, Lambert, Franklin, Spears, Ballesteros, Blythe and Mallard. This top 7. The battle for second, though, has spread itself out now, with Asher Blythe in the 15th going wide and over the grass, and everybody taking evasive action has split the field up ever so slightly. And as the circuit dries, looks like Alex Mallard is starting to struggle in what I think he was hoping for a wet weather day. He's had a lot of wet weather practice in that number 99. Showed that by finishing 2nd in heat number 1, though, but now runs down in 7th place. The battle for the lead, though, is incredibly tight. The 14 of Lambert is close right up to Morris, another 9/10. And we've got a battle for the lead that's dragging Bella Franklin into it as well. If Jack Morris continues to back Kieran Lambert up, it's going to be a 3-kart battle for the lead, and I think it will be by the time they get round this corner. Bella Franklin joins on the back, but Kieran Lambert gets the run outside of hairpin number 2, goes to the inside, and we've got a new leader in junior pro kart. It's the 14 of Kieran Lambert, goes to the inside. Is it only brief though, as Morris tries to return the favour to the inside of hairpin number 3. Looks like the move, though, has been sorted out, and Kieran Lambert leads in the number 14. Jack Morris is going to get backed up into Bella Franklin in the number 8. She goes over the line, nose to tail, pushing him over the line. 4 laps remaining as Lambert goes wide round the national loop through the chicane section as they head towards hairpin number 1. but Kieran Lambert out in front in the number 14. Looking to pick up a first heat win, I believe, here at Teesside. And it looks like now Jack Morris is going to have to look over his shoulder at the number 8 of Bella Franklin, and that's going to play into the hands of our new leader as he heads round as Bella Franklin goes to the inside of Jack Morris. Bella Franklin goes up to second. She's going to have to try and miss that puddle. She does, and Jack Morris will drop back into third place. So in the space of a lap, Jack Morris has dropped back from the lead into third place in the O plate. Out in front, though, it's Kieran Lambert with half a second from Bella Franklin, and Bella Franklin goes round the national loop and closes the gap. A superb corner round there. She's very, very quick round that national loop corner after that first chicane, and will close right up on the back of the number 14, who gets a good run, as he did in the previous lap, to get the overtake done on Jack Morris out of hairpin number 2, and he gets himself a little bit of breathing space with 2.5 laps remaining. It's Kieran Lambert in the lead from Bella Franklin and Jack Morris in third. Then the battle for fourth sees Owen Spears, Sandro Ballesteros and Asher Blythe all within a second of each other. Alex Mallard has fallen back into the clutches of Brandon Jennings in their battle for seventh. Bella Franklin there with a personal best, closes the gap to half a second over the line, but by the time they come to hairpin number 1, she's right on the bumper of the 14 of Kieran Lambert. Lambert goes defensive and Franklin tries to go round the outside. Sandro Ballesteros attacks Owen Spears. That bottom corner. Round the South Bank loop though, we turn our attention to our new race leader. Bella Franklin has found her way past the number 14 of Kieran Lambert, and for the first time in Junior Pro Kart, Bella Franklin will lead over the start-finish line with the last lap board is out. So it's Bella Franklin from Kieran Lambert. Lambert, who spent laps reeling in the early leader Jack Morris, now finds himself being reeled in, and with just over half a lap remaining, Bella Franklin in the number 8 leads Kieran Lambert in the 14 down the back straight, and she's got South Bank and 2 hairpins to negotiate. But the bottom end of the circuit, Lambert was always quite quick at, but she did get the overtake done into hairpin number 3. Bella Franklin takes the right-hander of hairpin 3, goes round hairpin number 4, takes the defensive line to the inside, gets on the power early though, and Bella Franklin in the number 8 will come through to take a maiden victory in Junior Pro Kart from Kieran Lambert in the 14. Jack Morris comes through in third, and then over the line Sandro Ballesteros gets the position for fourth done on Owen Spears, with Asher Blythe right in behind. Jennings 7th, Mallard will come through in 8th, Hogarth 9th, Richardson 10th. Joe Burrell will come through just in front of the 42 of Jacob O'Connor, with Caitlin Frame and Sebastian Pereira coming through in 13th and 14th. And I don't think we had a lap without an overtake or an excitement there, and I have absolutely no idea how the drivers are feeling. I can barely catch my breath in the commentary box. And that was a superb exhibition of Junior Pro Karting for our drivers aged between the ages of 12 and 16. And it is a maiden victory in Junior Pro Kart for the number 8 of Bella Franklin. Kieran Lambert in the 14 looked like he was on his way to picking up a victory as well until the final couple of laps, and he too was reeled in by the number 8 of Bella Franklin. So heat number 2 of Junior Pro Kart out of the way. And then we'll have our cadets out in a few moments. Heat number 1. Remember, cadets will miss out that first chicane, and they will head straight down into the national loop, which made it a lot easier for us last season getting everybody through, although heat number 1 didn't exactly pan out as we planned in that front. A couple of drivers got themselves caught up for the first heat. But on the front row will be Catherine Potter in pole position in that number 20, takes the early spoils in our cadet class, and she seeks a championship here at Teesside in the number 20. Alongside her on the front row will be the number 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. To have a look down the field as well, keep an eye on the chargy of the number 23, Charlie Wyatt, who had a fairly difficult heat number 1 and will look to come through the field. So the front row roll themselves forward to take up position on the inside. It is Catherine Potter with Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside. Row number 2, Ethan Girling on the inside of the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier. Row number 3, an all-female affair of Gracie Mitchell and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the number 88. Row number 4 is the 16 of David Mack and the 18 of Max Shields. Then we're going to have Thomas Potter and Kian McLeod with Jack Thompson and Oliver Watson. Then we've got the 23 of Charlie Wyatt and the 42 of Leon Barlow. The 87 is William Howard. And we're going to have Josh Cook. I think we just need to roll Cody Lamb into position. And we've got Ethan Charles and we've got William Robinson back there as well. We're going to be underway and racing very shortly in our cadet class. Start line marshal makes his way to the front. Everybody's in position. Looks like everybody at the front is sporting their wet tyres still. Green flag is down and we're underway, and it's another great start by the 22 of Fox-Whiteley off the outside. Is he going to have the confidence to stick it out right the way round the outside of Catherine Potter? I think he is, and is he going to slot in or is he going to have to back out? He doesn't. Potter holds firm and leads the opening few corners. Fox-Whiteley and everybody else files their way in, but we've got some contact. The 87 of Holden and the 42 of Barlow at hairpin number 1. They sorted themselves out though without the need of some marshal assistance, but somebody came in there at a fair rate of knots and skittled the few in front of them, and that has spread out the back end of the cadet field. The circuit though continues to dry as everybody's out on wets. I think potentially this will be the last time we see a wet tyre today. Certainly dry, looks dry from the perch of the commentary box as Gracie Mitchell comes through from the third row into third place. So it's Potter, Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Mentier, Max, Stansmore, Wilson, Maximus Shields, Charlie Wyatt up from outside the top 10 into 8th. Ethan Girling, Kian McLeod round out that top 10. Then we've got Thomas Potter, Jack Thompson, Ed, Oliver Watson, Ethan Charles, William Howard, Leon Barlow, Tom Holden, Josh Cook and Cody Lamb as Charlie Wyatt and Ethan Girling. Girling goes to the inside of Wyatt for 8th place, gets the job done on their way into South Bank, although Wyatt will return that favour by the time they get to hairpin number 3. Out in front though, the top 3 look to have broken away, although there is a fair gap between all of them, and it's a similar gap as they come through. David Mack in 5th, the closest to any of them, and it's Lizzie Mentier in the 50 in front. Battle they're down for 8th, down to 12th. It's quite intense as well, with Charlie Wyatt at the head of that one. 5 carts coming through with Kian McLeod and Oliver Potter wedged in the middle, with Ethan Girling getting it slightly sideways into hairpin number 2. Let's see whether Thomas Potter does get a run to the inside of him. He does. Thomas Potter in the number 38 with the green helmet. Goes to the inside. Holden's going to try and throw it all the way around the outside, but I don't think it's going to work in the same way that it did earlier on in the wet conditions. It doesn't, and the move is done by Thomas Potter, so he moves up into 9th place. Charlie Wyatt, though, is going to try and run him to the inside, and Potter has to back out, and that's allowed Girling to get back through. Charlie Wyatt coming under increasing pressure from those behind him, and he's backing the pack up, certainly allowing those out in front to move away, and it's bringing Oliver Watson in the 33 into play. So it's a 6-kart battle now for 8th place. Thomas Potter's going to try to go round the outside, and then he cuts back to the inside of Ethan Girling down the back straight. They're going to go side by side. Can't get the move done though, and slots back in. Makes one final dart to the inside, to the south bank. Tries to cut all the way down the inside. Holden's going to try and run it all the way around the outside, as he did the previous time. There's a little bit of contact on the inside of hairpin 3. Holden this time, though, is the winner of that battle. Behind them, all over the back of them, is Oliver Watson. He's closing in on the back of the 37 of Jack Thompson. So it's 6 karts battling over 8th place. The front two have broken away slightly, although Charlie Wyatt does continue to back Ethan Girling into Kian McLeod in the 54. Out at the front, though, half race distance has gone, and it's Catherine Potter with a clear advantage from Gracie Mitchell, who's now moved up into 2nd place from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lizzie Mentier in 4th, David Mack 5th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson remains in 6th, with Max Shields in a fairly lonely 7th at the moment, as the battle behind him is where the action's at. Charlie Wyatt gives up 8th place once again to Ethan Girling. Kian McLeod and although Jack Thompson is there, Thomas Potter and Oliver Watson have dropped away from the back, so there's only 4 karts battling now for 8th place. Ethan Girling, now he's got past Charlie Wyatt, moves away at the head, and Charlie Wyatt now will try and back Kian McLeod up to Jack Thompson, who's going to come to the inside. McLeod's got a good run out of that final corner. Will he try to go to the inside by the time they get to South Bank? Can't get it done. Charlie Wyatt closing the door. Runs wide though, and Kian McLeod dives to the inside of hairpin number 3. Pushed through as well by the 37 of Jack Thompson. Does come back down the inside though for hairpin number 4. Although Charlie Wyatt looks to be struggling out of corners, getting the power down. Comes into the pits, peels off. Could have kept going for I think in 8th place, unless that problem's terminal for the driver of the number 23, but he gives up 9th place and what would have been a fair handful of points in his early quest for the championship, but peels away. And Charlie Wyatt in the number 23 with 1.5 laps remaining retires from heat number 2 in our cadet class. The last lap board is out for some of our drivers. And there it is. Catherine Potter comes over to see the last lap board, and in doing so sets the fastest lap of the race with a 50.518. So it's Potter from Mitchell, Fox-Whiteley, Mentier, Max Stansmore-Wilson, Max Shields, Ethan Girling, Kian McLeod and Jack Thompson. Then we've got Charlie Wyatt, who peeled off into the pits from 11th, so he'll drop down as everybody else comes over the line. It's Oliver Watson, Leon Barlow, Thomas Potter, Ethan Charles, Tom Holden, Howard George William will come through, as will Cody Lamb and Josh Cook when they come over the line. So the first one over was the 27 of Howard George. The next one over will be our winner of heat number 2. Catherine Potter makes it 2 from 2. Then we're going to have Jared Fox-Whiteley, Lizzie Mentier and Gracie Mitchell drops down to 4th on the final lap. So a top 3 of Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Lizzie Mentier. Then we have Gracie Mitchell, David Mack, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Maximus Shields, Ethan Girling, Kian McLeod, Jack Thomas round out the top 10. Oliver Watson, Leon Barlow. Thomas Potter will come through to take the checker in 13th. Ethan Charles will be 14th. Then we have Tom Holden in the 87. brings a close. I believe, barring a final couple of drivers over the line, the final one to come over is the 27. The final driver on the lead lap, George Howard, comes over. Three more races of the morning action before we take a short break for lunch. Allow everybody to catch their breath and get themselves ready for an afternoon of 12 more races with heats and then on to the finals for each of our classes. Here at Teesside Karting for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. If you are at the circuit and you're in the market for some lunch, for a very reasonable £5.50, you can get yourself a Sunday dinner up in the cafe. So feel free to make your way up there. If you are watching at home though, please do stick around during the interval. We'll try and get some of our drivers up to the commentary box, and we'll try and bring some interviews for our drivers to you throughout that lunch break interval. In fact, if the sun stays out, I might even go and conduct them up on the up on the bank, just to see what the weather conditions are out there, ready for this afternoon's action. So cadets are, the final few are just getting up and over the weighbridge. Once they're over there, we will be away and racing with our one of our rolling start classes, the junior and mini Rotax mixed class. So they will be out and underway very shortly. They're already out, and it will be Ben Ficini on the inside of the front row, alongside. Then we're going to have William Young on row number 2, and he will be lined up alongside Jude Cole. Jude, one to watch after spinning twice in the first heat, ended up down in 4th. Then we're going to have Joe Slammin and Oliver Buckton, and then Rocco Baker rounding out 7. Oliver Buckton, the O-plate, running, which he won as a junior here, but is racing a Mini Max today, so with slightly less power. So that will explain why he is down on the 3rd row. Rolling start, and we are underway and racing. The green flag flies. Alfie Lindsay will try to go right the way round the outside of Ficini in the same way that Ficini did in the opening race, but Ficini is there. They've both gone slightly wide, and Jude Cole from 4th place comes through to lead by the time we get to hairpin number 1, although catches the cone on the inside, goes very, very wide. Still though manages to hold the inside. Luckily that cone went inside and into the puddle rather than outside and across the track, so the track is clear for our racers, and we are underway for the opening lap. So despite his best efforts to hamper his race in the same way as heat number 1, Jude Cole remains out in the lead in the number 77, as Oliver Buckton and William Young get tied up on the way out of hairpin number 4. So Cole comes through, Lindsay in 2nd, Ficini down to 3rd, Joe Slammin in 4th, William Young, Oliver Buckton and Rocco Baker right behind each other there. We've got Ficini all over the back of Alfie Lindsay. That's 3rd place. This is going to allow Cole out in front now, just move off into the distance, all being well for him. Lindsay, little tap to the right of the helmet, suggesting that they work together in their quest to catch the number 77 of Jude Cole. Let's see whether Ficini thinks that's a good idea. Obviously not, as he finds a way past and up into 2nd place. So now it'll be his turn to tap the helmet to Alfie Lindsay and suggest that they work together to plough on in order to catch a Jude Cole out in front. The gap 1.3 seconds. Lindsay though sticking with Ficini. Ficini, having found the way past, doesn't manage to break the toe, and they'll work together as they go around. Joe Slammin in 4th. William Young and Oliver Buckton battling out for 5th place. We mentioned a few months ago, Buckton running the Mini-Max, even though he won his O-Plate here in December as a junior outright, having taken the outright victory. Over the line though, the gap at the head of the field, almost 2 seconds between Jude Cole and then Ben Ficini. Right behind him, Alfie Lindsay. Slammen remains 4th and running in isolation at the moment. Buckton has found a way past William Young, moves up to 5th, Young down to 6th. Rocco Baker sticking with him though this time. Now that the circuit has dried, the 14 of Rocco Baker shows great improvement from the opening heat and sticks with the back of the 22 of William Young. Over the line, the gap now increased by another half a second, just to show how quick Jude Cole can be when he keeps himself out of trouble. We knew that anyway following his outright heat wins here last season in the changeable conditions of round at number 7 and 8. He finds himself now out in the front, and if he can just keep his head down and out of trouble, he looks to be well on his way to picking up the victory in heat number 2. Behind him though, the battle for 2nd place continues with Alfie Lindsay all over the back of the number 4 of Ben Ficini, but Ficini not an easy driver to overtake, and a driver that's improved since the start of last season, certainly in his consistency. He found the consistency, and now it appears that he's finding the speed as well. Having won the opening heat, remains in 2nd place of heat number 2. If he keeps himself towards the head of the field, we'll start the final from the front row. So 3 heats for all our drivers, points amalgamated at the end, and they will dictate the starting position for the final. So the better you do in the heats, you do pick up championship points, but you also will move you towards the head of the field, and that's what we mentioned in the cadet class with the Charlie Wyatt retiring from 9th place. Not pick up any points unless he cleared half race distance, which I think he did, so then he'll be able to still pick up points for finishing in 23rd or 24th place in that class. It certainly won't help his grid position for the final. We are beyond half race distance now in our junior and mini Rotax class. Out in front, Jude Cole leads rather comfortably now, maintaining that 2.5 second gap to Ben Ficini. It's been a similar gap for the last 2 laps or so. I think he's had a quick look over the shoulder, realises he doesn't have to do anything silly and push too hard in that 77. Does set a fastest lap though, and Ficini though closing the gap by just under half a second. And it looks like Jude Cole, even though he did set a fast lap, Ficini is flying in that number 4, closing the gap, taking Alfie Lindsay with him. He's not too far behind. So the gap was 2.5 seconds. Now it's 2 seconds. They've got 3 laps remaining. It'll be 2 when they come over the line. We'll see how that pace comes at some point as they come over the line. But Ben Ficini is flying at the moment, trying to close that gap down to the number 77 of Jude Cole. They're going to come over the line. It was 2 seconds last time. The gap is down to 1.8. It's closing, but I think he's going to run out of time unless Cole makes a mistake, or Ficini can find somewhere else on the circuit where he can find half a second or so. They go round hairpin number 1. They'll go into hairpin 2 very shortly and onto the back straight. A lap and a half remaining. Ficini can see the target in front of him. And it's not that Jude Cole has slowed down, because the lap prior he put in the fastest lap of the race and then a personal best the lap after. But Ben Ficini has found something in this drying conditions, and he will come through. The last lap board is out, and the laps might be the saving grace of Jude Cole. Ficini once again takes 2.5 tenths of a second, but it leaves the gap at 1.5. He's going to run out of laps at this rate, and the lap board is going to be the saviour of Jude Cole. I think it's going to rob us of a battle. If this was a final with an extra 2 laps, as there will be towards the end of the day, it could have been a very interesting end to the second heat of our junior Rotax class. But as it is, the checkered flag is going to be awaiting the number 77. If he can negotiate hairpin number 4, he does. Out of there, the power is down. He will come through, take the victory in the number 77. He's very pleased with that. Jude Cole wins Rotax Junior heat number 2 from Ben Pacini and Alfie Lindsay. Joe Slamman will then come through. A lonely run to 4th place for him, but he got the job done. Then we've got Oliver Buckton out there in the number 66, the first of our Minimax drivers, crossing the line in 5th place. We await William Young and Rocco Baker. That's Young over the line in the number 22. Baker will come through in the 14. Showed much better speed in heat number 2 than he did in heat number 1, crossing the line to take the checkered flag. And that is Junior Rotax in the bag for the morning sessions. 2 more races before we have our lunch break. And that will go the way of Senior Rotax and Senior Prokart. So Senior Rotax will be out very shortly, another one of our rolling start classes. They will come through straight through, as did our juniors, and go straight down around that national loop corner. Will be interesting to see whether either of the Calamity Motorsport drivers will be joining us for heat number 2, having not made heat number 1. Well, Dan made heat number 1, but he also made about 40 metres of heat number 1 before unfortunately going straight back into the pit lane for retirement. No power when he requested it from that number 89 kart. So last one over the weighbridge in the number 14. Seniors should be out very, very quickly in the background. There they go, and it's going to be a very, very interesting front row of James Lowther and Max Prentice. Max Prentice spent the final few laps of heat number 1 closing the gap onto the back of James Lowther. Ran out of laps in the end, but the pace was certainly there, and that will give him confidence going into heat number 2. The 89 of Dan Kell is out there. The 90 of Stephen Kell is not, so we do have one half of the Calamity Motorsport pairing. We'll see whether Dan can do more meters than he did on the opening lap. We do have one kart stationary on the rolling lap. I think we're gonna have to try and back everybody up because everybody's taken a while to come back round. The national circuit is quite short, but everybody's done a wonderful job getting backed up. Lowther backs them all up, and we are underway and racing over the line. Lowther leads round the first corner. Prentice is second. Then it's going to be the 26, that's Chris Gibbons, followed by the 41 of Zach Bowker. Daniel Kell comes past Josh Redhead. Makes his way up. He's going to go down the inside of Tom Reeve and makes early progress through the back end of the field. The kart that's stationary is the 95, I think, of Paul Swan. Made it round half a rolling lap and is parked up on the outside of hairpin number 3 and will take no further part in the second heat. The lead duo, though, over the line. It's nose to tail for Lowther in the green coloured overalls and Prentice behind him in the 33 in the red overalls and white helmet. Heading towards hairpin number 1, both of them running rather wide, making sure they don't clip the water on the inside, which is still there, a little bit on the inside of hairpin number 1. Prentice, though, runs out onto the back straight. The battle for third is 3 karts. As we follow our lead duo, Max Prentice had all the speed in that first heat towards the final end of the race, and he is all over the back of the number 12 of James Lowther. Lowther into hairpin number 1. Prentice takes a slightly different line with a wider entry. Similar lines around hairpin number 2. Prentice, though, gets a good run, but not enough to get alongside. By the time they get to that bottom corner, round the South Bank loop, Lowther knows he's there and goes rather defensive to the inside. Doesn't use all of the track to the outside. Prentice will try to get the run out of hairpin number 4. He's all over the back of that number 12 as they bounce through the dogleg chicane, through the bus stop at the start, and then go round the national loop. Lowther rather quick round that national loop, and it buys him a little bit of breathing space. Into hairpin number 1, removes hairpin number 1 really as an overtaking opportunity for Prentice, such as how quick Lowther is round that early part of the lap. Prentice, though, will close up as he does on most other laps, round the South Bank loop and into hairpin number 3. Then out of hairpin number 4, and let's see if he closes again. Round hairpin 4, he takes a much wider line to try and maximise his exit speed. Looks like Lowther, though, has opened up a couple of kart lengths over the line this time round. Keeps 2.5 tenths extra onto that gap. So 4 laps down, 6 remaining in our senior Rotax class. So it's Lowther from Prentice. Kell up from the back of the grid into 3rd place, but having had to get past everybody and do all the work, finds himself now 5 seconds further back down the road. There he is, running in the background as these two battle it out in the lead, but he's there in case anything was to happen to the lead duo. Chris Gibbon in the 26th, 4th, Bowker 5th, Reeve 6th. And we've got Redhead and Morgan rounding out the top 8. A couple of drivers missing from problems earlier on in the day. Stephen Kell missing in the 90. Paul Swan in the 95, not able to make the start and stands stationary on the outside of hairpin number 3, awaiting collection from the recovery quad. The gap remains, though, at just over half a second between Lowther and Prentice. Kell closing in ever so slightly, but he's not going to have enough to take 5 seconds out of the lead pairing in the time, as we've got Tom Reeve going off and onto the grass at hairpin number 1. He's currently stuck on the outside in the tie. I think he's going to struggle to get that out of there. I think that one's beached in the wet grass, and you can see how wet he is as to how wet it was getting him across there. But hopefully you can try and get that one dragged back, but whether he'd want to get that back out on track in these soaked through in there, and it looks like that kart is just going to get rolled out of the way. So number 22 of Tom Reeve retires from heat number 2, sliding across the grass and into the tyre wall at the first hairpin. The yellow flag is out, so there'll be no overtaking into there until that yellow flag is away, but the leaders are down the other end of the track at the moment, and Lowther has opened the gap up. It was 1.1 last time, it's 1.5 now. So Lowther has found a little bit extra, goes out into the lead. Max Prentice second, Daniel Kell third. The yellow flag is away, the car is out and is behind the tyre wall. On the outside of hairpin number 1 has been moved to safety. So the yellow flag away as Zach Bowker in the 41 closes in on Chris Gibbons. Nothing between those two on the last lap. Bowker working hard in the 41, slides the car out, uses a little bit of the rumble strip on the outside. So Bowker, last year, his debut season in karting, with no prior experience before that, has come on leaps and bounds in that number 41. He's going to try an audacious move out of hairpin 4 and round the outside. The last lap board, though, will await our leader as he comes round this time, the number 12 of James Lowther. As Josh Redhead comes over the line in the number 9. That's the coming back straight. Paul Morgan moves out of the way to allow Gibbon and Bowker through. Gibbon goes wide, Bowker goes to the inside, and Zach Bowker moves through into 4th place. at the expense of Chris Gibbon. Gibbon's going to try and come back to the inside. Gibbon went very, very wide round the South Bank loop. And Zach Bowker dives to the inside and moves up into 4th place aboard the number 41. Lowther has already come through and picked and seen the last lap board. He's coming out of hairpin number 3 now. He's going to come round hairpin 4 and will be greeted by the checkered flag. So the checker is out and over the line. James Lowther picks up the victory from Max Prentice. Daniel Kell will be a few metres down the road. There he comes through in 3rd place. Worked hard for that, having started from the back of the grid. Be much more confident starting heat number 3 from the 2nd row. Zach Bowker will come through to take the checkered flag, having got the move done in the end on Chris Gibbon for 4th. Gibbon up to 5th in the end. We await Josh Redhead. He will come through in the number 9. Paul Morgan comes through, takes the checkered flag 1 lap down, peels straight off into the pit. So Josh Redhead will be the last driver out on track to see the checkered flag, with Tom Reeve having already gone off across the grass, and Paul Swan not taking the start. His number 95 kart rolling to a halt on the outside of hairpin number 3 on the rolling lap. Just having a quick look on the provisional grid for heat number 3 in our junior Rotax class. The number 86 of Alfie Lindsay shown as starting in 7th place. So problems for the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. Normally with drivers being placed to the back of the field, it normally means that they've gone over the weighbridge underweight, and that normally means that they will have to start the following heat from the back, although during the break I will seek confirmation and I'll confirm that before the start of heat number 3 in our junior class. But as it stands, Alfie Lindsay in the 86 will start heat number 3 from 7th place, unless we get a confirmation of a change. So we are about to start the final race before our lunch break. It will be that of our senior go-kart drivers. They'll be out for their 10th lap, number 2. Recovery quad exits the circuit at the top end with Paul Morgan in the 95 on board. In a few moments, our senior pro kart drivers will be out onto the circuit, and on the front row as will be the number 43 of heat number 1 winner, Connor Lucas. Circuit is clear of 2 strokes, I believe, unless I know to the 22 of Tom Reeve remains on the outside of hairpin number 1. The recovery quad though is back for collection, having dropped off the 95 of Paul Swan. And will be spun round and loaded up. And there we go, the 22 of Tom Reeve, very quickly loaded up onto the back of the recovery quad. Tom will climb back into the seat of that number 22 and we'll get a free ride back to the paddock. So race number 12 of the day will be gridding up very shortly. It will be our senior pro kart drivers, and these will be drivers who will be out on their slick tyres. So it'll be a good measure of this circuit, but I'm fairly certain that the afternoon will be slick tyres only, unless somebody is really wants to take a risk of it raining, but the seniors are out onto the circuit, and it will be a front row of Connor Lucas and Jessica Alexander in the number 21, lining up alongside Josh Folkus and Aaron Alexander on row number 2. Then we're going to have Scott Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish on row 3. David Brown 7th, and then Connor White in 8th, who ran all the way up in 5th in heat number 1. Rob Stanway 9th, Rob Lowe in 10th. And we've got Mark Tate, Thomas Lowther on row 6, Nigel Richardson, Simon Doughty, Emma Brown and Alban Dowell on row 8. Anthony Burrell lines the number 23 up in 17th. As we grid up, Connor Lucas locking the rear wheels as he moves himself into position to try and get some extra heat into those Bridgestone YDS tyres. David Brown rolls the 55 in to position 7 with Connor White alongside him. Rob Lowe in the 64 with Rob Stanway in the 111 round out the top 10. Back of the grid, rolling themselves into position very, very quickly. Barring the 2 at the back, Emma Brown and Alban Dowell just swapping sides on the grid, and roll Alban Dowell back in the 183 into position. As we see the front row waiting patiently, that's Connor Lucas on the inside in the 43. In the bright yellow, blue and red livery. Outside of him, the 21, Jessica Alexander, who had a rapid start in heat 1, will look to return the favour from position 2 rather than 3 in heat number 2. We are underway and racing. Alexander, though, drops straight in behind Lucas and pushes him around the first corner. Possibly an early game plan for those two as she settles straight in behind the 43 of Connor Lucas. Made no effort to go right round the outside and settle straight in behind. So the lead 4 as Josh Folkus dives to the inside of hairpin number 1. He's going to get run wide and out onto the curb by Alexander. He's going to have to use all of the tarmac and a little bit more. And now he's going to have to try and dive back to the inside. He does. And Aaron Alexander is going to come through as well into 3rd place. So Jessica Alexander drops back from 2nd into 4th. Aaron Alexander in the 38, though, disposed fairly quickly by the 21 of Jessica Alexander, returns the favour back to the inside and will come over the line in 3rd place. So the top 2, Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus, as we've spoke about many times before, those 2, and then you've got Jessica and Aaron Alexander coming through. Scott Tate, David Brown, Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman Reddish, Connor White and Thomas Lowther. Tom Lowther coming up through the field on the opening lap to find himself inside the top 10. So Lucas down the back straight, not being able to break the toe of Josh Folkus. In fact, Josh Folkus closer than he has been for most of the day so far. It was 4/10 over the line. He is right on the back of the 43 of Connor Lucas. And they're going to come over the line nose to tail, and they've not managed to break away either from the rest of the pack. Jessica Alexander follows through in 3rd place. Aaron Alexander 4th. A slight gap back then to Scott Tate and David Brown. Brandon Truman Reddish in 7th aboard that 7 kart. Then we've got Rob Lowe and Connor White as the battle for the lead. Sees Josh Folkus try to get a nose round the outside of Connor Lucas to try and line it up to go down the inside onto the back straight. 10 laps of senior pro kart action. 2 of those are in the bag. It'll be 3 as they come over the line. Josh Folkus not wanting to make a move too early. Sits comfortably behind Connor Lucas. There is a slight gap now back between 3rd place Jessica Alexander and 4th place Aaron Alexander. Aaron Alexander falling back into the clutches of the 31 of Scott Tate and David Brown behind. They flash through the screen there. You can see how closely they are, but it's a battle of 3 drivers for the lead. Connor Lucas, Josh Folkus and Jessica Alexander. Lucas holds firm, as he has done many times aboard that number 43. Has a quick look over the shoulder as Rob Lowe in the 64 picks up a contact warning. Brand new sticker kit on that, number 64, so probably doesn't want to try and make too much contact, or he's going to have a little bit of work to do to clean off them rubber markings aboard that number 64. Will come over the line. There's a slight gap back, and we've got a change in second place. Jessica Alexander has got past Josh Folkus. So it's Lucas, Alexander and Folkus now. Let's see whether Alexander can do anything about Josh Folkus. Connor Lucas, I think Josh Folkus had just stayed there for a couple of laps, not wanting to make his move on Connor Lucas too early, but in doing so, found himself coming under pressure by the 21 of Jessica Alexander, and she now moves up into second place. Josh Folkus in third. Aaron Alexander remains in fourth, with David Brown having moved past Scott Tate for fifth place. And now it'll be his turn to try and make a move on Aaron Alexander, applying himself very well to the jump into the senior pro kart class, as did Mason Barker in the O-Plate meeting. He ran very well and ran it in the top 6. Mason, our runner-up last year in junior pro kart, as Josh Folkus has spun at hairpin 1, spins but manages to jam the brakes on in just enough time to not go across the grass, drops down into 6th place. So Aaron Alexander up to 3rd, Brown up to 4th, Tate in 5th. Josh Folkus slides himself backwards and finds himself in 6th place now as our leading duo. No longer a trio, and Josh Folkus normally so consistent aboard that O-Plate. And in a year of calling the action here at Teesside, I think that's possibly the first mistake I've seen Josh Folkus make, and it's dropped him out of contention for the victory, and he finds himself down in 6th place now, coming under pressure from the 151 of Brandon Truman Reddish, who goes inside. Folkus again goes very wide at hairpin 1 under braking and loses 6th place to Truman Reddish. There they are coming out onto the back straight. Truman Reddish in front with the orange helmet. So dropping away, Josh Folkus, I think he's got some problems on that kart as he braked very late into that corner and just couldn't get that O-Plate kart stopped. So the leading duo, Jessica Alexander, as close as she's been. I don't think there's, the lap timer says there's 0.71 seconds. I think there's about a sheet of an A4 paper between those two karts at the front as they came over the start-finish line. There's nothing between them, but it's Connor Lucas who's got the number 1 next to his name, and it's Jessica Alexander in number 2. She's got a little bit of work to do to get that number 21 car onto the top step. Connor Lucas, though, looks over the shoulder. Alexander behind. They've got 2.5 laps remaining of heat number 2 for senior pro kart before we take our well-earned lunch break here for everybody working at Teesside Karting. The marshals will get off and get themselves some dinner, and we'll be back in around about 40 minutes time with our Bambino class. So make sure you're at home seated in 30 to 35 minutes so you don't miss any of the action here for round number 1 of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, brought to you via Alpha Live Productions on YouTube and via the Teesside Karting Facebook page. 1.5 laps remaining, the last lap board in the hand of the start line marshal, awaiting the lead duo as they come round South Bank and into hairpin number 3. Connor Lucas still managing to remain firm in 1st place. Aaron Alexander's broken away from the battle for 4th between David Brown and Scott Tate. Scott Tate trying to go right the way round the outside of David Brown over the start line, has to yield and drop back into 5th though. But as our leading duo start the final lap and go into hairpin 1 for the final time of heat number 2, Connor Lucas going defensive against Alexander. Alexander's going to have to go round the outside. I think Connor Lucas defends in the 43, cuts back onto the optimum line on the outside, and he will defend once again, I think, into hairpin number 3. Jessica Alexander's going to have to make a lunge down the inside. Lucas has covered that one off fairly early, They're going to come through the dogleg section. It looks like it's going to go the way of Connor Lucas, but he's not had it easy. Heat number 2 wins by Connor Lucas from Jessica Alexander. Over the line, it's Aaron Alexander for 3rd. David Brown and Scott Tate come through, and Tate just pips him on the line for 4th. Brandon Truman Reddish, Rob Lowe. Josh Folkus does drop away down to 8th with that O-plate kart, having some problems towards the middle to end part of heat number 2, which saw him spinning off on lap number 4 and then struggling again on lap number 5 to get that O-plate kart stopped at hairpin number 1. Anthony Burrell comes over the line in the 23 to see the checkered flag, and that brings a close to the morning's action here at Teesside Karting for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Join us again in around 30 minutes time for heats number 3 and the finals on the YouTube channel for Alpha Life Productions and on Facebook. So get yourself some dinner, get yourself comfortable, and we will see you again in around about 30 minutes. So welcome back to the commentary box, and I've got my first interviewee of the 2020 season, and I've got a double heat winner alongside me in cadet heat winner Catherine Potter. Great day for you so far.
Yeah, I've had a few wins today.
So you've not had much challenge so far. That first heat, I think, was everybody else behind you got involved into the first corner, and you were just off and away. And your pole position in the second, you commanded that from the victory. And I was mentioning earlier on, there's a couple of drivers out there that have had heat wins, and not wanting to put too much pressure on our younger drivers, but you're certainly one of the favourites for the championship this season. Are you confident that you can get the job done?
Yeah, I think I could do it, especially with the help from BMW and Big Fish Tuning, my sponsors. I think I can get there and win.
So, not wanting to change the subject away from yourself too much, but your brother's making great progress in the 38 from his first effort in Banvino, and he's been up there in the top 5 in the early part of the day. You must be, are you pleased that he's getting there, or are you nervous that he's going to offer you another driver offering competition?
I'm quite happy that he's getting there. I hope that we can both get up there and get a few podium finishes.
So you both started on the front row together a couple of weeks ago at Warden, I believe.
Yeah.
So you were on the pole though, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were. So you've got another heat and a final today, and certainly put yourself in a position to in the right position for the rest of the day. Are you confident that you can add 2 more victories to it?
I'll try my best. I mean, I hope I can get the victory, but I'm not sure if I can.
Cheers, Catherine. Thank you very much. We've got a queue now forming at the commentary box door. So we'll remove the headset from Catherine and move it straight onto another one of our cadet drivers. And I will allow this young cadet driver to introduce himself.
I'm William Howard.
So you're William Howard. You're one of our youngest drivers, I believe, on our cadet grid.
Yeah.
So we, like I mentioned earlier, the mix on cadet grid is from 8 years old all the way. Well, it's actually the year of your 8th birthday, so we could have some 7-year-olds on the grid, going through all the way up to drivers that are 13. So it's quite a big spread. So tell everybody a little bit about yourself, if that's right. How old are you? Where are you from?
8.
So you're 8. You are fairly new to karting, I assume.
Yeah.
And I was speaking to somebody earlier on in the week about his karting school, and he says that you make an appearance at that. So that's Sam Harris, one of our senior pro kart drivers. And how are you finding Sam's help in your early karting years?
I think it's quite helpful.
So I know a lot of the cadet grid come along to Sam's karting school, and hopefully if Sam can find 5 or 10 minutes later on in the day, we'll get him into the commentary box, and he can tell us himself about his karting school. But you looking to progress into karting? How are you enjoying it in the early part
Well,
of
I
your
really
career?
like it.
I'm admiring your muddy boots actually at the moment. Does that suggest that you found some grass earlier on today?
Yeah.
So somebody's going to have to get them cleaned. Is that Mum's job or Dad's job to get them boots clean, ready for the round in March?
Probably my dad.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll try and get through the queue that is now forming at the door very quickly, and I might have to employ some security. We're getting that many people now queued up at the door. There we go. So headset off one driver and headset off on the other. So it's like a Le Mans style pit stop with the headset at the moment. So we've got one out and one in. So I will allow you to introduce yourself, as it's easier than me trying to guess.
So my name's Ethan Gill and I'm in the cadet class.
You are. You had a great qualifying session. You put it on pole position for heat number 1.
Yeah, my starts just hasn't been that good.
So, but qualifying did very well, and you've recovered. You did. Were you involved in the incident on the first lap? We just saw lots of drivers get
Yeah.
concertinaed up, and then we saw people fly off to the left-hand side.
Yeah, I got tangled up and I got to like 8th and then I made it back to 3rd on the last lap.
So you battled back well, and you had a good second heat as well, I believe.
Yeah, but
So-
then no, the second heat wasn't as good as the first one. I don't even know where I finished, to be honest, but it wasn't that good.
So you're still confident though for the rest of the day? You've got another heat and a final to come.
Yeah, definitely.
So you obviously the final grids get reset for the finals, so your first heat performance will stand you in good stead. So you should be there or thereabouts towards the end of the day, hopefully.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cheers, Ethan. Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you.
Let's see who we've got next.
Hi, Rosie.
No, she really wants me to.
That's fine. Well, that was the voice of our junior Pro Kart Heat 2 winner, Bella Franklin, saying hello to her sister. It would have been nice to hear a little bit more about that second heat and a maiden victory in junior Pro Kart from Bella Franklin, but as fast as she was out on track, she was out of the commentary box, so we now have somebody else alongside me. So you introduce yourself, young man, and then we'll go from there.
Hello, my name is Kean McLeod and I'm the cadet driver for 54.
So you were in a great battle in heat number 2. There were at one point, I think there were 6 of you in the middle of that, and then the back 2 filtered themselves out and left you guys in the middle there. You were quite an intense battle.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a way past and also bumps from around. It was a really fun battle.
So was everybody out in your battle on wets in that one, even though the track's, I mean, you pretty much see it's dried out very nicely now.
I'm pretty sure everyone was on wets, even though some corners are completely dry and some others are just completely soaked, still like South Bank. But I think they're starting to all dry up now. There's just a few puddles left.
Yeah, how does the puddle on the inside of hairpin 1, how does that make that a lot tighter for it? Does it ruin it as an overtaking opportunity, or does it just make it a little bit more difficult?
The only real problem is sometimes you can catch your left tyre on that little wet patch past the cone, which can make the car a little wobbly as you exit, but it still doesn't ruin the overtaking chance.
Excellent. Cheers, Kieran. I think you're in an all right position to make yourself well into the top 10 this afternoon. Are you confident that you can get that one sorted?
As long as I don't crash, yeah.
Excellent. Cheers, Kieran. Thank you very much for joining us. The conveyor belt of commentary continues to move. So Kean McLeod is out, and we believe we've got one of our junior pro karters making his way into the commentary box. And alongside me is
Owen Spears.
Owen. You let's be honest, tough qualifying session for you at the start of the day. Set up, or are you just not a massive fan of wet?
Tyres. I
Tyres.
really like the wet.
Really?
Yeah.
So at the start of the day, I thought you got really, really strong in terms of your position towards the back end of last season. You got a podium.
2 podiums.
2 podiums towards the back end of last season, and then in the wet conditions this morning, you were well down the field. They've got top 6, I believe, in heat number 1.
Yeah.
And then, but that battle in junior pro kart is just in the middle of the pack. It's just intense. You can be the same speed in every heat, and you could finish 3rd, or you can finish 12th. It's just so tight.
There's not much in it.
No, nothing at all in that middle pack, and that second heat, I was pleased I wasn't racing because I just got to watch it all unfold in front of me. It was a superb heat. You've got one more heat and a final today, and you think you can be there or thereabouts towards the end of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, confident. Another podium on the way?
Hopefully.
Is that a prediction or a spoiler?
Not going to jinx myself.
Excellent. Cheers, Owen. Thank you very much. All the best for the rest of the day and the
I
2020
want to thank
season.
my sponsors.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Thanks to MRS Training and Rescue and Redworth Caledonia.
Excellent. Cheers, Owen. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'll speak to you again, no doubt, later on in the season here. At Teesside Karting, we have 9 rounds over 7 weekends. Here at Teesside Karting, looking forward to having 2 double headers as well, one in May and one in July. So Owen Spears out of the driving seat, and he's been replaced by
Ben Hogarth.
Ben Hogarth, another one of our junior pro kart drivers. And I was saying to Owen, just the pack in junior pro kart is just so tight, you know, in terms of, you know, pace in that middle pack. And from some days you can be a midfield driver, and some days you can be up there challenging, you know, for a podium. It's tense rather than seconds in junior pro kart. How do you find?
Well, usually I'm running about 10th, 11th, but today I'm having a bit of luck and I'm running in 9th at the moment.
So how was it out there on there? I imagine you guys were all out on wets because it was the early part of heat number 2, and it's dried out very, very quickly. How was it out there on them tyres?
I like it when it's like this because I feel like I'm moving up the grid, but when it's wet I struggle a bit.
Yeah, how do you? I think we mentioned it earlier on in the practice, when it starts to dry out and them wet tyres just, you know, they don't do anything in the. It's that sort of thing where it's too wet for slicks, but not enough to, you know, there's not enough water there for the for them. Do you like the changeable conditions, or do you just prefer it fully dry?
I like it when it's half and half.
Excellent. Cheers. Thank you very much for joining us, Ben. Anybody you want to thank while you're in with us?
My dad, my mum and my granddad.
Excellent. Cheers. Thank you very much for coming along and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Plenty more drivers who want to speak to us. Excellent. There's a queue. We just have to keep shutting the door because it's quite windy out there, and the rain subsided and it's been replaced by wind. So we've got a driver who looks like he's just about finished his dinner before he's joined us. He's currently taking some of the ketchup off his fingers, so he's had some chips on the way in. So please introduce yourself as is the fashion.
Hi, I'm Max, number 18 in cadets.
So you're Maximus Shields in the number 18. You run a similar livery to Jared Fox-Whiteley in the 22. I've seen you parked up in the same awning. And
Yeah.
I imagine that's him waving at me through the window at the same time. You've had a good day so far, running up there in the top 10.
Yeah, compared to what I did last round, I think, because I drove it into the puddle and flooded my engine.
It's not advisable, but we were mentioning earlier that for some reason cadet drivers seem to find puddles here at Teesside, and they just see the puddle and just drive at it rather than round it. We also spoke about what the water was like on them engines in the wet weather conditions. And do you prefer do you like it when it's wet, or do you much prefer it when it's dry?
I probably prefer it when it's inters, because when it's wet, then you're going to spin, and when it's dry, there's more chance of actual going round instead of keeping on the track.
Yeah, so I think we were speaking to some of the junior pro kart, like the bottom end of the circuit, even though it looks really dry up here, is still quite slippy down there. And we often find that there's some drivers that they're either really good at one end of the track or really good at the other. Which parts of this Teesside National Circuit are you most a fan of?
Probably on to the straight, the hairpin one, and a bit of South Bank now.
Ah, lovely. Anybody you want to thank whilst you're in with us, Max?
Yeah, my dad, who's called Barry Shields, and Andy Fox-Whiteley.
Excellent. Cheers, Max. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we've got at least 3 or 4 more drivers to try and go through, and then I will try and get a sandwich down me before this afternoon gets back underway with our Bambino class, which will start at just gone 2:30. So Max Shields is out, and replacing him in the commentary box alongside me,
I'm Jared.
Excellent. So Jared Fox-Whiteley, driver of the number 22 cadet. So you run out of the same under the same awning as Max. You've had a very good day so far today. You've found yourself running well up the field. Are you top 3 on that last one?
Yeah.
So you very happy. You must be very happy with your performance so far today.
Yeah.
Excellent. And you think you can maintain that position for the rest of the day? I know that it's very competitive in that cadet class, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you think you can? Think you're on for a podium?
Hopefully.
I like to put the commentator's curse on our younger drivers by asking them if they're going to get podiums. But Jared, thank you very much for joining us. Anybody that you would like to thank?
Not really.
Cheers, Jared. Thank you very much. I think we've got a couple more. It looks like we've got a couple of big kids that have joined us on the steps outside as well. Okay. Excellent. I'm joined by one of our younger drivers. Would you like to introduce yourself, young man?
Yeah, my name is Ethan.
Okay. And you race in cadets, I believe?
Yeah.
So you Ethan Charles, I believe?
Yes.
Driver of the number 46?
Yes.
Excellent.
Another man. Oh, what's his name? Oh. Rossi.
So you've how are you finding the track conditions out there? It started out quite wet at the start of the day.
Yeah, at the start of the day I didn't find it very good, but now it's drier. I feel a lot better.
Have you done much wet weather racing?
Not really, but
No.
managed.
Yeah, no, it's an acquired taste. I never particularly liked it either in the wet weather. To be fair, sometimes you wake up in the morning, you open the curtains and just go straight back to bed when it's raining. It's not brilliant, but track's dried out very nicely for the afternoon. And
It's been raining a long time,
yeah,
even into the nights.
yeah, I don't think we've seen much dry weather in the last couple of weeks, so it's good to see the track. And the track does dry very quickly, at least at the top end. I think the bottom end remains a little bit slippy where they're used for drifting, but
Yeah.
confident for the afternoon now. It's drying off a little bit.
Yeah.
Excellent. Ethan, thank you very much for joining us. Would you like to thank anybody whilst you're with us?
Yeah, my parent, my dad and my granddad. They've been really nice because my granddad is a very nice man. Because he comes with me every day, he supports me and my dad. My dad paid a lot of money just for me to go racing and have fun.
Ethan, thank you very much, and that is lovely words. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for coming in. So, the big kids have arrived. I'll call you the Calamity Kids because it's only right that I do so.
Yeah.
I'll speak to Dan first, driver of the number 89 senior Rotax. I won't even call it a difficult morning. It was a terrible morning, in all honesty, for you.
Yeah, it was pretty tragic. Practice wasn't too bad, and then qualifying came around South Bank, and then the engine blew up. So luckily, Dad gave up his engine for me, so I can race for the rest of the day.
How did? I'll ask you because we all know how heat number 1 went. It went about 45 metres as you rolled gleefully straight back into the pit lane.
Yeah, just plug oiled up on the start. Luckily, managed to get a new plug in and got back out and completed half the race. So I'll get some decent points.
So you don't even need a trophy this weekend anyway because you picked one up yesterday.
Yes, I did. The second in class in the Northern Saloons for last year.
So, so when we're done in here, I'm going to go negotiate a go in your Sierra, and you're going to say yes, David. That's okay.
Yeah.
We'll bring it here. I'll go round here on a Saturday, in it.
We normally do bring it here to test. Actually, it's a great facility to test it with the long back straight. You can get up to decent speed. Then you got the twisty stuff around the back.
So when we do the international here on the 24-hour, I love the bottom end of the track just because it's just so wide and you can just throw a kart round it. It must be great in a car as well.
Yeah, it's quite twisty and tight, but it's good fun.
Excellent. Do you want to hand that headset over, and we'll speak to. So, if you're giving your engine up, you must have a charity number.
Yeah, it's the charity of Dad. Unfortunately, I've obviously had to give my engine up. We don't have a spare. My chassis and the engine is the spare. Unfortunately, with obviously what's happened with Dan's engine in quali, it's got no compression. It's dead. So I've given mine up. And unfortunately, I was having a great qualifying session. The conditions were great for me. Obviously, with the extra weight I carry on board, I struggle in the dry. But in the wet weather, I was doing quite well, and I was enjoying myself until I saw Dan pull off. Then it took the shine off it a little bit. But from my point of view, the driving, I was doing really well. Really enjoyed it.
So I hope you don't mind me saying, because I mentioned it in the commentary, but your consistency has increased no end since you joined us in the middle part of last season.
Yeah.
You must be really enjoying it out there when you get the opportunity.
When I get the opportunity,
when
yeah.
the engine's strapped to your kart and not Dan's.
Yes. I struggled a little bit. Obviously, I've raced cars for many years, but karts. I had a TKM, did a bit of playing around with it, did a couple of races, but a few years ago. Took a bit of getting used to. The mechanical grip that the senior road axes have not only surprised me, I found it difficult to actually get my head around it, and because of my extra weight, I struggle in certain corners transferring the weight. And it can be quite painful, and I like the wet weather because I seem to have more grip, more speed against the others. I'm 4 seconds a lap down in the dry and a second in the wet.
So you must be going around here with a hose pipe in an evening.
I do a rain dance, yeah.
Soaking it through, yeah. But
don't get me wrong, I don't like the rain. I like the track wet and it not raining.
So you must be excited for the rest of the season, especially if you can. You could send that engine off to Bolton University with Dan and get the engineering side of things, get them to fix that engine ready for round number 2 here in March.
Knowing what he's like on the Spanish, it'll come back with half the power it should have. So I'll leave it to the professionals to fix. We'll get our engine builder Nigel at HRS Engines to build it for us.
Excellent. Steve, Dan, thank you very much for taking the time to come down and talk to us. We don't normally get any adults coming to talk to us in here, but it's wonderful and it's great that we can get an engineering side of things, and you can talk to us about what it's like mechanically driving one of the senior karts round here, because it's a lot of the time you put a cadet in and they'll just get in and just drive it because they just love it, whereas seniors, I was saying I absolutely hated the wet. But then again, I race senior pro kart and we're not allowed wets. They just stick us on slicks and let us go for it, which is good fun. Except a lot of the time I used to wrap the back end round the front a lot and do lots of spin.
I've been doing that last season. I got used to it.
So I was about to say I've not seen you spin yet once, but
no.
I watched practice from here and you definitely spun it on the start straight.
Yeah, on the straight, yes. Yeah, that was basically. Coming on boost through the water.
There's two straights here at Teesside, and you managed to spin it on one, and there's about 50 corners, and you've made it all round them. So.
No, I did. I spun at the hairpin after South Bank in quali as well, just in front of Dan when he was stood watching me. He gave me a round of applause. I noticed as I was setting off.
Excellent. Stephen, Daniel, Calamity Motorsport, thank you very much for joining us as always, and hopefully we'll speak to you both later on in the season. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think that the queue has disappeared from the commentary box. I don't think we've got anybody else wanting to come and speak to us. So in a few moments' time, we'll have our Bambinos out. So give it 5 or 10 minutes and we'll be back with you live on YouTube and on Facebook with Alpha Life Productions. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 1, 2. Attention, Bambinos. If you want to start making way to the dummy grid, please. That's Bambinos to the dummy grid for hit 3. Junior prokart. If you want to make your way to the dummy grid now, please. That's Junior prokart to the dummy grid.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the opening round of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. I've just had to do a little sprint myself as I've had to hightail it back to the commentary box for the start of heat number 3 with our Bambino class. On pole position, the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Alongside him, and a first front row start for the number 13 of Lewis Smith. Row number 2, Ollie Carter and Ryan White. Then we've got Edward Rye, Riley Buckton-Young and Maximus Lewis. All Bambinos are in place and we will be underway and racing for the afternoon session in a couple of moments' time. Green flag in hand for our starter. And the afternoon's racing is underway here at Teesside. Haynes slots straight into the lead. Smith, though, tries to make an early move to go round the outside of the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Can't get it done, but he's going to stay onto the back bumper of the lead cart, round the national loop, through the chicanes, and he's got right up onto the back of the O-plate of Edward Haynes. Does the number 13 of Lewis Smith. We are as you were for the remainder of the field. So in third place it is Ollie Carter, Ryan White 4th, 5th Edward Rye, Riley Buckton-Young in 6th. Went very well in the wet weather conditions in that number 9 earlier on this morning, as Lewis Smith follows the leader round the south bank and into the right-hander of hairpin number 3, round the left of hairpin number 4, and the first of our Bambino laps will be in the bag, and it's the O-plate of Edward Haynes leading it over the line. Lewis Smith in second place, half a second is the gap. Ollie Carter 3rd, Ryan White 4th, Edward Rye 5th, Riley Buckton-Young in 6th, Maximus Lewis in 7th, the number 46. Here's one of his first races in the Bambino class. Haynes, though, leads and he goes out onto the back straight, followed there by the 13 of Lewis Smith, who opts not to use all of the tarmac and cuts in quite tight on the way out of hairpin number 2. As does Ryan White down the back straight. He's now in a battle with Riley Buckton-Young and Edward Rye. And they're going to be 3 wide round South Bank and into hairpin number 3. They're going to appear into shot on your screen in a few moments. There they are. And it's going to be Riley Buckton-Young through that puddle once again on the inside. Gets the tyres wet, and he was at the front of the pack. Got the tyres wet and ran wide. And now finds himself at the back of that 3-cart pack. Ryan White in the 4. At the front, in the middle of the sandwich, the number 66 of Edward Rye. Riley Buckton-Young's going to try and see if he can go all the way round the outside. Not sure that he can. And he will have to settle in for 6th place at the moment. He's going to try and go right round the outside again and run his speed all the way round if he can. Out onto the back straight, he's got a good run. And he's going to go alongside Edward Rye down the back straight as they head towards South Bank. He's going to dive down the inside, has a quick look across to make sure that he's got the move done. And he has, as he goes down the inside, up into 5th place. And now heads off behind Ryan White. There's the battle for 4th place now.
I've just taken
4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of heat number 3 for our Bambino class. Edward Haynes out in front with Lewis Smith in second. The battle for fourth place is where all the action is out on track. Ollie Carter third, has a fairly comfortable third place. It's Riley Buckton Young though up to fourth with Ryan White and Edward Rye battling it out for fourth place. Rye at the back of that pack uses all of the circuit and a little bit more as he runs out onto the rumble strip on the outside of hairpin number 2. 3.5 minutes remaining here of Bambino heat number 3 for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Thank you very much for joining myself, David Sullivan, on commentary today on Alpha Live Productions and on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Hopefully this afternoon we'll have 1 or 2 special guests popping in to speak to us, and I'm sure at some point Luke will get himself back on the headset as we talk about the finals later on today. Edward Haynes though leads and is out in front with a fairly commanding almost 6-second lead in our Bambino class. Riley Buckton Young in fourth has managed to break away from the battle that he was having with Ryan White and Edward Rye, and will now try and cement that fourth place. And one thing that we do know with Riley in that number 9 is when he's going around the track and there's not much going on, does get bored a little bit. And speaking to his dad about that in the past, that he certainly enjoys the race format a lot more than the time trial format that we had here last season at Teesside. It gives him a little bit more to go on, and when he's sat off on his own, does start to just settle into too much of a rhythm, and that rhythm slows him down slightly. And we've seen now though he's managed to break away from the number 4 of Ryan White. Ryan White though has a little thumbs down as he comes over the start finish line, and don't know if he's having some problems with that number 4 Bambino behind him, Edward Rye in the 66. So we'll see whether Edward closes in on the back of the number 4 of Ryan White with 2 minutes remaining in this Bambino heat number 3. So time at the top of the screen is the time that is remaining. So Bambino still running to a time limit race rather than a specific number of laps. So they'll run until the end, and then the last lap board will come out to give the leader the courtesy that he's got one more lap to go round. But out in front with 1.5 minutes remaining, Edward Haynes in the O plate that he won here in December quite comfortably leads from Lewis Smith. Gap back then to Ollie Carter has been extended by 2 seconds that time for Lewis Smith. Got a 5-second gap that was only 3 seconds previously. But Ollie Carter driving far more consistently than he has in the previous heats. He's had some really good pace in that number 88, and in the first 2 heats he's had spins shortly after overtaking other drivers. So good to see the 88 of Ollie Carter driving with a little bit more consistency and currently being rewarded with a 3rd place. Last lap board is out though for our leader, and Edward Haynes in the O plate will see it first. Then there's a gap back to the number 13 of Lewis Smith as we follow our leader round the national loop and into the chicanes for the final time of our 3rd Bambino heat. We'll then go into the hairpin number 1, which is still coned off on the inside with the puddles there. Everywhere else on the circuit though dry now. Bambinos though still running the grooved LeConte all-weather tyre that you can see there on the back of Edward Haynes's Bambino kart. So it's they've got a groove all the way around the middle, and then some quite deep grooves going off to the side, allowing our Bambinos to race with the same tyre in all our weather conditions. Edward Haynes will come out of hairpin number 4, comes through the dogleg section, and for the 3rd time in 3 races in Bambino here at Teesside, Edward Haynes has seized the checkered flag first and picks up the victory in our Bambino class. Lewis Smith will come through in the number 13 to pick up another 2nd place, as he did in heat number 2. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and it's going to be a personal best finish, I believe, for the number 88 of Ollie Carter, who comes through in 3rd place. And he'll be followed by Riley Buckton-Young, who broke away in his early race battle with the number 4 of Ryan White and Edward Rye. Edward Rye has stopped on the inside of hairpin number 3. The number 66 car has come to a halt on the inside just after going round South Bank. He sat with his arm in the air. The engine has died on the 66 on the final lap before taking the checkered flag. Will still be credited, I believe, with 6th place, as the 46 of Max Lewis comes over with the checkered flag. Max a lap down, having been lapped by our leader, Edward Haynes. So Edward Rye will not take the checkered flag, but I believe will still be credited with that 6th place finish. And there he is, stopped on the inside of hairpin number 3. And we'll see whether the Bambino kart can get it started or whether we require the assistance of our ever-trusty recovery quad. The quad is en route for collection. And early season teething problems for a number of our drivers. I don't think I've ever seen the quad in quite so much use here at Teesside during the sprint meetings. So a couple of drivers coming into trouble and receiving a complimentary lift back to the paddock on the back of the recovery quad and trailer. And on this occasion, it will be the 66 of Edward Rye who gets the complimentary journey. Sits patiently aboard the number 66 and will be lifted onto the back of the quad. I think, to be fair, I think they'll probably lift him with him in the seat. Great work there from the marshals. I wouldn't mind seeing them doing that with a senior pro kart later on, with the driver still in it, all 185 kilos of weight, trying to get them on the back of the recovery quad. But all 69 kilos of Bambino can easily be lifted onto the back of the recovery quad trailer, and that will make its way back to the pit lane. So I'm sure some of these drivers are just so that, because we can now see them through the front of the commentary box with the new windows. I'm sure that I'm sure some of them are just doing it so that they can have a look at us in the commentary box, which is not something that they've been previously able to do. So Bambino out of the way. Junior Pro Kart will be joining us very quickly, as Luke Austin once again.
Hello.
Back on comms for Junior Pro Kart, which heat number 2, I will go out on a limb and say thus far was the race of the day. Just action from start to finish. We had 3 different leaders. Jack Morris had his lead. Oh, Bella Franklin spun on the outlap, spins on the outlap of heat on hairpin number 2, and she will go all the way to the back of the grid.
Is that the rule then?
I think I can't see them letting her come all the way back to the front. And what was a Heat 2 win and what should have been a pole position for Heat number 1, I think now we're going to have a quick look at reshuffling this grid, because rules here at Teesside say that if you spin on the outlap, you go all the way to the back of the grid. So we'll give you the grid as it was, which should be Bella Franklin on pole with Kieran Lambert alongside, Jack Morris and Sandro Ballesteros on row 2, Owen Spears, Asher Blythe, row 3, Brandon Jennings, Alex Mallard on row number 4. Then we've got Ben Hogarth, Jake Richardson, Joe Burrell, Jacob O'Connor, Caitlin Frame and Sebastian Pereira. But as it stands, Bella Franklin is being held at the back of the grid, and she will line up at the very back.
Bella does like making a lot of work for herself, so I'm sure she'll enjoy this one.
So out on slicks for the first time, as are most of these drivers. Just having a quick look at the front row, because Jack Morris has lined up in second, but he definitely finished in 3rd place in heat number 2. So I'm not sure whether what's happening at the front of the grid, but we've certainly got no pole sitter. We're away, and Jack Morris will lead. Bella Franklin's going to have a lot of work to do to come through from the back of the grid. She's already got 2 places. Ooh. We've got some spinners. There's Caitlin Frame and Joe Burrell around as they go over, and Caitlin Frame's on the grass. We'll see whether she can manage to turn that cart round, but I think she's going to end up beached and needing a push from the marshals. So contact towards the rear end of the field. Bella Franklin managed to miss that in her quest of coming back through the field. Spinners on the outside of hairpin 2 as well. One of those is the 71 of Hogarth. He's going to get, Jennings, sorry. I don't know who the kart was in front who was bouncing over the top there, but frantic action at the start of Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. The lead 2, though, are away, and it's Jack Morris who's going to come over the line with Kieran Lambert right behind him, and then there's going to be a big gap all the way back to Asher Blythe, Sandro Ballesteros, Owen Spears and Alex Mallard in 6th. Bella Franklin already up to 7th, having made her way through the first lap turmoil of the first couple of corners. Now sets off in search of Alex Mallard, and she's still got a lot of work to do as Mallard goes to the inside of Spears. Spears is going to defend into hairpin 2. Mallard, though, jacks the inside wheel up to try and throw that kart round onto the back straight. Has a look over his shoulder, sees it's the number 8 of the hard-charging Franklin behind him. Round South Bank, though, for the second time. And our leading duo are still well away at the front. Not quite sure what was happening, though, at the start. Kieran Lambert finished second in heat number 2, but gridded up in 3rd with Jack Morris on the outside. And I think Kieran Lambert thought because Bella Franklin had been removed, he'd just be promoted up into P1, but ended up starting in 3rd place behind Jack Morris and is still behind him. So not entirely sure what happened with that pair at the front, but either way, out at the front they are at the moment, as Bella Franklin has already made her way past Alex Mallard down the back straight. You can see her going to the inside of Owen Spears. She's going to move up into the top 5. But like you say, Luke, early on, does at times like to make life difficult for herself. And
well, I think she's just out there enjoying herself now. So she's just, I reckon she did it on purpose. She wanted to start at the back so she could fight her way through and have a more exciting race. She doesn't like it easy and just sitting out front.
Well, it's a bold move to win a heat and then deliberately put yourself at the back because you fancy a challenge. But first of all, credit to her for, in what I think was only a 5th Junior Pro Kart race, to take a victory in heat number 2. Now finds herself up in 5th place, chasing Sandro Ballesteros, running a superb 4th.
I've just had a message from Kat saying that she just likes to upset her mother.
Well, morale's overrated apparently as well. Yeah, I can only imagine what it was like for Kat watching her daughter spin on the outlap, but she finds herself up with a personal best of 48.4.
To be perfectly honest, all like spinning on the outlap happens to the best of drivers, and I'm only saying that because I've done it as well. So,
have you ever span out of the pit lane at PFI, like before the start line?
I've never driven at PFI.
I've done that in the Senior Pro Kart. It wasn't my finest moment, and luckily it wasn't a race day either. But I still managed it.
It was one of my first ever front row starts, and I was at Rye House, and I was just warming up the rear tyres, like hit the brakes, and it locked. And next thing I know, I'm pointing directly at the pole sitter and sliding straight across the track in front of him. Fortunately, the kart got going again, and they let me resume my normal starting position. But you know, that was one of those things, rules of the day.
Yeah, well. So just to keep everybody up to date, and I like to do that as much as I possibly can here at Teesside, but in the middle part of last season, circuit brought in a rule that basically said if you spin on the outlap, you go straight to the back of the grid. I know some circuits, Fullbeck for example, if you can get back into position by the time you get to Marshall Post 5, you're all right. But the short circuit that is here at Teesside doesn't really give you an opportunity to get back into that grid position by the time you get to especially as they only come round now half of the lap before they grid up.
Yeah.
Doesn't give you the opportunity, and I think it stops drivers excessively weaving and trying to sort the rear tyres out. Obviously Bella just did it at the hairpin because these drivers first time out on slicks today, having run wets in the early part of the day. Owen Spears there running in 6th, Mallard behind him in 7th. Jennings and Richardson are involved in this battle as well for 6th place. We spoke to Owen a few moments ago and he said that he was really looking forward to getting out there on some slick tyres as Jake Richardson makes a move past Brandon Jennings in for 8th place. So Jack Morris, though, comes over the line with the fastest lap of the race, a 47.4. Kieran Lambert has now dropped away off the back, and as Richardson makes up another place, so 2 places in half a lap for Jake Richardson, up from 9th to 7th.
This battle on screen is absolutely incredible. Like all 4 of them, just nose to tail. I can't really work out if they're trying to work together or.
That's Bella Franklin in front of them. Is she had an off, or is she just slowing in the number 8? So it's going to be a 5-car battle. She's slowing, slows to the inside. The arms up. Something's wrong.
Engine's gone.
The number 8 car. I think she's trying to start that engine herself by pulling the start cord up and over her right shoulder, which not many drivers would think to get that sorted. That's just trying to get herself going again in the number 8. Still trying on the outside. I think she's going to pull over and see if one of the marshals can get it sorted, but she's still rolling round and still trying to get that engine sorted. We go back to the on-screen battle though. Owen Spears moves up to 5th, inherits 5th place with Bella Franklin dropping away down the field with the engine problem. Well spotted, Luke, that there was an engine gone. I just thought she was putting her arm up, and it was in fact her trying to restart that right-hand engine.
I think, has she gone into the pit lane, or she seems to have disappeared? Oh, there she is, stopped down at turn 1.
Going to try and get that engine started and see whether she can get out and just get some points to aid her final position, although that car is being pushed away and into the paddock and also into retirement for the number 8.
We're on the last lap now, I believe. Like I think the leaders just started the final lap, so Jack Morris is now heading through the chicane and into the infield hairpin for the last time.
Yeah, the barring Asher Blythe and Sandro Ballesteros battling for 3rd, and there's a fairly reasonable gap between those two. The battle for 5th, though, is where all the action is at. Owen Spears, Jake Richardson. Richardson closes right up on the back of Spears, gives him a little tap into hairpin 1. Not that he needed to remind him that he was there, but he still did anyway, as Jack Morris comes out of hairpin number 4. And it will be his 2nd victory of the day for the O-plate of Jack Morris. Crosses the line with Kieran Lambert coming through to take 2nd place behind Caitlin Frame in the number 18, who's just been overtaken by Morris. The battle for 5th, though sees the 71 of Jennings has just gone right down the inside of Mallard through the dogleg section and up into 7th. So Mallard drops down to 8th over the line, but that battle between Spears, Richardson, Jennings and Mallard, all very evenly matched, and looks like Mallard has now got the measure of of a dry weather setup, because he was superb in the wet earlier on today. 2nd in the opening heat of the day, and did struggle in heat number 2 as the conditions dried out and they were all still out on wets, but now he's out there on I think this is the first time actually he's been around this track in the dry, or in the full dry, where it's been in race conditions. So out there in the 99, finished that one in 8th place. The chicane is being moved out of the way. Junior pro karts are exiting down the pit lane and will soon be joined by our cadet class.
I've just had some a news flash come in from our cameramen saying the wind is getting worse and they're now struggling to keep the cameras on the floor.
So the rain which was a problem this morning is gone and has been replaced by windy conditions here at the Teesside Autodrome. So you can see in the background there the digital flag. Behind that there's a yellow flag on the tyre wall waving around, just flapping away in the wind, and you can see just how much the wind is affecting out there on the circuit. And I'm not sure how that's going to affect drivers, but I imagine if they go into a headwind, they'll know all about it. Cadets, though, make their way out onto the circuit for the final one of their 3 heats. And on pole position will be Catherine Potter. She lines up on the inside with the 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley, another one of the drivers that we spoke to during our lunch break. Row number 2 will be Lizzie Mentier and Gracie Mitchell. Row 3, David Mack and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Then we're going to have row 4 of Max Shields and Ethan Gerling. Looks like Kian McLeod and Jack Thompson on row 5. Row 6, Oliver Watson and Leon Barlow, before we have Thomas Potter and Ethan Charles. Tom Holden in the 87 and William George Howard in the 23 on row number 8. Row 9, Cody Lamb and Josh Cook. And then Charlie Wyatt, who retired from heat number 2, will start the number 23 from the back row. We'll expect to see him to progress through the field, and not sure what caused him to pull off the track. He seemed to be running reasonably, although be it in around about 10th place, and I know that he's far more accustomed to running at the head of the field, so we'll assess the progress of that 23 during heat number 3 as the front row rolls itself forwards. Looks like as expected, everybody has opted for a dry tyre. The circuit now barring a couple of puddles which have been coned off on the inside are away, and they will
this is where it's going to get a bit tricky now, isn't it? Because if someone goes off the circuit, they're going to bring a load of water on, and then everyone's going to enter that section of track without knowing.
Yeah, especially on the slicks as well. If you go off the track onto the grass, you're going to struggle to get any form of traction whatsoever to get it back on. Luckily, we miss out the first chicane. With the cadet class, they run straight down into the national loop. But as we saw in heat number 1, still doesn't totally eliminate any sort of risk. A couple of drivers getting themselves caught up. So the final row is in position. Looks like the 27 is just going to get himself straightened up. Marshall there offering some assistance. Start line Marshall moves to the front. Just have a quick look at how much that green flag is blowing around in the wind to see what we mean by the wind causing a problem. The green flag is up, it's down, and we are underway and racing. Gracie Mitchell makes a great start from the second row, as does David Mack, but they all move to the inside to try and block her off. Round the corner, though, goes Catherine Potter. She leads, so it's Potter from Fox-Whiteley. Mitchell up from the third row into 3rd place. David Mack with a good start as well, up into 4th. Mentier is 5th. Ethan Gerling with a good start in the number 8 in 6th place. The chicane is put back into place, ready for the drivers who come round, and all of our cadet drivers are round on the opening lap. Catherine Potter will lead them round with Fox-Whiteley behind. Mitchell will come under pressure from David Mack, who looks to go to the inside, but can't get the job done, and they will all go single file round that corner. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, will go to the inside of Catherine Potter. Potter, though, led every lap so far in the cadet class as they come over the line for the first time. It's Potter and Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Mack, Mentier, Gerling, Shields, Stansmore, Wilson, Kian McLeod and Charlie Wyatt up from the back of the grid to 10th place already. And joining me for this cadet race and possibly the junior Rotax race afterwards, if he carries on talking through all of it, is the man that is responsible. I'm going to say that you're responsible. I know there's a couple of people that help out as well for preparing that number 23 car of Charlie Wyatt. Matty Street, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. Good start from your man in the number 23, Charlie Wyatt, up to 10th already.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an off day, but he's getting there.
What happened in Heat 2? I know the arm came up and he pulled in. Was he just not happy with the engine? Was it not giving him what he wanted, or any sort of serious problems? 'Cause he's flying now up into 9th.
Yeah, no major issues really. Maybe a bad tyre decision choice, but give his head a bit of a wobble and say he's flying round now.
I mean, we saw last season from Charlie in that 23, and he did win the O-Plate meeting here in December. On his day, one of the quickest cadet drivers out there on the extreme grid. Sometimes just his head just not in the right place occasionally, and that does have a big effect on him. But when his head is in the right place, oh, he's a really quick driver.
Yeah, well, you've got to think there's massive pressure on this grid. You've got some really quick drivers: Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, David Mack. You know, there's the front field of this is such a competitive grid. A lot of pressure.
We've looked at it, even with drivers moving away either up into junior pro kart, and at least 3 drivers have moved out of this class, and you've still got at least 4 drivers that have taken race wins here. You've probably got 7 or 8 drivers that have taken wins in this class at other tracks as well. And then all of them are going to continue this battle at various tracks throughout the country in a brand new championship this season that you're going to tell me a lot about.
I wondered why you called me in. Yeah, so the national, the Cadet Kart Championship, we've got 28 drivers so far at 7 rounds, and quite a lot of the Teesside grid as well, so it's going to be great to see all these good drivers competing at a national level.
So as they come over the line, we will have a new race leader, and it will be a new name at the top of the pile for the first time. It's the 16 of David Mack. He's found his way past Catherine Potter. Gracie Mitchell finds her way back up into 3rd, having dropped away behind Jared Fox-Whiteley. And we have a battle of 7 karts for the lead, with Mack at the front and Ethan Girling in the number 8 right at the back. And there is absolutely nothing between them. There's just 1.1 seconds between the leader and 7th place. And as Luke mentioned during heat number 2, this is what cadet racing is all about.
It is, yeah. You know, fun, fair and fast.
Well, certainly, and your CKC Championship does come to Teesside, I believe, is it May?
Oh, I don't know, at some point.
It's your calendar, Matt. I know that you come to Teesside. The championship does start in a few weeks. Where is round 1 at?
Round 1's next weekend at Rowra.
Excellent. I got you to pronounce it because I can't. But we've got 3 laps remaining of our cadet class. Now you've got a couple of cadets out there that you're running today, and you've got an awning full of karts on this grid. The cadet class, I know you've obviously run Charlie. There's a couple of others that are in your stable.
Oh, sorry,
as well.
Catherine Potter just went for a little nibble on David Mack then.
On the bottom. Look at you, you're getting into the rhythm of this commentary thing.
You've got a good
before
view
you
now.
even know
now
it.
You can see out these windows. You've got a good view in here.
It's good. Before we just had the window to the right and the screen, but now we can see everything, which is good. You can just pick up on everything else that's happening on the track, as looks like the 8 of Ethan Girling has just dropped away from this battle for the lead. It still remains 6 strong though, with 2 laps remaining. It's Mack, Potter, Mitchell, Fox-Whiteley, Shields and Mentier in the 50. And all of these karts are going to be starting right towards the front of the grid in around about an hour's time, when the finals start with our Bambino class. And I wouldn't like to pick a winner out of any of the top 7. Girling, though, the toe has gone and he's dropped away. And unless something happens with this front pack, I mean, they're all being very sensible about it. But in a moment, they're going to see that last lap board. And I think the mentality of some of the drivers will change, as they know that they've only got about 60 seconds, if that 50, if it's a quick lap, to get Max Shields, though, in the 18, fastest lap of the race, a 49.545 in 5th place in the middle of this battle as well. And that's great to see a fastest lap whilst in the middle of racing. We've got just over half a lap as David Mack defends into hairpin number 2. Catherine Potter's going to try and get a run out. She can't get it done.
Gracie Mitchell out.
Mitchell's going to get one. Mack's going to go defensive. We saw Mack at the O-Plate meeting. Very aggressive when it comes to defending his position in the lead. Goes tight in there, and everybody's going to have to work. I think one's going to have to go one side, one the other. It's going to be a run to the line. It looks like it's going to be a win for David Mack, unless Catherine Potter's going to try and go right the way around the outside. Potter's got the run. Potter comes over the line. Potter takes it by under a tenth. Catherine Potter on the line wins heat number 3 from David Mack. Mack tried to defend. Potter ran all the way round the outside. Gracie Mitchell in 3rd, Max Shields 4th, Fox Whiteley 5th, Mentier in 6th, Ethan Girling 7th, Charlie Wyatt 8th from the back of the grid with Kian McLeod and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rounding out the top 10. Catherine Potter makes it 3 heat wins from 3 races, right on the line all the way round the outside, and by every right that was David Mack's race until maybe the last metre before the line.
Yeah, talk about leaving it till the last second.
I mean, it was a great move round the outside. I think Mack tried to defend and hook the inside and thought that Potter might try and go to the other side. She's run all the way round the outside there to come over the line, and she will line up in the final. And the amazing thing is, until she comes off the track, I don't think she knows that she's won this, because it was that tight over the line. I don't think either of them know who's taken the win until they come off the track, and they'll be greeted by their parents after they've gone over the weighbridge. And I don't think either of those 2 drivers are going to know who's won that one. It was that close over the line. And I'm going to let you speak for a little bit, Matt. I'm in the same way that I was after the Junior Pro Kart Heat 2.
You're out of breath.
Lost all my breath getting all excited there, but what a superb heat of racing. I think heat number 2 Junior Pro Kart was, I think at the time I said was race of the day. I think that cadet race has just about beat it with that finish over the line. You're not going to get any closer than that in any form of motorsport.
No, yeah, it's first time on slicks as well, isn't it, for everybody, for the cadets?
Certainly is. I mean, the track certainly dries very quickly, especially up this top end. The bottom end remains a little bit greasy, certainly around hairpin number 3, because they do a lot of car racing and drifting, so you get a lot of car rubber on the inside. Round the outside you get all the drift car rubber, so there's no real, what you'd normally say, no real wet line, because there's just rubber everywhere, and it's just like sheet ice when you come off the south bank. So,
and there's a lot of different tarmac changes as well, isn't there, as you go around the circuit?
Yeah, around the outside of hairpin number 4, there's about a 1 metre strip of different tarmac full of grips. All the grips been pushed out there, and it's great, and that's why you see a lot of drivers running all the way around the outside of hairpin number 4. So
this is going to be the first junior race I've watched all day, you know. We've had so many problems with our juniors today.
So, well, cadets are out of the way. Junior Rotax are on the grid. It's a rolling start, so I will rattle through the grid as quickly as possible in order to just have another quick chat with Matty before he's got to go off and inevitably deal with a junior Rotax problem. It's Jude Cole on pole position with Ben Ficini alongside Joe Slamman and Oliver Buckton in the highest place Minimax on row number 2. William Young and Rocco Baker row 3. Alfie Lindsay does indeed line up in number 7, having finished the first heat in the second heat in 3rd, will line up at the back of the grid. Looks like a weight infringement for the number 86 of Alfie Lindsay, so he's going to come through. The green flag flies and we are underway and racing in heat number 3 for our junior Rotax class. Ben Ficini's going to try and stick it right the way around the outside, as he did earlier on in the day on Jude Cole. Can't get it done though, and Jude Cole in the number 77 is off and away at the head of the pack. Alfie Lindsay looking to make early progress from the back in the 86. He's still stuck behind the number 22 of William Young. Matt, you've got a couple of drivers out in this one. Let's start by talking about them, if that's all right with you.
Sure. So we've got Joe Slamman and Will Young at the moment out. We've had a nightmare with Will today, bless him. He's just had a new engine rebuilt, blew the head gasket on it already. So he's on a pretty much Frankenstein of an engine now, hence how he looks a bit down on power down the straights.
Yeah, it wouldn't have hampered him quite so much in the wet weather conditions, but now it's dry, it's going to affect him. We were saying that he'd gone full Mario Kart in practice earlier on, and then in qualifying as well he had some problems with that engine smoking quite heavily. I think we were all hoping that he was going to get pole position and then just drive off into the distance as everybody else struggled to see.
Yeah, no one can see behind him. That would have worked.
Really tough for him earlier on in the day. In the 22, he was really struggling. It was smoking quite heavily at one point. We had to bring him in under a mechanical flag to get that problem dealt with. But The battle on track for third sees Joe Slamman, another one of your drivers, with Oliver Buckton and Alfie Lindsay finding his way through down the inside of Buckton. I think Buckton didn't put up too much of a defence in the number 66, our O-Plate winner from December, and now Slamman will come under pressure from the 86 of Lindsay round that ever-shrinking puddle on the inside of hairpin number 1. And the best way, to be fair, we discussed earlier, the best way to clear that puddle is to remove it for the cadet race, because they just love puddles. Let them plough through it and then put the cones back for everybody else later on. So one of your drivers, Joe Slamman, in the number 10 on screen now, coming under pressure from Alfie Lindsay. And, has he had a much easier day than the unfortunate William Young?
Yeah, which is strange because Joe's normally the one of bad luck. So it's swapped now, it's all on Will's head.
So, well, it's they just toss a coin for it at the start of the race meeting for luck, and heads luck, tails no luck. Is that how it works in the team karting?
Well, it's a two-stroke, isn't it? So, always.
I'd agree with that sentiment because, yeah, my little lad's just finished in Comma Bambino, and that's the two-stroke engine out of the way, and I can't wait now to move him into Honda, into the extreme class. I'll talk to you about a guest drive later on in CKC. Once he's figured out how to keep the front end facing forwards.
What did you say this morning? He's skittling everybody at the minute.
He's to be fair to the little lad, he's only 7.5 years old. He will brake as late as any other driver and make the corner. The problem is that he will brake at that point for the corner on every single lap as Alfie Lindsay dives down the inside of hairpin number 2. Not the most common overtaking place in the middle of the race, and I think you have to line that up for a couple of laps by going wide and setting it up and then diving to the inside a couple of laps later. Puddle remains there on the inside of hairpin number 4, which for the remainder of the day we'll refer to as the Riley Buckton Young puddle, as our little Bambino driver is the only one that decides that he wants to go through that puddle on every lap. But yeah, hopefully
you could say that that's a tactic, surely, just trying to wet the track for everybody else.
Just cooling his tyres down.
Yeah.
Which is I used to when I was very young, my dad used to go to an indoor track at Lincoln that used to have like a little water puddle for you to go through used to do hour sessions, and the tyres used to get too warm, so they'd have a little puddle and let you drive through it to cool your tyres down very slowly and then just keep going, which was wonderful. Looks like we're about to be joined in the commentary box. We are away. We have 4 laps remaining from Jude Cole, Ben Ficini, Alfie Lindsay, Joe Slamman, Oliver Buckton, William Young and Rocco Baker in the number 7. That number 14, and he's from the start of the day, the driver of that number 14 car has shown a great change in speed, and I think since the dry weather's come out, he's improved no end. I'm not sure he's had much wet weather running, but struggled early on in the day. Now it's dried out, and he's becoming much more consistent, but it remains Jude Cole out in front in that number 77, and another driver we spoke about earlier on regarding consistency. Supremely quick, having taken a couple of outright victories last season, but sometimes the concentration drops, as it did in heat number 1, and he caught a cone on the inside and threw himself off the circuit, allowing other drivers to have an opportunity, and Ben Ficini took the win in heat number 1. We've got 2.5 laps remaining. Joe Slamman in the 10 is staying with Alfie Lindsay though, round the bottom end of the circuit, still keeping him honest for 3rd place.
Giving him a bit of a wake-up. Jude Cole just set the fastest lap.
In the number 10, that's a superb lap for Jude Cole, fastest lap of the day, a 43.960 on slicks now, just showing what these junior Rotax karts can do. We'll be following in a few moments with our fastest class of the day, our senior Rotax class. We've got 1.5 laps remaining. The last lap board will await Jude Cole this time round, as the battle for 3rd place continues, with Joe Slamman on the back of Alfie Lindsay, and this is heat number 2. Joe finished a very lonely 4th place as Alfie Lindsay caught up on the back of Ben Ficini. But here he is, taking the battle to Alfie Lindsay for 3rd place, and Joe's improving with every outing in that number 10 Junior Rotax.
Yeah, so I've known Joe for quite a few years from the indoor side of things. Maybe been outdoors maybe 12 months now. Really starting to show his stuff, I suppose.
So, I know a lot from when we spoke to you last year, and I know a lot of people in the paddock will know. But for those that know, you run an indoor circuit. How do some of your drivers feel about making that transition? Which I'll ask you to answer the question in a few moments as our race winner comes over the line. And it's another win for the number 77 of Jude Cole. Ben Ficini will come through in second. The battle for 3rd continues with Alfie Lindsay. Looks over his shoulder at Joe Slamman behind him. Slamman will come through right on the back of Alfie Lindsay. So Lindsay 3rd, Slamman 4th, Bupton 5th. William Young will come through in the underpowered 22 over the line. Rocco Baker in the 14 crosses the line as well. So all of our junior drivers over the line within a couple of seconds of each other. So the grid getting a lot closer now that the weather conditions are dry. Back to the original question, Matt. How do your drivers adapt to going from indoor karting to outdoor karting?
So believe it or not, it's actually a really big transition. People who seem to think that they're good indoors, I've seen it so many times where they'll go out, buy themselves a kart, and they'll scare themselves to death, and they're like, nope, don't want to do this, not a fan. So it really does take a bit of time to sort of make the transition. Even the driving styles are completely different as well. Some take to it, some not so much. We had a couple of Bambinos here yesterday just testing. So they've been doing Bambinos at the indoor track for about 12 months now, and they're just about ready to maybe start entering a few races.
Yeah, so there's not many circuits around the country, indoor circuits, that you can get in with Bambinos, which is good because it gets them into a seat, and especially with a lot of the younger drivers, then they're not that inclined to, I'm not sure that if it's hammering it down in the middle of winter, I want to be out there testing with my little one, but it gives them the opportunity to get in the car, get some seat time. And I've mentioned this before, and I will mention it until somebody tells me that I'm completely wrong, but especially at a young age, there's nothing better than seat time compared to give somebody whatever equipment wants. Nothing will beat seat time. And just getting them in the car and getting them out there, and especially with the indoor, you don't have to worry about the conditions. You can just get them out and just get them going. And
the biggest perk is you don't have to foot the mechanical bill.
Certainly as our senior class come out onto the circuit, a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the 9 of Josh Redhead. So the front row will once again be James Lowther and Max Prentice, the battle that has raged from the end of heat number 1. Daniel Kell up into 3rd, Zach Bowker 4th, Chris Gibbons, Josh Redhead on the 3rd row, Paul Morgan, Tom Reeve on the 4th row, and Paul Swan in the 95 comes round. He is running, and he's managed to do more than what he did in heat number 3. Thank you very much to Matty Street, who departs to go and check on his junior Rotax drivers. Although, to be fair, I have broke the door of the commentary box, so he's having trouble leaving as our senior Rotax drivers come through. The green flag flies and we are underway, and Max Prentice has a great start, but he's got to go all the way around the outside, and it's going to be a tough ask to go round the outside of James Lowther. Lowther will lead from Prentice. Dan Kell in 3rd, Zach Bowker, Chris Gibbons, Tom Reeve. Paul Swan is up in front of Josh Redhead. So Tom Reeve back out on track, having gone out of heat number 2, going across the grass and into the tyre wall. So we are underway as they go into hairpin number 3, and it will be hairpin number 4. And our leader being kept honest as always by the number 33, the 2019 junior champion Max Prentice, coming through, and he will aim to pick up a senior title to follow his junior one that he won in 2019. Daniel Kell in the 89 comes through in third on his on the borrowed engine of the number 89, acquired, as we found out, during the lunch break interval, off the number 90 of Steve Kell, giving his engine to son Dan to carry on his quest. And Dan moving up into third from the back of the grid in heat number 2 as the lead duo come over the line. Very little between them, and when they start battling, it's going to play into the hands of Kell behind them in the 89. Back in the commentary box alongside me is Luke Austin.
Hello. Have you made that public service announcement?
I haven't. I was going to wait until 2 laps in when these two stopped battling, and then I was going to go for full public service announcement as Max Prentice goes to the inside of James Lowther into hairpin number 3.
Do you think there'll be a point where they actually stop battling though?
No, I'm just going to have to do it, aren't I? So the, slight little bit of contact there as they come out of hairpin number 4 and into the dogleg. Prentice's front end catches the rear end of the 12 of Lowther. They're going to go through the chicane section. We're going to go into hairpin number 1 and then hairpin number 2, and then I might just have to bite the bullet with the public service announcement. We're going to go with it now in a hope that Max doesn't pull a move down the inside. He doesn't into the south bank. So we've been asked to request that all cadet carts are collected on trolleys and delivered to the grid on trolleys. They should not be driven in the paddock for the safety of everybody in the paddock. So reminder to the parents of our cadet drivers, on trolleys please, to and from the grid and from the collection area after the drivers have been weighed. Back to the on-track action though, and it's a fastest lap for James Lowther in the number 12. He's going to be kept honest as always though by Prentice. Prentice goes a little bit wide, 2 hands up off and onto the helmet. I'm not sure what that's about, but I think it was had something to do with him running wide at hairpin number 2. I think he feels that he can get the measure of James Lowther on that back straight.
He's in a really tough position now though, because obviously he's got was it the 89 of Daniel Kell right there to pick up the pieces if he makes a mistake. If he now tries a move like a late lunge and it doesn't work,
yeah,
that's an instant. It's a 3-way battle. He could easily have dropped to third, or yeah.
I honestly think Kell can probably pull in another 10th or 2 on these two, but I just don't think he wants to, because I think he can see something coming.
Yeah.
An opportunity that's going to open up, and he doesn't want to be right on the back of these two when something happens, because at some point Max Prentice, being that close, will try a move on the number 12 of James Lowther. I've got a feeling it's going to be out of hairpin number 2 and down the back straight if Prentice can get that kart lined up as he has done earlier on today. The fastest lap goes the way of James Lowther, but absolutely nothing in it from the lead 2. Dan Kell, you'll see him in behind just to pick up the pieces should anything happen. Prentice, good run out of the corner, but he's still putting his hands up onto his head.
Keeps putting his hands onto his helmet, doesn't he? Is he having to adjust his visor or something?
Part of it, I think that could be frustration from the 33 apprentice. I think in the previous couple of laps in the early part of the race, he's had good runs out of that hairpin number 2, as he does out of hairpin 4, and he's right on the back of Lowther. The problem is that there's nowhere really for him to go in a 2-stroke round the outside in the way that the cadets do. The cadets have got so much more time to get round the outside, whereas in the 2-strokes, by the time that you're out of the dogleg, you're into the chicane at the start of the lap, and there's just not enough time to get round the outside.
Well, with just 3 laps remaining, I'm sure a move is coming. Maybe he's just waiting until the very last lap.
Now, it'd be interesting to know if there is something more to him putting his hands up onto his helmet down that back straight every time he comes out, or whether it's just frustration in the number 33. I think he thought he was going to get a run down the inside there. Lowther, though, to his credit, unfazed at the front. Not once have I seen him have a quick look over to see where Prentice is, just running his own race
Not
out
put
in
a
the
foot
front.
wrong at all.
You know, maintaining his line. He's not gone defensive yet, really.
Does he even know he's there?
Oh, he's about to. I think he's had a quick look over. I think he's just had a quick check. Prentice once again, hands up on the top. I'm not sure whether that visor keeps opening every time he ploughs the throttle down, because it's always his hands go up on the way out of hairpin number 2. Lowther, though, certainly knows that he's there now, all over the back of him. If he had rear view mirrors, they'd be full of Max Prentice over the line. Last lap board is out, and there's around 42 seconds for Prentice to make a move on the number 12 of Lowther through the chicanes. Jacks that inside wheel up, as we spoke about, just driving that number 33 round, gets the run out of the corner. Don't think he's going to have enough to get it down the inside for the South Bank loop, so he's got 2 more corners to get it done, and Lowther positions that number 12 kart a lot tighter to the inside than what he has previously on the others. Puts it in the middle of the track, so Prentice is going to have to go all the way around the outside and do some work. James Lowther, though, comes through, takes the checkered flag, wins heat number 3 from Max Prentice, with Daniel Kell in 3rd. Zach Bowker will bring the 41 through.
I think
in 4th place.
I think Prentice there just decided it was the best thing to just stay behind, not do anything daft, and end up towards the back of the grid for the final, didn't he? And, he was definitely trying for the move, but he didn't want to do anything stupid.
No, it's gonna. I think it'll be a front row start, and that'll be the front row for the final. So Lowther and Prentice, and they'll have an extra 2 laps in the final to battle over the victory. One little change on the last lap there. Paul Swan got Chris Gibbon for 5th, so Swan up to 5th, Gibbon 6th. Redhead and Reeve round out the grid.
As we now ready up to watch our drivers all come in and over the weighbridge.
So there's the weighbridge. The weighbridge is slightly further forward than what it was this time last year, and
I think it's the wind blowing the camera, to be perfectly honest.
thanks again, Luke. I mean, a nicer man would have just said, yes, it is.
Maybe I'm not a nicer man, though. I'm a pedantic person.
And that's the 41 of Bowker. He comes over there. Swan, he made that last lap move on Gibbons. There he is on Gibbons, sorry, behind. And 22 of Tom Reeve. The final driver, bar 1. We've got the number 9 of Josh Redhead. He will come up and over the weighbridge, board that number 9, and we'll be ready for some senior pro kart action, which will bring an end to our heats. There's the 9 of Josh Redhead, making his debut season in karting, making the move from mountain biking. So transition to 4 wheels from 2 season through and over the weighbridge for his first season of karting. We are back though with our senior pro kart class on pole position once again. The number 43 of Connor Lucas. He's only got another 18 race wins in consecutive fashion to match the start that he had for the 2019 season here at Teesside. So he's 20 victories at the start of last season. He's already got 2 today. So still some work to go to beat last year's record, but well on his way in the number 43. And he lines up on the inside of the front row with the 21. Jessica Alexander lines up alongside and positions that kart strategically facing towards the first corner, angles it very aggressively towards the inside with Aaron Alexander in P3 behind Scott Tate in the 31 on in 4th. Row number 3, David Brown and Brandon Truman Reddish, Rob Lowe and Josh Folkus on row 4. Row 5 has got Mark Tate and Connor White on the inside. Then Nigel Richards, Simon Doughty, Rob Stanway, Emma Brown, Thomas Lowther, Alban Dowell and Anthony Burrell round out the senior pro kart grid. Everybody is in position, start line marshal makes his way to the front with the green flag in hand. The engine notes rise, the green flag drops, and we're underway. Connor Lucas.
Not a great start from him
Slow
there.
off the start, started then stopped it again, and Jessica Alexander leads the senior pro kart grid round the first corner and into the national loop. Aaron Alexander moved through briefly into second, will drop all the way back to third. So the youngster from Kings Lynn aboard the number 38, making the transition from junior pro kart into seniors, going very well today. Up into second briefly, drops down into third though, with Connor Lucas now chasing Jessica Alexander. So we've had, I think that's our third race leader of the day. And Jessica Alexander leads in the number 21 after a poor start from Connor Lucas.
I'm not quite sure what happened there at the start. Is it he almost jumped it or something and hit the brakes and then went again?
I think he thought he was going to jump it at the very least and then just put the brakes on, and Jessica Alexander just got the power down at the right time. And the way that she positioned her car on the grid suggested at no point was she expecting to get into that chicane first.
Yeah.
Because it was just positioned perfectly to slot in behind, because as we've seen here, sometimes it's better to be third than it is to be second because of the way you go into that first complex of corners, and the position was there just to get herself across and hold off the third place of Aaron Alexander. He's still there or thereabouts. He's going to try a different line though. Round hairpin 4 to see if you can cut to the inside of Connor Lucas. 8 laps remaining of 10. And Connor Lucas at the moment not wanting to find a way past Jessica Alexander, but in a moment he's not going to have a choice. It's either overtake or be overtaken as the 38 looms in the background of Aaron Alexander. And we watch his driving style. It is anything but smooth, but it's definitely quick. He throws that number 38 uncompromisingly round the Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. In the background you saw Brandon Truman Reddish running Rob Lowe very tight, I think, to the inside of the circuit. I know Rob's further on. It's Mark Tate that he was running to the inside of the circuit to try and hold him off as our leaders come through to chalk another lap off the board, and there's nothing between them. Connor Lucas pushes Jessica Alexander over the start-finish line as they start lap number 4. Aaron Alexander in behind as Connor Lucas goes to the inside. I think if that on a fully dry day there'd be space there to go down the inside. Not quite so much today with the puddle on the inside, although it is slowly disappearing. I just don't think it's going to disappear before the end of the day. 6 more races to go after this one. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us on the various platforms, on the YouTube channel at Alpha Live and on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. Please do, as always, get in touch with us via the comment section as we see our leaders bouncing over the curbs. Now defending there to the inside with Connor Lucas. And as we approach half race distance, Alexander has a look over her shoulder and she sees Connor Lucas going to the inside, dives down the inside, and we've got a change for the lead. It's the 43 of Lucas. So Alexander looked to the inside and a second look, and by the time she'd looked back, Connor Lucas was there to go down the inside into the South Bank loop. And it's going to be Connor Lucas over the line. So it's a change of the lead. It's the 43 of Connor Lucas. Aaron Alexander, though, behind with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.799. Right on the back of that battle. Adapting very quickly to the removal of the restrictors and the addition of 20 kilos additional ballast as he goes into senior pro kart. He's by far one of our youngest drivers on the senior pro kart grid. In that number 38, though, we are at half race distance just beyond, and it's Connor Lucas in the 43 leading the way round the South Bank corner and into the hairpin complex that ends the lap here at the Teesside National Circuit.
As you see Connor there just ducking down, sort of bit more of a unique style there, like lifting his legs and then docking his whole body down rather than just his head.
Yeah, it's very windy out there, and I imagine that he's trying to get as much of his body behind the very thin Nauseo panel that pro karts have to use now. I think a couple of years ago they had the big dustbin lid style Nauseo panel, which offered a lot more protection.
Yeah, they would have had
in the weather conditions.
They would have had a very good aerodynamic benefit today.
And there's certainly one car out there with the large Nauseo panel. That belongs to the 19 of Nigel Richardson. All the others running the slim nose panel. As our lead trio come over the line. 3 remaining. Josh Folkus with the fastest lap, but he's only up to 5th, having dropped all the way down to 8th after a fairly poor second heat, which saw him have a couple of spins, but he is all over the back of the 31 of Scott Tate. And then the gap, well, if he can get through, the gap to the leading trio is not that much, actually. Tate's closing in, and those two are working incredibly hard together to go to the inside. Folkus, though, not a fan of teamwork, dives to the inside.
Just as you're saying, they're working together, and dives at the inside.
Well, they can still work together, it's just a different order.
I think they heard you and wanted to prove you wrong.
No. Scott Tate ducks in behind, into 5th place. Josh Folkus up to 4th in the O plate. He's got a second to close down to the lead trio, although those 3 have spaced themselves out now. A couple of tenths between each of them as we go into the final couple of laps. Top 5 evenly spaced. This could quite easily become a 5-way battle for the lead as they come round the South Bank corner. They'll be greeted by the last lap board as they come over the start-finish line in a few moments. The last lap board is out for our senior pro karts in the final heat of the day. Finals coming up in a few moments' time, starting with our youngest drivers, the Bambinos.
So going back to what you said earlier about sometimes it's better to start 3rd on the grid than 2nd here because of the nature of the start. If you were Jessica Alexander now in 2nd place, would you consider dropping back to 3rd place to get that inside line at the start of the final?
I think she's going to start 2nd no matter where she finishes, with it being an amalgamation of points from the 3 heats.
Okay.
But as it were before, when they used to start on the inside, it was far better to be on the inside, as the checkered flag is out for our race winner. It's 3 from 3 for Connor Lucas in the number 43, Jessica Alexander with another 2nd place, and she'll start alongside Connor Lucas on the front row for our final, which will start in a few moments with Bambinos. Aaron Alexander and Josh Folkus over the line, 3-4, Scott Tate and David Brown, 5 and 6. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, Luke, it's when they were starting on the inside, it was, rather than spacing them out more economically, the grids, it was definitely better to start in 3rd. You often found that the 3rd place would be in 2nd by the time they went through the complex. And as we bring an end to our heats, we'll be back in a few moments with the first of our finals, the Bambinos. After we've had a few words from our superb sponsors, NRG Cycles. The 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. It's finals time, and it will be our Bambinos in a few moments. They are out on the track already. then Edward Haynes, 3 heats from 3. So he'll come through and line the O plate up on pole position. So he will be on the inside. Alongside him, the number 13 of Lewis Smith starts the final from the front row for the first time. Row number 2 will be Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young. And we're going to have Ryan White and Edward Rye, and then Maximus Lewis. They come through, and then that will line up the 7 karts for our Bambino final. There we are, Edward Haynes rolls into pole position. In fact, he rolled a little bit too far and nearly took his dad's ankles out upon entry to the grid. Gets himself psyched up, and he starts on pole position with Lewis Smith alongside Ollie Carter, Riley Buckton-Young on row number 2, Ryan White, Edward Rye on row 3, Maximus Shields on row 4. We are about to go racing for our first final of 2020. Green flag in hand of the start line marshal. It drops and we are underway. It's a good start by Smith in second, but not enough to get back, to get past the O plate of Edward Haynes off the line. So all 7 of our drivers filter in, and they are away as they go round the national loop for the first time. It's Haynes from Smith, Ollie Carter in 3rd, Ryan White 4th, Riley Buckton-Young 5th, Edward Rye 6th, and then Maximus Lewis in 7th. So 6 more races, well 5 more races after this one, 6 including the Bambino final, which is underway. So we've got junior pro karts, cadets, junior minimax, senior Rotax, and then the senior pro kart final, the 3rd heat we've just seen out of the way, with Connor Lucas taking 3 from 3 in that, and he will start on pole position. So Bambinos out on the grid at the moment for the opening final of the 2020 NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside. So if you're wondering how to get yourself involved with the amazing action here on circuit at Teesside, get yourself onto Facebook, have a look for the group Teesside Owner Driver Sprint. And if you're sat at home and you're thinking, I want to have a go at karting, but I haven't got a machine of my own, have a look for the group NRG Sprint Series. That's the hire kart sprint series that is run here at the Teesside Autodrome, one of the largest hire kart grids in the United Kingdom, with a lightweight and a heavyweight class at most rounds. That is filled to capacity, so get in early when you are getting yourself on the grid. Edward Haynes, though, out at the front of the Bambino. The battle for second sees Lewis Smith coming under pressure from Ollie Carter. Carter looking to maintain that consistency that he finally found in the 3rd heat, having had spins earlier in the day which at times robbed him of a very, very high position. Looks to keep that number 88 focused and in the right direction, as we've got the number 46 of Maximus Lewis stopped on the outside of hairpin number 2. Engine problems for the 46. Marshall has kindly helped him out and got that number 46 running, and we are back to a full complement of drivers, albeit he will be a lap down as everybody's come through, but he's going to get himself some valuable track time in the number 46 as he continues his learning curve in his first outdoor championship here at Teesside for Max Lewis in the number 46. So every lap will count as he progresses through his karting career. Over the start-finish line to put another lap on the board, the O plate of Edward Haynes comes through. The battle for second is now a 3-kart affair. Riley Buckton-Young joins onto the back, and there is less than a second between second, third and fourth. Lewis Smith, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young. Ollie Carter all over the back of Lewis Smith in the 13. as they go into hairpin number 1. Riley Buckton Young, though, really quick round the first of the hairpin corners. And we'll get a run out of the back, out and onto the back straight, although Ollie Carter, good straight line speed, using all of the track to maintain the momentum of these Comet C50 powered karts, and a lot of the time they need to maintain, run as wide as possible around most corners in order to keep the revs up of these small engines. So they rev quite highly, but they certainly work best at high rev ranges rather than down towards the bottom. Riley Buckton Young's going to try and go all the way around the outside of Ollie Carter. Can't get the job done though, as he has done earlier on in some of the heats. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining of our first final of the day. It remains Edward Haynes out in front, the battle for second. There's 2, if Haynes goes on to win, there's 2 places on the podium, and there's 3 karts battling for it at the moment. Lewis Smith, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton Young. There's Buckton Young on the back of the pack in the 9 as the camera follows them down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Lewis Smith always takes a middle line down that back straight, doesn't use all of the track out of the second hairpin, but it doesn't seem to hamper his straight line speed too much, and he remains in second place. 3 minutes remaining. Buckton Young using all of the track and a little bit of curb on the outside. Looks like we've got Maximus Lewis stopped again in the 46th. More engine trouble for the youngster from Stoke-on-Trent, and his day looks like it's going to come to a premature end in the number 46. But Lewis Smith sets a personal best, a 1:03 in second place. Ollie Carter, though, closing through the chicane section. A lot of straight line speed he's got in that number 88 kart. They're going to go round hairpin number 2. Ollie Carter's going to see if he can get a run down that back straight, as Max Lewis is on the grass and his day looks to have come to an end. As we've got some side-by-side action round South Bank, and it's Ollie Carter trying to go all the way round the outside. He's going to try something different because it's not worked for him so far, trying to get past the 13 of Lewis Smith. Edward Haynes, though, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.72, as he comes over the line. Last lap board will greet him, I believe, next time round, and then he will have one further lap. The battle, though, for second place remains Lewis Smith, Ollie Carter, Riley Buckton Young, in that order for the time being, as they go through the chicanes and into the first of the 4 tight hairpins in the middle sections here of the circuit at the Teesside Autodrome. As they go out onto the back straight, Ollie Carter needs to see if he can get that corner nailed round hairpin number 2, because he gets so much straight line speed. He's going to try and go right the way round the outside of the South Bank corner, but he's got so much more distance to take that little comma C50 Bambino all the way around the outside of there. And now Riley Buckton Young is going to see if he can cut back to the inside, having come out of hairpin number 4. The last lap board awaits them, and they've got 1 minute to sort this one out. There's 2 podium places available and 3 drivers that want to occupy it. Smith, Carter and Buckton Young round the national loop for the final time. Edward Haynes, though, already on the back straight and on his way to another final victory on board the O-Plate. She won here at the December meeting. I'm going to stick with these 3, though, because we don't want to miss any possible overtakes on the final lap. Buckton Young closes in on the back of Carter. Looks a lot tighter on the screen. 3 different lines down the straight. The checkered flag is out, though, and there's going to be another victory for the O-Plate of Edward Haynes over the line. Very, very happy. There's some cheers from the bank as well as he goes over the line to take the checkered flag and the first victory of the season in the Bambinos. As they come through now, the second battle for second, third and fourth. It's going to go the way of the 13 of Lewis Smith. Second for Smith, third for Carter. Buckton Young just misses out in fourth. And we've got Ryan White and Edward Rye. They've had a race-long battle, but we've been so focused on the battle for the podium, we've missed most of that. Ryan White will come through and take 5th place. Edward Rye in the number 66 comes through, and Max Lewis, unfortunately, his race came to an end prematurely, 3 or 4 laps before the end. He'd already had some engine problems, which was helpfully started by the marshal, but died once again a couple of laps later on that number 46. So that is one of our 6 finals in the bag. It's junior pro kart time in a few moments. So Max Lewis becomes the second Bambino driver of the day to get the complimentary lift back on the quad. Once again, lifted in situ on his cart and placed on the trailer, and he will be back into the pits in no time. Our remaining 6 drivers, though, are clear and off the circuit. Just watch the final 2 of them. Ryan White aboard the number 4 and the 66 of Edward Rye. Coming through, there is the first of those 2 up and over the weighbridge. Edward Rye in the 66 will join him. The final ones over the weighbridge. Not sure whether that was a thumbs up to the weighbridge marshal or a thumbs up to us on the camera, but even either way, greatly appreciated as the quad returns Max Lewis back to the pit lane. So an unfortunate end to the day for the number 46 of Maximus Lewis. His first outdoor racing experience comes to a premature end. He's sure he's had an enjoyable day nonetheless, although it has come to an end slightly early. So no sooner have our Bambinos exited the circuit, we are out for our junior pro kart class, and the front row will be occupied by Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert. Row 2, Asher Blythe, Sandro Ballesteros. Row 3, Owen Spears and Alexander Mallard. Bella Franklin will start 7th alongside Jake Richardson in 8th. 9th will be Brandon Jennings and Ben Hogarth in 10th. Then we have Joe Burrell and Jacob O'Connor, and then Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame in 14th. And just going back to our social feeds, certainly on Facebook, it's not very often that we get companies commenting, but Mansfield Garage Doors have been on, who follow Jacob O'Connor, and they would like to wish him all the best for this final, and he will line up on row number 6.
I do love to see all of these local companies getting behind young drivers. It's certainly is an expensive hobby to have, and it is nice when people can get these commercial partnerships with other companies like that to help ease the costs and help progress their careers.
It's good, and it's great as well that the coverage provides these drivers with the opportunity to go out there and find these companies and give, to give them something back as well, and it lets everybody watch the action at home. Everybody is gridded up with the final row of Pereira and Frame getting themselves in position. We are about to go racing in Junior Pro Kart. This class has been entertainment from start to finish all day, and we are underway and racing. It's a superb start from the 19 of Sandro Ballesteros all the way up to 3rd already. Lightning start for him. I'm not even sure he stopped on the grid. He just kept going. What a start from the 19 of Ballesteros. Up to third already as Morris leads from Lambert. Ballesteros in third. Coming under pressure, though, from Asher Blythe in the 15. Blythe down the inside into hairpin 1. That means he's got to go right round the outside of hairpin 2. Gets a good run, though, out of there, but he's hampered slightly by the 19 of Ballesteros, parking that car on the outside of hairpin number 2. So he will stay behind him. Oh, he's going to try and force his way down the inside. Takes a huge amount of curb as Owen Spears tries to do the same to Alexander's Mallard. There's contact between the two. Mallard goes wide and over the curb, and he has to give up a place.
Elbows out racing at the moment. Wouldn't expect anything less. It's the final. They're going to be going for it.
They are. Morris comes over the line. Bella Franklin, though, down in 12th from a 7th place start. So problems for her on the opening lap. No, so it's Morris from Lambert, Ballesteros, Blythe, Spears, Richardson and Mallard, Jennings, Hogarth and Burrell, the top 10. All of them looking over their shoulder down the back straight to see where everybody is. It's the second lap. Everybody's still going to be nose to tail. Save them looks for later on in the race. Everybody's still going to be with you. You don't have to worry about that. There'll certainly be another kart wanting to take your place if you feel the need to have a look over your shoulder. And, I think it's interesting to note that even if you do have a quick look over your shoulder, it slows you down as a driver.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
You naturally, even if it's ever so slightly, you just either lift your foot off the throttle ever so slightly, or you turn the wheel ever so slightly and end up going a little bit further. Looking over your shoulder, I can guarantee you, is not a fast way to drive a kart around any circuit in the country. And there, a couple of drivers do the same thing again, look over their shoulder. It's certain that everybody's still going to be there. But out at the front of the pack, Jack Morris has broken away from Kieran Lambert, who in turn has broken away from the battle for third place, which still sees Sandro Ballesteros in that number 19, running in front of Asher Blythe. Two drivers looking, I believe, for maiden final podiums here at Teesside. Certainly in the case of the 19 of Ballesteros. I know Asher Blythe has been there or thereabouts and might have got one at some point during last season. Certainly got a podium in a heat. I'm not sure whether he got it in the final, but these two are going to be battling it out for the final step if the top two continue their charge away. And at the moment it's Jack Morris who, barring that second heat where the wet tyres started to go away towards the end, has been just about unbeatable unless anybody can rein him in. And certainly got reeled in heat number 2 by Lambert and then by Bella Franklin, but now it's dried out, the O plate of Jack Morris, who we spoke to at the start of the day when the coverage first started. We spoke about his O plate win and his thoughts for the season. So if you did miss that at the start, once the racing action has finished, certainly don't go and do it now. You'll certainly miss something on track as the battle for 5th place continues down the back straight. But at the end of the day, go back, listen to the interview that we did with Jack Morris. It was good to speak to a driver who is one of the favourites for the Junior Pro Kart Championship here at Teesside this season. Sandro Ballesteros there with the international signal of "please stay behind me" to Asher Blythe. He thinks that they've got a chance of catching Kieran Lambert. I think Asher Blythe just wants 3rd place, and I think he wants it as soon as possible in this final. 2 extra laps for all of our finals. Normally 10 laps for our Junior Pro Karts. We will go up to 12 for the final. Cadets in a few moments, they'll get an extra 2 laps as well to sort their final out, and it's going to be a pole for the number 20 of Catherine Potter. Just going to jump as Jack Morris sets the fastest lap of the race to our live stream, and one of our drivers has been on from the paddock. That driver is Max Prentice, and he's kindly answered the question we were speaking about earlier as to whether he was putting his hands up to pull his visor down, or whether it was just frustration coming out of hairpin number 2. It's the helmet in general that's moving, not just the visor. His helmet's moving up slightly as he comes around the corner. He's just pushing it back down as he goes round. So thank you very much to Max for coming on the live stream comments and letting us know what happened there.
You know what we were saying earlier about like a nice shiny new helmet's worth 2 temps? I think if you got a new helmet, it'd be worth 2 temps.
Alternatively, if you just take some ballast off your cart and fasten it to the chin of your helmet to hold the front end down, you're still carrying the ballast, but it does help that you can actually see where you're going. So don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not one to offer Max Prentice some advice, because I can guarantee you now he's far faster in a kart round this Teesside National Circuit than what I am. Out at the front though, another driver showing some expert speed is the O-plate of Jack Morris. The gap now 4 seconds back to Kieran Lambert. Sandro Ballesteros though remains in 3rd place with Asher Blythe. There's a change down the field. It's got Caitlin Frame in the 18 and Sebastian Pereira battling it out over 12. There you go. Into hairpin number 3 and hairpin number 4. 2 drivers fairly new to karting in general joining the grid here at Teesside. So Sebastian, he started during the winter series and this is his 4th race. Caitlin, I think, has done 1 or 2 races more, but she's still also fairly new to karting, having found her way into motorsport following a Mini Cooper driving experience and feeling that she wants to progress into motorsport. So their battle continues down the back straight as Jack Morris sets the fastest lap of the race.
I feel like Jack's just sort of found another gear or something in for this race. He's flying away.
He does. I'm not sure that he's going to be doing his dad Owen's Hart any favours if he keeps pumping in fastest lap after fastest lap when he's got an almost 5-second lead out at the front.
We got a change for 3rd? I think we just had a change for 3rd on the back straight.
Down the back straight. Asher Blythe has taken the number 15 past Sandro Ballesteros and onto the provisional final step of the podium. Sandro had held that position for a number of laps, but Asher Blythe finally gets the job done, having battled throughout the race. Though Sandro's not giving this one up though. Gives the number board of the number 15 in front of him a little nudge over the line.
There were 2 laps to go. It's definitely we're working together. It's been thrown out the door. We're like, let's just go. Let's get this position now.
Yeah, the script has gone for Blythe and Ballesteros.
It looks like the group just behind nose to tail, and they're going to be fighting for that position as well, ready to pick up any pieces from this one.
Spears, Mallard, Richardson and Jennings. The battle for 5th to 8th. Well, it's going those 4, I think, pretty much battling it out in the 3rd heat as well. They've all found each other for the final, and that will continue. Jack Morris, another fastest lap, drops it below 47. 46.934. I'm sure
he's about half a second a lap faster than
he's still turning it on at the end. I think he just needs to have a quick look. He's got half a lap to go and just might want to settle it down. Doesn't want to throw a victory away, but certainly has enough time out at the front to keep pushing that car. Asher Blythe looks over his shoulder, very defensive down the back straight, as you would be on the final lap, but did have a couple of looks just to make sure where Ballesteros was. Leader's going to come through though and take the checkered flag. It's going to be Jack Morris, wins the final in the O-plate. Kieran Lambert's going to come through. The battle for 3rd though is going to be side by side over the line. Ballesteros almost takes it on the line, but it goes the way of Asher Blythe in the 15. Alex Mallard gets 5th though on the final lap from Owen Spears. A great debut outing in the number 99 here at Teesside for Alexander Mallard with a 5th place. Owen Spears in 6th, Jake Richardson 7th, Brandon Jennings in 8th, Bella Franklin in 9th. Joe Burrell rounds out his debut appearance with a finish inside the top 10 in 10th with Jacob O'Connor, Caitlin Frame, Sebastian Pereira and Ben Hogarth seems to have dropped off the timing screen towards the end. Retires off into the pit lane, but it is Jack Morris in the O-plate. Gets the win and will lead the championship. Even at this early stage, he will be one to beat. Here in the junior pro kart class, Kieran Lambert gets second place, and it's a maiden podium for the number 15 of Asher Blythe when it comes to the final. There he is coming into the pit lane and onto the weighbridge in the number 15. Sandro Ballesteros in the 9, ever so close to getting himself onto the podium over the line, getting alongside, but not quite enough as the circuit banks back round, and Asher Blythe did just enough to get his third place. So that's a junior pro kart in the bag for round number 1. Cadets will be joining us in a few moments. And as always, when it comes to our cadet class, the bank behind the commentary box fills up with parents and spectators to watch the cadet class. It fills up very quickly for our cadets. And even the temporary terracing at the front of the style bench is being used by our spectators to get the best viewing opportunity for the cadet start.
I think you were just prizing for a reaction from someone now, weren't you?
So I was just seeing whether anybody was going to pop out of the cafe and shout to get your feet off the seating, but
oh, so you're trying to get him in trouble then? You weren't just trying to have some fun?
It's Lee. Lee won't mind. Lee won't mind at all. And, Lee will be watching out for his daughter Lizzie. She lines up on row number 2 in the 50. So front row of Catherine Potter and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Row number 2, Gracie Mitchell and Lizzie Mentier. David Mack and Ethan Girling on row 3 with Maximus Shields and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 4. Kia McLeod and Oliver Watson, row 5. Jack Thompson and Thomas Potter on row 6. Leon Barlow and Charlie Wyatt line up in front of Tom Holden and Ethan Charles. 17th will be Josh Cook. Then we've got William George Howard and Cody Lamb. 19 karts on our cadet grid, and they roll themselves into place.
Did you have to give Darren a stare there for him to flick the next switch?
Well, they were going around the South Bank, and I can pretty much tell you every one of these drivers as they come past, but I can't tell you them from 250 metres away, unfortunately. So
you had to glare at Darren so he could flick to the next page.
I don't particularly ask for much when it comes to trying to be seamless, but I like to try and get everybody on the grid sorted before we start. I think we've got
we've got someone missing there, or someone not gone further
forward. We've got
forwards.
somebody missing, or somebody needs to be rolled forward into a position. I'm not sure if we are missing somebody or whether the grid. I know that the 18 of Max Shields, we spoke to him in the interval. He's currently just asking a question of the start line marshal just to make sure that everybody is in the right place off the grid. Catherine Potter, though, waits patiently in pole position.
Just a news flash, it is a missing driver because the driver that was supposed to be there just knocked on the door and said hello.
Nobody told him he should be there. We are missing a driver, that's for sure. Did he tell you why he was out? But we are underway in racing. I'll inquire again in a few moments. But
I was
Catherine
too busy
Potter,
trying to hold the door up that you broke earlier. So
no comment. We are underway and racing, and as has been the case for most of the day, it's Catherine Potter at the front of the field. Jared Fox-Whiteley in second. We've got Gracie Mitchell. David Mack has made his way up in front of Lizzie Mentier, who started fourth, so he goes up into fourth. Mentier is fifth. Max Shields is in sixth. So we were missing a driver. We'll see if we can find out who that is when they come over the line. I'll see if I can use my powers of deduction. As they come over, it's certainly going to be Catherine Potter at the front of the field. Over the line for the first of 10 cadet laps. It's Potter from Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Mac, Mentier, Shields, Stansmore, Wilson, Kian McLeod, Charlie Wyatt and Jack Thompson, Tom Holden, Leon Barlow, Thomas Potter, Oliver Watson, Josh Cook, Ethan Charles, William George Howard and Cody Lamb. 18 drivers on the grid.
So it's now an acceptable time to ask you who your money's on?
No. I'm still trying to figure out which driver I'm missing.
Is that the one that your money was on?
Well, I am out of pocket if that is the case, but we are. So the driver that's missing is the number 8 of Ethan Gerling. So had a good start to the day. Pole sitter after qualifying. It was a great effort for him, but unfortunately not able to take up his position on the grid for the final. David Mack remains in fourth though. He is all over the back of Gracie Mitchell in the number 11. So
might change for 5th place there.
Yeah,
going to fight back.
Max Shields goes past Lizzie Mentier. Lizzie Mentier though cuts back to the inside and retakes 5th place. So, and then it looks like Max Shields is going to come back down the inside of Mentier. Those two are going to go side by side. Round hairpin number 3. Mentier will have track position to the inside of hairpin 4. Max Shields has to back out and drop in behind. There they are in the background. So the top 4 come through. Catherine Potter, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Gracie Mitchell and David Mack. 3 of the top 4 have won races here at Teesside. The only one that's missing a win here at Teesside is the 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley. So can we add another driver to the list of race winners here in cadets at Teesside?
We've got, I think we've got about 4 battles going on there. They're all 2 by 2 all the way through. It's just 2, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah, the lead duo have certainly broken away, with Fox-Whiteley pushing onto the back of Catherine Potter. Gracie Mitchell having to defend from the hard-charging David Mack has had to turn her focus onto the kart number 16 rather than trying to catch the lead 2. Although, as we saw earlier on, anything can happen. If those top 2 start trying to battle it out, we're going to have a 6-kart battle for the lead before we know it, as Max Shields and Lizzie Mentier continue to battle over 5th, but Charlie Wyatt is looming in the number 23, up from a starting position of 14th. He's going to be on the back of Lizzie Mentier in a few moments' time, charging in the number 23. And, we spoke earlier on during the lunch break and just after at how quick Charlie Wyatt is in that number 23, and he's going to catch up on the back. And Lizzie Mentier's got back past Max Shields for 5th place. Those two are going to battle, and as they do so, Charlie Wyatt appears right behind them in 7th. We are half race distance, and Catherine Potter leads from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Fox-Whiteley not making too much of an effort to try and take the lead from Catherine Potter. I think if these two can do this for another couple of laps, that'll leave them with 2 or 3 laps at the end, where it's just those two, and it's going to be a battle for the lead. Look over the shoulder from Gracie Mitchell just behind, sees David Mack behind. I think Max Shields is just pretty much just driven off the track all by himself and onto the grass, and that's allowed Charlie Wyatt to go down the inside and into 6th place. So they go round hairpin number 3. Not wanting to hold about though, Charlie Wyatt's going to try and get himself past Lizzie Mentier straight away. And this is playing into the hands of the 54. They're backing into Kian McLeod, who's coming up in the number 54. It could be a 4-kart battle for 5th place very shortly. The leaders, though, will make their way round hairpin number 2. Fox Whiteley, very quick round hairpin 2. Not enough, though, to get a toe down the back straight and try and slingshot past Catherine Potter into that hairpin at the bottom of the circuit, the big loop round the south bank before they stamp on the brakes for hairpin number 3. And this is the battle for 5th. Mentier managing to stick to the inside. Charlie Wyatt tries to dive to the inside. It's a optimistic move, and the door is firmly closed by the 50 of Lizzie Mentier, so she will stay 6th. Charlie Wyatt 6th. Max Shields in 7th. Fastest lap for Max Shields, 49.196. No. Although I don't think he's disappeared somewhere. He's off. Max Shields has gone off on the national loop. The battle for 5th is now a 2-kart battle between Lizzie Mentier and Charlie Wyatt. Max Shields drops back and slots back in front of the 33 of Oliver Watson, so he's back into 12th place.
It looks David Mack's going for it now in 4th place for 3rd. He's trying everything going.
Yeah, our leaders, though, will catch with the extra additional laps. Normally, this would be checkered flag time, but they've got 2 more laps, and which means they're going to meet back markers for the first time today. And let's see whether this one will play into the hands of Jared Fox Whiteley. He's certainly got to try and use this to his advantage as they dive down the inside. Catches a cone, does Fox Whiteley, on the inside as they squeeze past the 93 of Cody Lamb, making his debut appearance here at Teesside. And it's going to be the same in a few moments for Gracie Mitchell and David Mack. And they're going to go round South Bank and then meet the back marker as they go into the inside. And Max used it to his advantage and he's gone to the inside. David Mack up to 3rd. Gracie Mitchell goes down to 4th. David Mitchell takes the final podium position as it stands. The last lap board will be out for them when they come over the line. Gracie Mitchell, though, not giving it up. Right on the back of the 16 of David Mack as they come over the line. So 1 lap remaining. Catherine Potter's broken out a little bit of a gap, though, going past the back markers, with Fox Whiteley catching that cone on the inside of hairpin 1. So it looks like it could be Catherine Potter.
Yeah, Catherine has still got another back marker to come up, though. She could still get that same trip
up. I think they're
up.
just going to catch the back marker by the time they get to hairpins 3 and 4. As Gracie Mitchell tries to go round the outside of David Mack. Looks like Catherine Potter's going to go right round the outside of the back marker. She does, and she's going to come through and, barring some sort of miracle, will take a victory. It's 4 from 4 for Catherine Potter today in the cadet class. Fastest lap to boot as well. Jared Fox Whiteley comes through, gets 2nd. David Mack is 3rd, with Gracie Mitchell holding on at the line from Charlie Wyatt, but looks like she's problems for the 11.
Yeah, it looks like Gracie Mitchell's broken down just as she crossed the line.
So managed to hold on for 4th place.
It's, if you're going to break down, that's the time to break down.
So perfect timing in the end. If you are going to break down, at least take the checkered flag and maintain your position. Problems, though, for the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell, but the day for cadets is over. And she will be able to get that cart back to the pit lane. Charlie Wyatt got 5th, Lizzie Mentier 6th, Kian McLeod 7th, with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 8th. So Gracie Mitchell, looks like we've got a problem there. The engine has certainly stopped on that number 11, but it stopped just at the right time. Over the line, take the checkered flag in 4th place, which is where she was. So it is a top 3 of Catherine Potter. Jared Fox Whiteley takes a maiden final podium here at Teesside in the number 22. So will add some confidence to the 2020 season as he looks to add to the Woolwell Summer and Winter Championships that he won in 2019. Final step of the podium goes the way of the number 16, David Mack. And Gracie Mitchell holds on from Charlie Wyatt on the line, despite the engine cutting out. And she's rolled to a halt on the outside of the chicane, but the day is done for the number 11. So won't have to worry about that for the rest of the day. 3 more races here at the Teesside Autodrome for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. We've got junior and mini Rotax, senior Rotax, and then our senior Pro Kart drivers. So 3 more races to go. And, if they are anything like our cadets and junior Pro Karts, the finals are going to be something to watch. So do not go anywhere. There's about half an hour's worth of racing left here at the Teesside Autodrome before we bring round number 1 to a close. We will be back, well, in some shape or form for round number 2 in March on the 22nd of March, which is I will refer to it as the Mother's Day meeting, because it's Mother's Day, and we will be back racing on the 22nd. At the very least, we'll have an audio stream of that race day, so you'll be able to, even though we might not have the video feature of that round, you'll still be able to listen in, find out how your drivers are doing.
Always found Mother's Day is a great day to go racing, because at the end of the day, you don't need to get your mum a present if you go out and win. That's all they're going to want.
It's great. You start the day by saying, I'm going to take you out for Mother's Day, and you take them to a race circuit and they can watch you race all day. And what better gift than that, really? So well,
what more does a mother want than to see their child enjoying themselves at the end of the day?
Exactly, and that really is what it's all about. I think we're going round again, which gives us in our junior class, which gives me plenty of time just to talk through the rest of the season here for the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. 9 rounds over 7 weekends with 2 double headers in May and July. And if you do want to come and join the action, check out the Teesside Owner Driver group on Facebook. You'll get all the dates on there, but the next round, March the 22nd, then April the 26th, then the double header in May on the 23rd and 24th. Then we're back in July for another double header on the 25th and 26th. Then August the 23rd and September the 27th brings a close to a 9-round championship over 7 weekends. We'll update you more on how the championship works later on in the season once some drivers' points have settled down. Looks like our junior Rotax and mini Rotax drivers have got themselves in a more orderly fashion, and the green flag goes, and Ben Ficini in the 4 has had a terrible start. I just don't think he was, I think he was either ready or expecting a go around, and he's going to go very, very slowly round the national loop. See whether he gets himself going again or not. He does, powers down, he's got full power in that number 4. I think he felt that the grid wasn't formed enough and they were going to go around again. The green flag flew and he was just sat there in his seat with the arms out, and he now finds himself with a lot of work to do down in 7th place.
I'm interested to know what happened there. I don't know whether he just had a fuel-related issue. It wasn't wanting to pump through.
I think at the time when he came through, he was just in front of the 77 of Cole. I think he was expecting Cole to try and to move a little bit further forward, and then as soon as Cole dropped the throttle, everybody else did, and effectively missed the start, waiting for the 77 of Jude Cole, who now is out into the lead. Alfie Lindsay behind him. Then there's a battle for 3rd between Joe Slamman and Oliver Buckton. Then we've got William Young and Rocco Baker, and then Ben Ficini trying to catch up in that number 4. He's certainly got the pace to do so. He's had a win and a couple of second places so far today, and he's now trying to find a way back. Don't see any reason why he can't try and battle back for a podium position, but he's allowed the leader and second place man, Alfie Lindsay, to get out and away. So Ficini now back up onto the back of the pack, but some way behind the top 2. Jude Cole leads from Alfie Lindsay in second. Joe Slamman and Oliver Buckton continue to battle over third place. There they are, Slamman at the head of the pack of the two. In the number 10 with the blue cart and the blue and red helmet, followed behind him by the O-Plate winner Oliver Buckton, running a Minimax rather than a Junior Rotax here in the number 66 in fourth place. Then we've got William Young, Rocco Baker, and there in the background looks like Ben Vicini's found his way past Rocco Baker, and he's going to do exactly the same. I think going to go round the outside of William Young. Young's not going to let him have it easy though over the line, but Vicini does come through, and you'll catch him now up into fifth place. Slamman has opened up a gap out to Oliver Buckton. Buckton in the number 66 between Slamman and Ben Vicini. So Buckton, one of our Minimax drivers. So Slamman in the number 10 is going to come under battle, under pressure soon by Ben Vicini if he can find a way past Oliver Buckton. The leader though has a 3-second nearly lead out in the front, having had that additional help off the start with Vicini off the front row, not going with him and dropping all the way to the back of the grid. Ben Vicini as well shows their fastest lap of the race of 43.812, shows that he's now charging to get himself back up there. He's a little bit of work to do to get a podium, but 8 laps, certainly not out of the question for him to get that done. So Young and Rocco Baker in the 14. Rocco, first time we've seen him here at Teesside. Goes down the back straight and he's going to battle with the number 22 of William Young, who has had a few issues today, not been particularly the luckiest driver with some engine issues. Jude Cole, fastest lap with a 43.794. So Jude Cole, Alfie Lindsay, Joe Slamman, Oliver Buckton, Oliver Buckton, Ben Vicini, William Young and Rocco Baker, the 7 drivers out on track. 12 laps is the final distance. In our Junior Rotax class, we've had 5 of those already, so we'll be just about reaching half race distance when our leader, Jude Cole, comes through and over the line.
This is going to be the point of the day now where we start to see some minor mistakes creep in with the sun starting to set and hitting their eyes, and just as on the sun, as they go down the main.
Yeah, the sun rises at one end of the circuit and sets down at the other end, so it rises at the south bank end of the circuit, I believe, and then sets as they go round the national loop. And as the closer we get towards the end of the day, the lower that sun is going to come down. And those drivers that have got the clear visors on from earlier on in the day when it was raining might find that that sun is not going to be their friend as they come through the D-shaped chicane and enter the national loop. But we are half race distance. Jude Cole is out in the lead and has almost a 7-second gap at the head of the pack with number 77, Alfie Lindsay. Second in the 86, Joe Slamman and Ben Vicini. And to be fair, they're both catching Alfie Lindsay for second place. Lindsay slowing and backing into Slamman and Vicini. Slamman is closing in on Alfie Lindsay. The gap over the line was 1.2 seconds. He's certainly going to be a little bit closer than that, but right behind Joe Slamman is Ben Vicini in the number 4, recovering from that incredibly slow start at the start of the day. And he will just about try and go to the inside. Can't get past of Joe Slamman though. So Jude Cole over the line. The 86 of Alfie Lindsay will come through. The battle at the back of the pack between William Young and Rocco Baker continues, and there is Ben Vicini all over the back of Joe Slamman. Gives Slamman a little nudge, trying to force him wide. The stock touring car move of tap the rear bumper and try and make a little gap. Doesn't work this time though for Ben Vicini, as Joe Slamman has 3.5 laps to hold on to the final podium position. Look over the shoulder to see if he's still there.
He's gone for it.
Late move though from Ben Vicini. Doesn't manage to get there before the door is closed by Joe Slamman. And both of these drivers continue to catch Alfie Lindsay. Even though they're battling, they're going to come over. The gap last time was 7 tenths. Alfie Lindsay, though, with a fastest lap, a personal best, but the gap is still going to be under a second, I think. 8/10 as they close up into hairpin number 1, and Ben Ficini all over the back of Joe Slamon in the number 10, out onto the back straight, 2.5 laps as Slamon uses a little bit of that curb to try and maximise the speed as he goes down the back straight. Ficini in the slipstream, closes right up to the rear bumper and will look to dive to the inside of hairpin 3. Slamon doesn't give him enough room to get that done.
Both getting pretty close to second place now as well, aren't they? Alfie's going to be a bit worried.
He knows they're there as well. He's just had a quick look over the shoulder and he knows that there's 2 karts coming, 2 laps to go. And as it was in the junior pro kart in the race before, in the Bambino class actually at the start of our finals, there are 3 drivers battling for 2 podium places. If Jude Cole can keep the number 77 facing in the right direction at the head of the pack, and he's got 10 seconds, is the way of the cushion. Lindsay stays in second with Slamon and Ficini. Ficini's going to try and go round the outside this time. Inside on the last lap didn't work for him. He's going to see if he can hang it out round the outside and try and cut back to the inside as they come out of hairpin 4. He's done it, and Slamon's not going to give this one up, and there's contact as they come over the start line. More contact as well, and they're both off onto the grass. Slamon is on the grass and facing the wrong way. Ficini is getting himself back on the track as well. Oliver Buckton goes right the way round the outside. Buckton with a fortuitous circumstance, but he's up to 3rd overall. Ficini down to 4th. Neither Slamon nor Ficini wanted to give him that one up, and Joe Slamon is very angry about that move. Beached on the grass, and the potential for a podium position for the number 10 of Joe Slamon has gone.
And amidst all that, we've missed the leader crossing the line.
Yeah,
didn't realise he was that far ahead.
Jude Cole out in front, a commanding victory for him. Alfie Lindsay comes through and takes second. Ficini, I think, has managed to get back past Oliver Buckton on the final lap for a 3rd overall. Buckton will take 4th and will be our leading Minimax driver. And as the rest of the field comes over the line, William Young up to 5th, Rocco Baker 6th. Joe Slamon will end the day 1 lap down and parked on the grass. And that contact with Ben Ficini. Neither of those drivers wanted to give up that position. And it does end with Joe Slamon on the grass. Apologies to Jude Cole. We missed him coming over the line to take the win. Here we go. We've got a replay of that. And Ficini does run there, and I think Ficini runs Slamon quite close to the curb on the inside. Does give him enough room though.
This is close. He's running onto a little divot there, which upset his car.
And then they're going to get themselves together again as they come over the line. And there's definitely contact early on. Slamon's front wheels lift up off the ground, but neither of them are in control by this stage. As
soon as that contact has started there, they've both lost there, and there's only one way they're going.
I've found with the two-stroke, they get hooked up far more than the cadets and the pro karts do. They hook up, and when they do, they just go together. That's Joe Slamon with his disappointment. Ben Ficini, somewhat fortuitously, spins round and ends up on some tarmac, which allows him to plant the throttle and get going. Joe Slamon, unfortunately, though, slick tyres on wet grass does not get him going in any way, shape or form, in the same way that it did for Ben Ficini. So Ficini ends the day on the podium in 3rd place overall. Joe Slamon, disappointment, ends himself up on the grass. Slamon climbs out of the number 10 kart and it rolls backwards in the dummy grid. And, they are off the track, and that means that we can get going with some senior Rotax action. And the front row will be James Lowther and Max Prentice. Row number 2 will be Zach Bowker and Chris Gibbon. Dan Kell lines up in 5th. I think is about as good as he could expect, having not qualified overly well and not picking any points up for the first heat, having failed to complete half a lap.
We get a rolling start for this one again, don't we?
I think the leading duo, we've done quite well now at backing the field up out of that corner. I'm not sure the back of the pack, though, we're going to catch up in enough time. There is the tail of the field, getting themselves on the back. I think they've slowed down sufficiently. Paul Morgan is there in place, and I think we could be underway here. Start line marshal telling them just to calm down, but the green flag goes and we are underway and racing. And the second and third row have come together and we could be 4 wide into the national loop. I think everybody's managed to make it round, which is a miracle, as they were 4 wide into that corner. And Dan Kell has come through from 5th into 3rd place. And he will look to, I think in the last one, by the time he got through the pack, he was just too far away with the leading duo. Now he's in a position that he can see if he can take the battle to Lowther and Prentice.
So are we going to see Prentice get this one? Has he been holding back all day?
Well, in Heat 1, he found some great speed and caught up. I think if he's going to get it done, he needs to get it done early, because James Lowther has proved early throughout the day that when he's in the front, he's not phased and does not mind coming under pressure and holds himself and just keeps his own race. I think Max Prentice might want to get this done early, see if he can get back past and then allow James Lowther to try and do the overtaking for once. Prentice gets a run down the back straight, but not enough to get alongside Lowther. He's going to try and get to the inside, though, out of hairpin into hairpin number 3. And, all the while, Daniel Kell behind them in the number 89, having made a quick start up from 5th into 3rd.
This is a repeat of the last race, isn't it? The top 3 just sat there with Daniel, just sat there waiting for something to happen.
A lot closer, and I think a lot more racy now. It's final time. Closes into the first of the hairpins. Yeah, very late on the brakes, Daniel Kell closing in. Max Prentice still right on the bumper of Lowther down that back straight. So we are 2 laps of 12 down. It's Lowther from Prentice, Kell, Swan, Gibbon, Reeve, Redhead, Bowker and Morgan.
See, everyone likes the underdog, and I think Kell's the underdog in this one, so I'm rooting for him.
So, yeah, Daniel Kell, a driver that finished 2nd in the championship last year. Had a tough start to the day, and that's the spare engine that's had to be strapped to the number 89 kart. So possibly not giving the full power that he wanted, but still running up there in 3rd and looking good for a podium, with the top 3 have broken away from the rest of the pack. Swan up into 4th, which is a great result for him, to say that he missed one of the heats because the kart stopped on the outside of hairpin number 3. So doing well up in 4th place as Max Prentice comes through on the bumper of the number 12 of James Lowther. We are a quarter of the race in. So it's Lowther, Prentice, Kell, Swan, Gibbon, Reeve, Bowker and Redhead, and Morgan in the number 31. And, our leaders go down the back straight. There they are. Max Prentice thus far deciding to stay behind and not make a move, which is usually the cue for a driver to make a move. At any point that I seem to mention that they're staying behind, they might go for a move, and there it is. As Prentice tries to cut back and go to the inside, and both of those drivers there quite lucky to stay on track. Actually, we've seen it's not taken much for the road tax drivers to get hooked up and go off, and Max Prentice's front nose was bent quite a lot under that sort of contact up in the air.
Do you have the pushback bumpers on these, like they have in
They ran them. I think they trialled them over the winter season, but I'm not sure on what they've done with the summer season on the pushback bumpers. And generally, with the 2-stroke class here at Teesside,
is he going for it?
He's going to try to go around the outside. It's another attempt at that from Max Prentice.
We saw that doing exactly again.
Yeah.
Well, that move on the last race that we saw.
But barring the last race, and generally as they come up on the back of Paul Morgan to lap him, and it's going to be also Morgan sensibly gets out of the way.
Well, now we've got a top
after
three
the
battle.
chicane, and now it certainly is a top three. I was about to say, generally the two-stroke drivers, and with all the classes here at Teesside, generally the racing is very fair, and there's not that much contact, although we have just watched two of our junior drivers get hooked up and go across the grass, although can somewhat be forgiven with it being the final lap of the final here in the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. We are 5 laps remaining, and Max Prentice has tried the inside and the outside to get past James Lowther in the number 12, and at the moment hasn't managed to find a way round.
He's going for it.
He's
got it.
Down the inside. That run outside of hairpin number 2, and Max Prentice will go down the inside and into the lead of our senior Rotax. Defends very well to the inside, didn't allow Lowther to try and return the favour. Prentice got the inside done, round the South Bank loop, and then defended into hairpin 3. And Max Prentice in the 33, the pace has finally come at the right time, 4 laps remaining, and he finds himself in the lead for senior Rotax with James Lowther and Daniel Kell, the top 3, all running within half a second of each other at the head of the field. But now James Lowther in a position that he's not been in all day, a position that means he's going to have to try and make a move on Max Prentice with 3.5 laps remaining of this senior Rotax final.
It was a fantastic move from Prentice, just holding back a little bit through the infield section of the first couple of hairpins, and then flooring it out of the second hairpin to get the run down towards South Bank. He managed to execute it perfectly, and it couldn't have been a fairer move.
No, I think he's done well actually, because he's lined that up by trying to get past James Lowther at the other end of the circuit for the past 4 laps. Not made any attempt to go past him into hairpin number 2, and then possibly where Lowther was thinking that Prentice was going to just wait until the bottom end of the circuit, Prentice has got a great run out of the second hairpin, and now James Lowther is going to come under pressure from Daniel Kell, and it's allowed Max Prentice to get a little bit of speed and open up. And we knew that Prentice had this pace earlier on in the day, as he was taking chunks out of the lead in the opening heat, albeit in wet conditions. And now Max Prentice, the 2019 Teesside Junior Rotax champion, looks like he could be on his way to add the first final of the 2020 season to his racing CV in the number 33. But they will have another back marker to catch up on. Looks like it will be the number 9 of Josh Redhead. And then we'll... so it's Prentice, Lowther, then Redhead in front. I think we'll catch him, hopefully, as they come out onto the straight bit. This might play really into the hands of Kell in the... Redhead's gone off on the outside, getting out of the way of Prentice. He's ran wide onto the grass in the number 9, so he's taken himself out of the equation as the last lap board is out. The leaders, though, have another back marker to catch up, and they'll come up to him, hopefully on the back straight. I think Prentice might just get enough of a run out of hairpin 2 to get the power down. He's going to cut inside of the back marker. The others do as well. The back marker moves out of the way and signals for the drivers to go to the inside. Half a lap remaining for the 33 of Max Prentice. He's had a game plan. He's executed it perfectly. Waited till 3 laps before the end before making his move. Comes out of the final corners. Blasts through the dogleg, sees the checkered flag, and the win goes by the way of the 33 of Max Prentice. Adds a senior Rotax final win to the junior Rotax championship he won here last season. James Lowther and Daniel Kell will share the podium with him. Paul Swan, Chris Gibbon will come through. Paul Swan a superb 4th, although he's going to be chased all the way to the line by Gibbon in the 26. And we're going to have Zach Bowker and Tom Reeve. These battles all the way down the field. They're going to battle it to the line for 6th place. And it looks like Tom Reeve in the 22 has got it done on the final lap for 6th. Bowker down to 7th. Redhead in 8th.
I can't help but think that but think that Prentice was holding that one back all day, just waiting. He's been sat on Lauva's rear bumper pretty much every race,
Yeah,
every lap.
We saw the pace that he had in the first heat of the day, although it was in wet weather conditions, and that's always difficult to judge, but took some huge chunks out of him in that first heat, and a superb win for Max Prentice. We see our podium drivers rolling up and over the weighbridge. Dan Kell in the 89.
Just one race left of the day.
31 of the debuting Paul Morgan, entering his first ever Sprint Series race in the number 31, going over the weighbridge, and that leaves us with one more race, and it's the way of our senior pro kart class. On pole position will be number 43 of Connor Lucas. Last couple of our Rotax drivers coming over, so we have got one more race for you at home watching. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us on Alpha Live on YouTube and the Facebook page. Teesside Karting. Sarah Jane Godding in touch with us. Very impressed with the victory for the number 33 of Max Prentice in the last race in our senior Rotax final. Thank you very much for getting in touch and for joining us here at Teesside Karting. We've got one final race for you today. It will be our senior pro kart class. In the front row will be Connor Lucas on pole position. Alongside him, looks like it will be the 21 of Jessica Alexander. And let's see how the start goes. Alexander led away off the line last time round as Connor Lucas had a difficult getaway. 21 of Alexander just being lined up slightly differently. Quite an aggressive rake on that to get it into the first corner in the last heat, and got there first as the 43 of Lucas bogged down. So it's Lucas on pole position, Jessica Alexander alongside. Aaron Alexander in third with Scott Tate in fourth. Josh Folkus and David Brown on row number 3. Brandon Truman Reddish and Rob Lowe, row 4. Row 5 will be Connor White and Mark Tate. Then we've got Rob Stanway and Nigel Richardson. Simon Doughty, Thomas Lowther, Emma Brown, Alban Dowell and Anthony Burrell round out a 17 kart senior pro kart grid. Everybody is in position. Start line marshal makes his way to the front, green flag in hand. Drivers getting themselves ready, and for the final time today, we are underway and racing. Connor Lucas moved very quickly. Jessica Alexander thought that he moved too quickly. Points to the 43 as they go off the line. We'll have to have a look to see whether anything pops up on the screen for a potential jump start, but the 43 leads the way through the chicanes, followed by the 21 of Jessica Alexander, Aaron Alexander in third. And then we've got David Brown up from the third row into fourth place. Head down behind the steering wheel as Nigel Richardson spins the number 19 at hairpin number 2 and drops all the way to the back of the field as we see drivers lining up moves down into the South Bank corner. 12 laps for senior pro kart action to bring the day here for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series to a close. And Connor Lucas leads the opening lap. Jessica Alexander, Aaron Alexander and David Brown the top 4. Josh Folkus fifth, Scott Tate, Connor White, Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman Reddish and Rob Stanway the top 10. And we've got Mark Tate, Thomas Lowther, Simon Doughty, Emma Brown, Anthony Burrell, Alban Dowell and Nigel Richardson after his first lap spin comes through in 17th. The top 5 seem to have broken away ever so slightly, but there's gaps between all of them as the midfield pack battle away.
So David, I just watched a quick replay of that start and it looked like Connor Lucas timed that start to perfection. I watched it frame by frame. As the flag moved down, he went.
So Connor Lucas there making amends for the slow start that he had in heat number 3. perfects the start in the final, and he leads away. Jessica Alexander, 7/10 behind, looking to close the gap. The battle for third looks like they're going to entertain themselves. Aaron Alexander, David Brown and Josh Folkus, third, fourth and fifth. And let's see whether Aaron Alexander can end his debut weekend in Senior Pro Kart by taking a podium. He's there at the minute, but he's in third place. But we are 2 laps into a 12-lap final. There is plenty of time left for drivers to make moves. Josh Folkus right on the back of David Brown, coming through there, and by right on the back I mean he's pretty much pushing the number 55 number board through the back of his bumper as they go over the line, slipstreaming it through into the first chicane. David Brown working the wheel very hard at that number 55, trying to throw it in. Folkus makes a late move to the inside, dives into fourth place. Brown will try to cut back. They'll go side by side down the back straight. Josh Folkus is going to have to go all the way round the outside to get that move done, and I think he has done. Josh Folkus up into fourth place with a superb move right round the outside of David Brown. Now he will set off in search of the final podium position, which is currently being held by Aaron Alexander, and then he's not too far away from the leaders. Connor Lucas, though, out at the front by 8/10, and one thing we noticed from Connor Lucas last season is that he gets into the rhythm very, very quickly, and his opening laps are normally phenomenal, and by then he's pulled out a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, and he's away. Being kept honest, though, by Jessica Alexander, only 8/10 back. So not able to pull out the gap that he was usually be accustomed to at the head of the field in the number 43. And Alexander doesn't have to worry at the moment of anything happening behind her, as the 38 of Aaron Alexander comes under pressure from the O-plate of Josh Folkus. They've broken away now from David Brown, who's dropped back, and Scott Tate will look to close up in the number 31. And then we have Connor White and Rob Lowe. Still a puddle there on the inside. Josh Folkus finds it, sends some spray up into the air on the inside of the national corner, so trying hard to minimise the distance he's got to go round the lap. He's going to have got a little bit of water on those slick Bridgestone tyres. To be fair, by the time he got to hairpin number 1, they'll have been scrubbed off as he goes into the braking zone of hairpin number 3. Aaron Alexander in front of him, so the battle for the lead remains Connor Lucas out in front. He had a 1-second gap last time. Stays a similar distance between the two of them, so it's Connor Lucas, Jessica Alexander, Aaron Alexander, Josh Folkus and David Brown. Scott Tate, Connor White, Rob Lowe, Brandon Truman Reddish and Rob Stanway. The top 10. We are at half race distance in our Senior Pro Kart final, race number 36 of the day here at Teesside Autodrome for the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. 8 more rounds to come here at Teesside. The next round, the 22nd of March. Please do come and join us. If you've got one of these karts in your garage, get it out, come and join us, along with the excellent coverage that will be with you for 8 of 9 rounds this season, brought to you by Alpha Live Productions.
If someone wants to take part though and doesn't have one of these karts in the garage, who's the best person to talk to?
The best person to talk to if you want a Senior Pro Kart and you want to come and race at Teesside, the person to speak to is Howard Lucas of MS Lucas. Google Lucas Racing. And, not that I want to turn this into a sales pitch, but that's one of his karts at the head of the field. And, I think he certainly as well will be able to sort out some of our Junior Pro Kart drivers. But I know there's plenty of cadet drivers out there as well, with 200s on their kart as with 4 laps remaining. And Josh Folkus looks intent with a fastest lap of the race on getting the final podium position. He's all over the back of Aaron Alexander, applying the pressure to the 2019 Junior Pro Kart champion. The number 38 of Aaron Alexander has a look over his shoulder, and 2 of our youngest drivers here in this championship. Aaron Alexander in the number 38, 14 years old from Kings Lynn, coming under pressure from the 19-year-old Josh Fulkus, one of our more local drivers from Newcastle. And Fulkus makes a late dive to the inside, down the inside of Aaron Alexander.
And he's got it.
Thought he was going to try and Aaron was going to try and come back down the inside. Fulkus though through. I think Fulkus thinks now he can potentially catch Jessica Alexander for second place. Aaron Alexander is going to go with him though and see if he can end the day on the podium. Those two are going to not been able to break free as Josh Fulkus, and they're going to try now and try and reel in Jessica Alexander. They had 1.5 seconds was the gap between them. And we are entering the final stages, the business end of the race, and Josh Fulkus got it done at that business end of the circuit, making a very, very late dive to the inside of Aaron Alexander. I think he'd lined that one up for a few laps, because I know Aaron Alexander sometimes favours quite a late turn into hairpin number 4. And Josh Fulkus dived to the inside and got that job done. Alexander gave him plenty of room as they came over, as Brandon Truman Reddish moves up into the top 8 at the expense of Rob Lowe. There is our leader, 1.5 laps, as he leans himself right back in that kart. So moves himself really quite far forward, lifts his legs up and throws his head back behind the steering wheel to lower the drag here with the quite windy conditions that are out there, to try and maximise his straight line speed. He's got a 2-second gap though back to Jessica Alexander in second place, and Josh Fulkus is closing. Another fastest lap for Josh Fulkus in the O plate, double O plate champion here at Teesside in senior pro karts, 43.351 his fastest lap, but he's only going to have half a lap to try and grab second place from Jessica Alexander. Might have to settle with the third place trophy today, as our leader heads down the back straight, and there you see him moves his head, moves his body forward, drops his head down behind the steering wheel. And wasn't a move that we saw him make last season. That's a new introduction to his driving style, but it's worked for him today, and it's going to be 4 from 4 for the 43 of Connor Lucas over the start line. Takes another victory in senior pro kart. Jessica Alexander comes through with Josh Fulkus to round out the podium. A superb debut weekend in senior pro for Aaron Alexander in 4th, with Scott Tate and David Brown. Connor White, Brandon Truman Reddish, Rob Lowe, and we await Mark Tate to come through to round out the top 10 with Rob Stanway for company. Simon Doughty, Thomas Lowther, Emma Brown, Nigel Richardson gets back past Emma Brown on the final lap, and he spun on the opening of 12. Then we have Anthony Burrell and Alban Dowell coming over the line. And that brings an end to our on-track action. And what a day it's been, Luke.
It's been a fantastic day to start the season.
It's been wonderful, and our cadet and our junior pro kart drivers providing us with some non-stop action in every one of their heats, and our senior pro kart drivers adding to it towards the end of the day. I think the 21 of Jessica Alexander's just stopped with the start line marshal to inquire whether that was in fact a jump start from the 43 of Connor Lucas. And as you say, you've watched that on the screen, and time to perfection by the 2019 senior pro kart champion Connor Lucas, and he starts 2020 with 4 victories today, 3 heat wins and a final in the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. So as we mentioned, that does bring an end to our on-track action. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to the Alpha Live team here today. Chris and Finlay out on the cameras, Darren and Luke in the commentary box with me on direction, and Luke also doubling up on commentary. Thank you as always to the marshals out on the circuit and to the medical team. Luckily we didn't need to see them out on circuit today, and thank you as always to all of the team here at Teesside Karting for putting on an excellent and efficient race meeting for us all today.
And most importantly, thank you to you, David, for putting in a cracking stint in the commentary box throughout the whole day today.
Thank you very much, Luke. Please do join us back here in March. We'll have an audio feed for you of all the commentary, which I will be bringing you on the 22nd of March. And hopefully, with it being Mother's Day, we'll be able to do a feature where we can get some comments in and some thank yous read out on the day. That does, unfortunately, bring an end to the opening round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside Karting. Please, though, do join me in March, and thank you very much for taking the time to watch all of our drivers out on circuit today here at Teesside Karting. Until next time, I've been David Sullivan, and thank you very much.